this. Nowhere to hide. Double-edged sword! I never miss! I am too good at this.
Hello everyone and welcome to the American region version of our relegation and qualifiers. My name's Dogman, joined by Gaskin over here. And first of all, Gaskin, how you doing? Because today's an exciting day. We get to see finally, teams qualify for Ignite yet again.
Yeah, a very exciting day. I mean, promotion, relegation, mid-season qualifiers, a chance for teams in the MRC to be able to take down those teams in Ignite that were in relegation and now are battling for only 2 spots. They're available here in Americas. We got to see EMEA a little bit earlier and see teams qualify through. They had 6 spots available, which was kind of insane. But it's going to be a far longer run here in Americas for teams to get there.
So what you're saying is it's kind of like a harder region over here in America to qualify. But we'll talk about that more later. Obviously, as we, have a lot of new skins available for everybody that have dropped in the shop recently. But like you said, there's 2 teams that qualify due to the fact that we have so many partner squads, right? So, like you mentioned, over in EMEA, they have 6 spots. In China, there's 4. Same thing with the PAC regions, also 4. So, I mean, we have to wait till Sunday, basically, to see who's going to qualify for Ignite. A lot of these teams as well, I think people expect to qualify. But, we can talk about expectations later. Because, obviously, a lot of this is the setup. A lot of these teams are kind of sitting out because of the, events coming up later. But yeah, I mean, like Gask, I think today we're going to learn a lot about some new and up-and-coming players because there's so many talented players that we've kind of not been able to see just yet. But we can see, and what we have seen recently drop as of the 16th is these brand new skins, dude. So we have the brand new Devil Dinosaur skin, Hawkeye skin, and same with Gambit. All of these are now available in the shop as of July 17th. So go and grab them while you can, because obviously some fantastic skins that have just dropped. Gask, I mean, obviously, easy question, layup. Favorite skin here. What do you think?
Honestly, I like Gambits. It's just a different vibe, isn't it? We're starting to edge closer towards Halloween. Maybe that's a bit of a stretch, but we are edging closer to the mid-season finals, of course. Tickets are on sale at the moment. You can make sure you can come and join us, who are going to be there, and of course see the best players in the world all compete July 29th to August 1st in LA. It's going to be a great time, Dom.
Yeah, absolutely will be. I mean, like, dude, that's going to be so much fun. You have a chance to meet, like us, for example, or the players, or maybe even Guang Guang, right? So we'll have everybody there. You'll have the chance to get these 2 exclusive skins, or, Jeff and Luna Snow patches, and that's what you get for coming on by. It's coming and starting on July 29th, guys. So make sure to get your tickets. It'll be in Los Angeles, back in California. And I mean, Gask, you've been to so many of these type of events in LANs and stuff. It's exciting, right? So the grand finals will be on August 1st, and I'm excited to obviously see you there, but all of our fans that I'm sure we're going to have a bunch of seats in the audience for the midseason championship.
It's very exciting, especially if you consider the lifespan of Marvel Rivals and Marvel Rivals Ignite. We're still in the early stages as well. We're still kind of learning about these players. We're seeing how they develop when they get into a LAN environment. Moving from online to LAN is huge. It's going to be a massive event. I think everyone's very excited for it. I'm sure all the locals in LA are going to be just itching to get their tickets. And as you said, you get those exclusive gift items as well with every single ticket purchase. I'm hoping we do as well. I'll be looking into that one, Dog, to make sure that we do. But you've still got to get there, right? We know full well the teams that are going to be there and competing. Today is an entirely different story. It's mid-season qualifiers, and it's about who is going to be playing in Ignite when we get to Stage 2.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the final sort of matches, like you said it up perfectly, for Stage 2. I mean, everybody, I'm sure, will be watching, like you said, the LAN that's coming up, but it's a few months out, right? And the metas are changing. Everything has flipped on its head, right? I mean, you were talking about the last couple of days. You've been hard grinding, and so many things have changed in this recent patch, right, guys? Like literally 100+ team-ups and everything, right? There's so many new things to learn.
It's funny. I was away in Paris, and me and Vicky were watching the updates, and we were like, oh my god, this is an entirely new game. What do you mean I've got to learn a whole new game? But yeah, I've been putting endless hours in recently just to try and keep up with everything, but also I've been having a ton of fun. I think the team up changes have really changed how the game works. It's given a lot of heroes a new identity as well, and made some heroes that were unplayable now playable. The rework onto Black Widow, and we're seeing that now suddenly Black Widow is a meta character. Like, what on earth? I didn't think I would ever be saying that, but we've seen Black Widow appearing in quite a lot of compositions, so we'll see. Maybe we'll get a bit of Black Widow today as well.
Yeah, she's been fun. I mean, she kind of plays like a little bit like Punisher does slightly.
Yeah.
It is a very, very interesting rework for sure. If you haven't given her a shot, definitely give her a shot in Quick Play or something to figure it out. But most people kind of have been taking that for sure. But also, bear in mind, too, just to reiterate it again, for the LAN coming up, like you said, that everybody is qualified for and ready for, you can get those tickets, by the way, at MarvelRivalsEsports.com. So make sure to go there to get those tickets, just to real quick throw it out. But Gask, obviously, like you said, so many changes came through. The Black Widow one came through. Is that your favorite of all of the changes so far that you've sort of partaken in? Or, are we back towards that Gambit, like in those strategist lines a little bit more?
I think in terms of like an actual rework, yes, it's my favorite. Some of the team-ups that we've seen re-added, I'm liking the fact that Magneto's got the option to get the Chaos Sword again through the Wanda team-up. Although, interestingly, with Wanda actually there as the enhanced team-up, I haven't been enjoying that as much. I almost like, hey, stop playing Wanda, just let me do my thing, give me all my normal abilities. But I just love that we are adapting quickly to hotfixes, to patches that are coming out as well. Anything that seems to be a little bit too strong has been changed very fast as well. And now we get to see some of the best players, not just in the world, but of course that have been playing and grinding online. I want to see what they've got to offer, because this is going to be a little bit different from what we see in Ignite. It's not necessarily going to have the exact same structure. We might see some funky stuff. We might see some ranked grinders saying, hey, well, this is my main. I'm a one-trick pony, and I'm going to be playing it. So we are going to see some different stuff today, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we expect a lot of versatility, a lot of things to sort of, be in play to adapt. I know that, like, obviously we saw a single patch where, like Black Cat fell off for like a second. But then, she's back, obviously, with the damage boost and stuff that she's gotten in the Spider-Man team-up. It's just crazy. I know there's always a back and forth between, like, the melee characters, players, and one-tricks, like you said, and then also the hit scan players. So there's always that, like, oh, my God, the hit scan is too strong. Oh, my God, poke characters are too strong. Gask, I'm going to throw you on the spot already. I know this is already, we're 10 minutes in, and we're already getting hot takey, but because we're waiting for the matches, might as well. What side do you lie on, okay? What side do you lie on? Do you lie on the side of Necros and those guys who are thinking that melee characters are strong? Okay, we're luckily saved by the rule explanation here, so you can hold that thought. We can come back to it, yeah, and we can finally get the hot takes. But what isn't there's a hot seat, rather, for the players that you've mentioned before is that, we have so many players competing for these 2 slots. It's the only region with 2 slots, like you said, Gask. You talked about it perfectly there. Do you want to kind of talk about that a little bit more too? Because so many teams qualified via other methods and so many methods to be able to play in today's matches.
Yeah, self-explanatory. You guys can see it on your screen. Top 4 from MRC Season 8, and then the top 10 from combined MRC Season 7 and 8 with the point standings. And then we had our bottom 2 from Ignite Stage 1. You might be wondering, why are only 2 teams from Ignite Stage 1 here in promo relegation and the mid-season qualifiers? That's because there is some protection on the teams that are partnered, the orgs that are partnered with Marvel Rivals. So we had 2 of those teams down in the bottom. They were lucky. They didn't get put into this position, so they were able to be saved by the fact their org has a good responsibility and made sure they partnered up, okay? But it will mean there's only 2 spots available here to be competing for today and tomorrow. I don't think we're going to find out who actually makes it until tomorrow's games, with how many we still need to play. There were some matches that were played yesterday. You may have already seen them in-game, in-client. You can kind of go and check the MRC, the Marvel Rivals Clash, and you can see some of those matches that have happened. But then we'll be joining at round 3 today before we get into tomorrow's matchups. We've got round 6, the lower bracket finals, and the grand finals. And the grand finals will be the 2 teams that have already qualified, and by that time, it will be a little bit of a show match, a friendly between the 2 teams that we will be able to see and witness in Marvel Rivals Ignite Stage 2.
Yeah, absolutely exciting. And like you said, all matches, we've seen 2 already happen yesterday in the in-game client, or some of our fans might have. But we'll be starting in the round of 3. So, obviously me and you just keeping locked in on our broadcast here. But, if you happen to be watching the in-game, guys, make sure you can stick along with us here in the broadcast, because, there's a lot of fun matches. I think that a lot of players haven't been watched. We get to see a team called We Good Bro versus World Peace. That's an exciting match. And we get to see LARP for Fun versus Jolly Jesters. There was also some upsets that we apparently missed earlier with Nightmare going to the lower brackets. You talked about that before. I know that was an insane match in the upper brackets, but now they're on the back foot. Is Nightmare going to be able to qualify for Ignite yet again? And you talked about teams kind of being in a bit safer of spots because of the fact that they, had money. They're a part of the scene. They have a good organization. It's the responsibility of those orgs to obviously, rework their rosters for next season so that they aren't in the spot to potentially not qualify. Because the reason why America's only has 2 team slots is because there was a lot of partner teams that were in the elimination spots, but because they're saved, they're not eliminated, and we have less spots to qualify for over here. A lot of the open division teams, a lot of these guys were really good. A lot of the MRC squads that we've seen throughout the year.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it, really, that yes, the team is safe, but as a player, you may well not be safe, and you might be trying to move on to one of these teams that are playing and competing here in the mid-season qualifiers. And we'll probably follow the journey of Nightmare. It makes sense. Like you mentioned, they got knocked down into the lower bracket. They now have to win every single game from this point onwards if they want to re-qualify and be competing in Ignite in Stage 2. It's definitely possible. It's not out of the realms of possibility, but if they've already lost to one team in the upper bracket, it does bring a little bit of concern. And here we go. Yeah, we are going to start off with a Nightmare versus Ascend X. Yes, I know a lot of you who are quite wise to what's happened. This game has already taken place. I would appreciate no spoilers in the chat, because there will be a lot of people who wouldn't have been able to seen it. I know Dog has been purposefully ignoring what's happened so that he can make sure he can call this one straight down the line.
True. Not the fact that I am incognito mentally. That's the way I like to phrase that. But well, I guess a team that has been a little bit in that department, and they've made a lot of changes and stuff too, was Nightmare. Obviously, a lot of those guys know over there. The Pains joined the roster alongside SJW still here, but losing Mace and stuff is kind of interesting, and I'm curious kind of what happened in the offseason there, whereas Ascend, a lot of kind of newer players on the up and up too, right? So I'm sure today, like we talked about, is going to be super fun to kind of figure out not only the meta, but to kind of see these new players and kind of listen and watch out for up and coming names that potentially could upset some of the guys that have been around for a long time, because it is going to be a best out of 5 as the ban phase kind of comes through so far. What are things that you're kind of picking up down here in this ban phase so far, guys?
We can rework the game, but Mantis and Gambit are still there with the main bans. It is going to be a ban on one side or the other. Gambit is going to be getting through here for the side of Ascend, so they're going to be able to have that Raging Royal Flush available for them. The Elsa Protect I really like. Elsa kind of back as best in slot for the duelists, it seems, or at least up there, and they're going to make sure they have the only Elsa, So that's going to be important for Nightmare here. I think that gives them a distinct advantage. Question is, what are they going to do on their back line to try and counter the fact that there's going to be the Gambit on the other side, especially as they've lost the Loki. And I don't really blame both teams for getting rid of Loki as well. Just very powerful. Whether it's the new team up that is available to allow you to basically become any hero you want, which is kind of crazy, or just the fact that the ultimate is still nuts.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, you covered it perfectly. So many things that these strategists, bring to the game. Loki being one of them. Venom, prioritized for Ascend side, trying to get rid of that character that everybody's talking about on that Vanguard front being super good. But yeah, that's kind of where we are, right? Like, strategists are really strong right now at the current moment, and there's a few, like you said, best in slot duelist. Whereas Black Widow, you talked about it earlier, the rework coming through was a priority for Nightmare to get rid of. But yeah, obviously going around playing that Elsa, get that team up with that Bucky. Going for that one specifically, potentially as well, as that Bucky can just infinitely fire, gets those impact shots, the less cooldowns. It's kind of crazy. There were so many changes, so many things, and the biggest one, like you said, that we might see a lot of today is going to be Magneto, which it's kind of weird because I feel like we haven't seen a ton of Magneto, this last year until this rework, right?
And there's two options for the rework as well for the team ups. You've got the team up with Scarlet Witch, which is going to be played more than I think the Emma Frost team up. The Scarlet Witch one gives you the metallic chaos, it gives you those chaos swords and the damage they can do, and the ability you can target the backline with them as well. Very important on the timing there, and also with the chaos sword, you can get the reload animation cancel essentially when you activate it, so that you don't have to worry about reloading in between. The Emma Frost team up, I think if you have Emma Frost on your team, it can still be good. You essentially get a projection that mimics yourself, and then it's more difficult to try and take down Magneto, right? So I think there will be some instances where that is used, but Magneto is going to be a priority for a lot of Vanguards, that for sure. I wouldn't even be surprised if we see Magneto bans on certain maps as well, but not here. Nightmare are going to be able to play Magneto. On the other side, you are going to have Venom available for Ascend as well, and we've already seen how good Venom can be this season too.
Yeah, that guy, he really can be just like server admin sometimes. People always mention that with certain heroes, and, Venom's definitely joined that pool. But, off the rip, we see a take by Nightmare towards this underground side. This is sort of a, hard counter comp to what Ascend are trying to do with the Venom, like you talked about. Kind of play together as a unit, put those traps down, try to play around them, but obviously try to counter dive when they come in. Light goes for the grab on the opposite angle, also trying to pull in the Star-Lord. Nice follow-up by SJW, perfect aim. Still hung around. This is a guy that's kind of made his own name in the scene as like a hit scan god back early on in the scene, but nice pickoff by SJW. Already falling back is the side of Ascend, dealing with the pressure you talked about earlier of the Magneto as Monster finds another.
I didn't know which was going to be the best team up as well for Elsa when they were initially released. As you can see, Nightmare continue to push their advantage here, force Ascend back into spawn, and they just want to make sure they stagger some of these heroes a little bit. Don't overextend too much once you get this last one. Probably going to fall back to the choke point. But back to my previous point about Elsa, Devil Dinosaur seems to be the pick for the team-ups for a lot of these Elsa players because the Smoky Snare gets a larger detection range, essentially. And that just gives you that ability to use those traps as you were talking about before, rather than the Deadpool team-up, which can be a little bit more of just trying to kind of taunt your targets, slow them, and be a bit of a nuisance instead.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And CC, it can be one of the most horrific things to deal with in the game as, some of these duelists or even Vanguards. Dives coming from the Venom. Follow-up maybe there. Hell goes low. Yeah, my God, deletes him. And Scraggy going to go down on the opposite angle, too. So excellent job clapping each other, keeping everybody nice and healthy as Pain and Fidel, who still have ultimates, too. So this is turning into a horrific situation for Ascend, who are at the moment descending back to spawn.
I will say this season has been tough for strategists and strategist mains, I'm sure. But if you've got someone on your team like we just saw Fidel doing on the Luna, the CC is so important. Getting that freeze, being able to just give your team the ability to get to you and help you before you get jumped on. Because a lot of these strategists are struggling, especially in ranked. Different when we get into pro play, though, because people are just far better at being able to help and assist their backline. As Nightmare now have 5 out of 6 ultimates, 86% as well. It's not looking good for Ascend here.
It's not, but maybe they can turn it around in this upcoming fight. Going in with the Gambit ult first, but Nightmare, they're already ready to disengage. They've already played back. That was a very early ultimate commit. Also, the Magneto dropped down in the middle of the open. Monster removes Crush Fan, so that's brutal, even up in numbers. Nice job with the trap placement from SJW. Finds Stel. Also follow-up there from the clap of Fidel, and this is a bit one-sided at this point. Not even having to use any other ultimates besides the Invisible Boundary is the side of Nightmare. Excellent job out of them. 100-0 over Ascend.
I think this is very important for Nightmare as well. If you think about the fact they just got dropped into the lower bracket yesterday in the match that they had played I'm sure confidence was going to be a little bit low, and they were probably delighted for the fact they got a night of rest before they were able to come in and play this matchup, because otherwise you might just snowball out of control, get in your own heads a little bit, start to get at each other's throats as well. But it looks like they've been able to reset. They look very good in this first round. If you're wondering who they lost to, it was LARP for Fun, by the way. And LARP for Fun will move on into that upper bracket where they're going to play the Jolly Jesters. I believe Jolly Jesters were the #1 MRC team as well. So that'll be an interesting matchup up there in the upper bracket semis. Maybe a little bit later on we get to catch wind of what happens. But for now, Nightmare, they only used 1 ult, by the way, in that fight. I said they had 5, and they were like, all right, bet we'll be able to pop 1 and just make sure we get the invisible boundary down. Easy as you like. I guess technically they used the meatball as well. Magneto ult came out. But now Nightmare potentially going to go for a quick portal. They're going to switch over to Doctor Strange here, and they might be able to catch a send off guard.
Yeah, that's exactly what you mentioned. Maybe they'll try to force out an early shrouded assault or even go for an early combination with impunity, because a lot of those breakpoints have changed as they do portal out. You know, Crush does have that Magneto Meteor M. Freeze came through, but impunity doesn't take advantage. Goes for that Jeff team up as well, and vulnerability on the outside, but just walking out towards them at the current moment. Far enough away where you could react with that Meteor M, but they're still gaining space, and they're not even going for the dive. Now here comes this high local ult. Everybody coming together around this Meteor M now as that Fidel ult comes out, but the shield being saved for the last second, saving Fidel potentially, but no. Stell follows through with impunity. Excellent job with that Meteor M from Crush. Results in their first fight win for Ascend, which is incredibly important because it's winner go home, as you talked about earlier.
I think top 10 worst portals I've seen in Ignite matches. Yeah, not a very good one from Nightmare. Didn't really think about the placement. Didn't capitalize on anyone being out of position. Maybe a little bit of a panic. Don't think it'll be too much of a concern. It's just one fight down, and now you can switch over back to Magneto. We're going to see a lot more Groot as well, I think, this season in general. I think the team up with Jeff has provided so much extra survivability for Groot. Being able to activate that shield that you can float up, get the healing inside as well, just gives you the second chance effect if your strategists are currently being jumped on. But you can see Dance Floor is going to be activated now as Ascend looking to try and take advantage of the aggression here.
They're walking towards them at the current moment, but everybody sort of backed up towards that health pack side as they couldn't really find a KO, but they extend the fight a little bit further with that ultimate. Nice job from Impunity to try to watch it. Nice job by the team to follow up on Impunity outside of that Jeff team up that you mentioned earlier. Scraggy to try to create space, get the Invisible Boundary out, and Pain goes down in it. Light also commits the ultimate, so this is looking bad in like you said with the portal earlier, but now from bad to worse as they lose yet another fight with a lot of ultimates committed in that one.
Yeah, Ascend come out top. They're the first ones to pop it, really, and now they're going to have Collected Legend as well available for them. So all eyes over towards Star-Lord to see whether you can actually pop that and kind of commit with anything. Psylocke's another interesting one in Season 9 as well, with her team-ups in general. Just a great kind of poke/dive hero that you can play. And we know how Dance of the Butterfly can be one of the best ultimates in the game if used correctly as well. But Nightmare, they need something here. They don't have any ults to work with, so they have to play a little bit defensive in this neutral at the moment before they can potentially get something on the go.
Light goes in early by the backside of the fight as Gambit ultimate commit on the right too, and Light goes down immediately to that follow-up. Fidel does trade it though. Meteor M in the sky. Also does find Verso, so excellent job to remove the Gambit. Still has to build that ultimate. Crush also committed the ult as well. Monster able to find or get found by Stell. Nice job with the invisible shield as well to block that Meteor M, and the movement by SJW was too clean. Not Tyrell goes down, but is brought back through the Adam Warlock team up. Everybody trying to group up again into that Psylocke ultimate. Can the Psylocke live outside of it though? As the Dance Lord does keep them healthy. Light comes back into that Psylocke, does have the wall hack, so can find that Psylocke very easily. Unfortunately, Captain America not save him, and now it's going to be too much damage to the front line from Nightmare, forcing Ascend to fall back.
Fantastic retake from Nightmare, and this is now a little bit worrying for Ascend, right? After what we saw in the first round, Nightmare were very good at being able to hold point once they had control. My concern was, were they going to be able to break? And now they have done. They're going to have Glartrox available on SJW. And it's another reason why Elsa is so good, by the way, because her ultimate, insane with the amount of people you can grab, and also the distance of that grab, by the way. The hitbox is very lenient, to say the least. And now Nightmare are just surrounding Ascend and just saying, look, what are you going to do? What have you got? As Deadpool is still one of the best dive characters we have in the game.
Absolutely, he's just able to find it. Not Tyrell earlier, who did use the team up, so not back in the fight. Lartrox, unfortunately, didn't get as much value as they want. Also, wait, hold on. That Groot ultimate, not able to fully connect flush onto that Captain America, able to get out of the way, but it doesn't end up mattering as everybody else just kind of cleans up on the front line. Too many ultimates and too many players on the side of Nightmare with that Stratus ultimate advantage after the dance floor was used earlier. So it didn't matter that Impunity Assault maybe didn't get the value that you could assume, but upcoming fight, ultimates built in a second for maybe Monster or Fidel. However, a bit of a dry fight. Crush might have to go big, but last time Pain did a good job blocking the Meteor M. We'll see if they can do it again, as Light still has been a menace dealing with Stell, because Stell can't find these off angles with that Daredevil in this game.
Yeah, I wonder if Light will force out a respect ban in the upcoming games with how he's playing Daredevil at the moment. I wouldn't be mad at a Namor or something here for Ascend just to try and counteract the dive that's happening from Light, but we are going to see Freedom Charge start this one off now for Ascend. It feels like this fight is do or die for them. If they lose this one, they may lose this entire map.
They're trying to focus the Vanguards, ignoring the fact that Light's on the back line, understanding he has some evasion. Unlike that Groot, who could not keep himself alive, trying to anchor towards the point, overtime taking down Ascend, actually have the advantage then. As, wait a minute, Captain America needs some help. Peel, nice job to pull him back into it. Pain again, bringing the team back into it, but Crush once more finds another. Makes two in that fight as Fidel and SJW fall, and Ascend could potentially do it as the portal comes back through from Impunity. Retouching is Nightmare, and Ultimate's coming up. Nothing on the side of Ascend besides this Meteor M to connect onto Fidel.
Yeah, Danceful is going to be there. And Nightmare are going to be able to just survive this initial fight. Dance the Butterfly does come in just to try and take down one. That's one strategist down as well. So Ascend now somewhat in the ascendancy. Meteor M, can you actually take out Luna? That'll be the real question. Wham bam. There you have it. Simple as that. It's an easy target. But now Daredevil, let the devil out as you try your best to get involved.
They found 3, but is it enough? The trap doesn't stop Stell either in the sky. You commit the Galactic Legend as well. Light falls to the aim locks from not Tyrell, and they actually find 2. Nightmare is all tied up now on Burn of the T'Challa as Ascend win that round. We're going to Stellar Spaceport for the map decider. Cask, that's crazy, the fact that Warrior Falls was so dominant and just flipped on its head, it felt like, on that map.
Yeah, I think very important as well that Ascend targeted the backline when they did. Even though sometimes it feels a bit rough using a whole ultimate, especially Dance of the Butterfly, onto just one single strategist, you remove Invisible Woman, and it just gives you such an advantage as well. And also, if you're presuming that they're close on their ult charge, that invisible boundary can be a game changer, a lifesaver, a round winner. You eliminate that completely and put your team in the advantage. So, big win from Ascend, but that being said, with that ultimate being used, now as we look at the ult economy, we do kind of hand things back over to Nightmare a little bit with having the lead in this neutral. They should be able to get to their ultimates a little bit quicker than Ascend. Maybe Fate of Both Worlds from Kart can be the difference maker on Ascend, but Nightmare looking pretty good going into this one. But we're all tied up 1-1, and after Nightmare dropping down into the lower bracket, they are being tested here by Ascend.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, the decision from Light to go over to the Daredevil, forcing maybe now Impunity to go over to the Captain America off of what earlier was the Groot. He's just not able to live due to the fact that Ascend's, you know, excellent shot calling and overall target focus has been so good, but SJW again has the Glartrox. Last time wasn't able to find much. Doesn't matter. Okay, just right-clicks Tyrell down, who doesn't have the team up again with the Adam Warlock, so they go up in that fight. We'll have to see, Gask, if Tart can maybe be the hero like you mentioned. They actually want to play it slow, wait maybe for Tyrell to come back.
They also maybe wait and use it as a reaction tool as well, rather than just initiating something. But again, Light is going to be a nuisance on this Daredevil, and Magneto needs to be a little bit careful, but they are going to back off now. Ascend. Glartrox comes out, though, and it's going to be 1, 2, 3 grabbed, I think. And Glartrox is still coming, and all those players are going to be forced out of that tunnel, and now you'll see the dance floor get activated.
Yeah, they're in a great spot to use this Meteor M or whatever. Pain actually decides to commit the invisible boundary, so they don't even have to after understanding Ultimate's committed so early. Just neutral after that. Dry find it. Light does go down to Crush as that Magneto team up, like you mentioned with Scarlet Witch, has been so good. But excellent work from the side of Nightmare. Still holding on to the Ultimates as well in terms of that Meteor M. Can Ascend dodge it. I think Monster's actually been very good with connecting on it every time. And, you know, maybe you can stall things out with the Captain America ult. Maybe you try to live it, but I feel like the Magneto play has been nice out of both teams so far.
It's a pleasure to watch good Elsa players as well. The movement very important, of course, not only for repositioning, but also the movement helps activate your abilities and give you more damage, essentially, as well. As now, Freedom Charge does get activated, and here comes Ascend. They are going to jump on in. You're going to see a reply from Monster, though, and 1 KO going in their favor. So now, Nightmare, it's going to be a 5 versus 5, and they are still scoring.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, maybe Impunity could have been there in time to save SJW from that burst coming through, but Ascend's target focus, again, has been good. Ultimate's coming up, too. Nothing for the side of Nightmare to maybe deal with Ascend. Maybe they have to get picks in the neutral. Light has to kind of go off. But still, he's kind of figured it out. Until now, okay, Light takes him down. Unfortunately for Psylocke, not have not favored in that matchup in the 1v1 with the Daredevil. Also, excellent job comboing from light side before he had the Psylocke ultimate. I mean, that was going to be a win condition for Ascend, and now they're relying on Crush to maybe pop off, force out this Luna Snow dance floor before you have to use Terrell's ult, but they actually have to use the ults now as the fight kind of continues for Ascend. They dodge it. Nice job to also get into that shield that eats the Meteor M from the side of Nightmare, but still on the flank side pops that Psylocke ultimate into the trap of Scraggy, but doesn't end up mattering. Fidel goes down to Stell. You have 99% of the board, and PG finds one. And this, oh no, Galactic Legends is finding nothing. No squishies on the backside. Does find SJW, but is it enough to bring them back into the fight as the dance floor also continues Nightmare's, Ascend rain on the point as the PG goes down and they flip the objective.
What, 3 times now? We've had 99%ers, then just flipped at the very last moment, but Nightmare have a lot of response when they come off spawn here. No ultimate economy for Ascend, whereas Nightmare are going to have the Glartrox available to them, Invisible Boundary as well. This should be an easy win now for Nightmare, to be honest, as long as they don't do anything drastically wrong here in the neutral. The only worry for me is Raging Royal Flush is very close for Verso, and he is building it up fast. Nightmare need to act soon, and tell you what, that is going to be how you act, getting a couple of KOs early.
Absolutely huge by SJW, and trying to go around that point now as the Invisible Boundary is also committed so they can stay aggressive. Nice job takedown, not Terrell 2, and it's looking dicey. Glartrox out, does find one, doesn't go for the off-map. Terrell does get brought back, but they've already lost Crush 2 in the fight, and without ultimates, I mean, maybe you get the portal play back in time from Stell. He's had to swap to it towards Spawn. Verso falls, same thing with Cart. And it's going to be very, very dicey towards the very end as not Terrell does fall. Portal is here, but overtime slowly dwindles. No body blocks coming through. But overtime spawns does mean that Ascend is going to be even slower to touch this point with no ultimates up, Gask, as we're entering the very last breath of Ascend on this map. Cart does go down. Maybe we can find something, but the answer easily no. Nightmare get it done, win the first map in this best out of 5.
So Ascend were trying to cling on at the end there, but yeah, I think Nightmare, they timed their ultimates correctly, and they just looked a little bit more solid than Ascend did in a lot of the neutral that was happening, especially the work that was being done on Elsa Bloodstone as well. I think if you've got a good Elsa, and the fact they were the only team that had the Elsa, just the damage output she has, insane when it is one-sided. That being said, it was a one-sided gambit on the other end for Ascend, and sadly they weren't really able to capitalize on it. Some of the Raging Royal Flushes were very important for their chances, but 18 final hits for SJW in the end. That's a difference maker, right? That is a carry in most ranked games for you. It's a carry in pro play, and that's what you want from your main duelist.
Yeah, absolutely. He's looking really good at the current moment, and you know, obviously he's going to be a star player, a standout for them. And you know, for the opposite side, like they were given, you know, the Black Cat. We kind of saw them hovered at the beginning. I know that everybody's talking about how Black Cat is so strong right now. So, you know, maybe the hero pool gap aged a little bit for the side of Ascend. They have more hit scan type players, which is why you go for that Black Widow one-sided Elsa that you talked about. So tough situation for Ascend to be in, considering all things. I mean, they were kind of figuring things out towards the very end. I mean, like I feel like Stell was playing it well enough for how difficult I think that matchup, Daredevil Psylocke matchup is. In fact, he can always see you, even if you press the invisibility. Is a bit crazy. But huge counter dives, huge counter plays by the side of Nightmare. And it's like you said, SJW is playing it well. I think Pain had an excellent map as well with those pools. So, you know, overall, Nightmare looking solid on the map one. Obviously, they lost the second round, oddly enough, due to maybe some awkward exchanges with Impunity, figuring out how to play the Captain America instead of the Groot that you talked about earlier. So, you know, we'll see what happens as Nightmare moves on forward. But that map number 1 was pretty one-sided on the first round, and then kind of got a little dicey maybe for Nightmare there.
Yeah, and I think as I was alluding to, I would like to have seen a bit more of an adjustment around the Daredevil. I think Light was given too much freedom there, and of course you can't ban mid-game, but there are tools to deal with dive, and especially with Namor, with the changes with the team-up as well, the Hela team-up giving you the possibility of extra squids. You've got, of course, the Gamma team-up as well, giving you the Gamma squid, which is so important. You can destroy any sort of dive, but there was not really enough initiative shown for me to be able to try and counteract where they were getting beaten down.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we'll see if they can do the bans a little bit better, like you mentioned in the next map. But you know, maybe they're just lacking the hero pool to kind of deal with these sort of ban phases. There's a lot of things I know that they could do, like you mentioned, and you know, maybe upcoming patches. Maybe that's what the Hood's gonna bring to the table. Maybe he's gonna be pressing ultimate and he's gonna be able to ban mid-competitive series or something like that. You know, that could be a thing. Could be a thing. Maybe like, oh, you can't play this character.
You might be cooking something. Netties are taking notes there. Like, hold on, maybe.
Were you in the same boat where maybe like Deadpool was maybe like he had a passive to like never die? You know, like when he gets KO'd, he just like be like a puddle of like meat on the ground. Did you also think that what he was going to be when he came out? I think everybody was like thinking about what he would do.
I thought there would be something, especially, I mean, Thor now apparently can just revive himself as well.
Yeah, that's crazy.
KO, like the new team up that we see. I do think that a lot of these team ups have just given so much more freedom to some of these players. I think if you are a one trick and you've been playing a hero since like season 1 or whatever, now suddenly you've got this entirely new different way to play, and you're not reliant on someone else to be playing a hero as well. That's what I kind of like about the team ups, that you get your normal team up, but then you get the enhanced if someone is going to play it. So it just gives a lot more freedom for expression, I think, for when people are playing on certain heroes. And I think you're right. You know, I'm saying, yes, I want Namor to be picked here, or like just someone to change something. I expect pros and people at this level to have that hero pool, but I know that it's not always the case.
Yeah, absolutely, you're right. I thought you brought up a good point there too, because like, you know, as we enter the ban phase again, you talked about Mantis being a permaban. You know, the damage boost is a little bit crazy. I think we saw some Storm even in the EMEA, but Loki ban coming out on the other side, okay with that. You know, one-sided Gambit now is Team Nightmare. But I thought you brought up a good point too. Like, they didn't maybe some team-ups that they added, and some characters didn't even get new team-ups. They just kind of gave the option between two. And as someone that played a ton of Psylocke in the Emma Frost team-up meta, and then also the Cloak and Dagger meta, it was interesting in the previous map that Stell actually decided to pick up the Cloak and Dagger team-up for a bit more survivability, you know, earlier on. Maybe he changed it later. I didn't remember if we saw the POV, but, you know, that's always an interesting decision, right? Because I think what you brought up is the fact that you have those decisions, but also it makes characters more versatile now, right? Like, you can sort of counter the countered hero by just picking a better team up for that specific matchup, right?
Yeah, there are going to be some situations where a team up is better than others. There's going to be certain maps, perhaps, that are going to have certain team ups better than others as well. And it's just about identifying and listening to your team and seeing what the other team is playing to try and work out which is going to be best. There'll definitely be a lot of heroes where one team up is just strictly better, and it's going to be used 95% of the time. But there will be those niche selections where you need them. Speaking of niche selections, everything here looks pretty normal, what we'd expect. I guess the Magneto ban is pretty big from Ascend, making sure they take that Magneto away after they saw how strong Magneto can be. The Loki Protect, though, will come through. And I was mentioning earlier, the changes in the team up for Loki does change the dynamic a little bit, depending on what you want to play. Because you have the Hela team up, which does allow you to take the form of a defeated hero, essentially, and become them. For a short period, you can use their abilities, except the ultimate. The ultimate is still going to be the same as before, where you copy an ultimate. Or you have the Mantis team up, which gives you basically regen, an increased radius, and that is going to be a damage boost as well. So I think you look at it straight up, the Mantis one seems better because more health, more damage is always going to be good if you are a Loki. But on the other side, being able to take the form of any hero that has fallen in front of you is very fun indeed. Even more fun if you have a Hela on your team, because the period gets extended, and when you take lethal damage, you basically revert back to Loki. So there's just so much fun things they've done with this game, man. Like, I can't express how much I've been enjoying playing, and I'm not paid to say that. It's just been a completely new breath of fresh air. I've been enjoying it, and I'm sure the pros have too.
Well, let's start it out here, Gask. I mean, this is the chance for Ascend to come back, maybe create a little bit of fun in their side, because they get to play the Black Widow. So, you know, obviously, like you mentioned, new changes have come through to the game, and this being one of them. Character has a bit of a large difference from the last patch. The fact that you can, you know, shoot like you're basically Punisher, and then whip out the sniper finally in the ultimate form, which can be absolutely devastating. Early greens, by the way, used by Nightmare on this defensive side with that triple shred of this line, alongside SJW again getting his Elsa that he talked about. Maybe he didn't want to let that through considering how well he played on the previous map.
Still the one-sided Elsa. Ascend might struggle a little bit with it, but like you said, the Black Widow could be a difference maker, just a bit more damage output to help them in the neutral here. You can just see how SJW is bullying Ascend away at the moment. They just are struggling to take any space. It is a little bit of a 1v1 that's happening on the high ground whilst everything else is happening down on the cart. And if you are playing the Deadpool, it can sometimes be your responsibility to try and isolate some of that backline, but it can be difficult to do as well.
Get Thing going low, but the pocket there on the front line. Also the greens here to keep everybody healthy as the Gambit ult does eventually come through. No anti on the backside with the reduced healing. Just kind of keep everybody healthy. And that was, I don't know about aggressive enough for the side of Ascend, but trying to wait ultimates is going to be maybe rough because Nightmare can just sort of sustain these fights out. As Light in the 1v1 with that Star-Lord trying to live on the backside. Invisible Boundary pop. Same thing with Monster's Ultimate, trying to get some members brought in. And yes, Not Terrell goes down, even though there is the dance floor on the opposite side trying to use it to keep themselves alive. So that's a bit of a tough situation for Ascend as they have no more Shredder's Ultimates. They just have Meteor M to help try to peel, but Nightmare can still play this excellent slow fight as Scraggy has to try to get out of dodge, but it does not. It looks like the side of Ascend are sent back to spawn once more.
Thing has been another winner of the team-ups as well. I've actually seen quite a few Thing bans coming through just in ranked gameplay because he's pretty good at countering some of the dive that people want to do as well, the way he bullies, and with the team-up with Invisible Woman just giving him bonus health is massive. Anyway, you can see the Soul Bond now coming out as Adam Warlock is very much active here for Nightmare, and they are holding Ascend right here on this corner. Ascend have not found a way through, but maybe the Galactic Legend could be the difference maker here, but this is a perfect place to be.
It is. Impunity, you talked about the Thing earlier, hit a huge clobber in time with the front side. They get rid of the Punisher. Scraggy falls, and this is looking like the Nightmare that we might have more expected to see after the first map. And, just kind of one by one, it feels like Ascend are going down due to the fact that, it just feels like Nightmare's not been pressured, right? Like, we just saw the Invisible Boundary committed. The Crystals, the Loki Greens used similarly to an ultimate. And for Nightmare, it just feels like there's not a lot that they have to worry about. If Impunity is going to hit huge clobbering times like that in the upcoming fight, Fidel's going to have another Invisible Boundary. He just built up, basically won every single team fight. It's kind of crazy.
Great work as a strategist, really. You have to be focusing on building up that ultimate. And speaking of, they're both going to be available for Ascend as well. Raging Royal Flush is going to be popped first, but now you'll see there is going to be the response as well. Sonic Seduction comes out from Nightmare just to try and negate a little bit of that pressure that is being applied by Ascend at the moment. And now Invisible Boundary comes out as well. It is a 2-for-1 trade, but there is still going to be Dance Floor on the other side if they even get the chance to use it, because off the back of the Invisible Boundary, the damage has been brilliant from Nightmare here, and Ascend forced back to spawn.
Yeah, to me it feels like Ascend are just popping ultimates, assuming Nightmare are going to, commit an ultimate just because. But, like you mentioned, you see that Gambit not really trying to go with that Deadpool on the backside, trying to find maybe KOs or something with an anti or whatever. They assume cooldowns will be forced out, but there's the Glartrox committed follow-up maybe there, or at least to force out the dance floor early by Ascend with the Punisher ultimate. They have to find KOs, but Light still has the ultimate. Does he still have the team up 2 to potentially resurrect himself? Doesn't even need it for now as they disengage on the inside angle perfectly. Everybody using corners to a T, and not Terrell. Feels kind of sad, I imagine, about that, not finding any value, his ultimate that is.
Yeah, Nightmare just had too much available in terms of ults. They were just waiting, biding their time, waiting for the pop of the dance floor, and then the Invisible Boundary came out from the clone, from the Loki. Galactic Legend's going to be ripped away immediately, you'd imagine. No, okay, you are at least going to get one, so this is the chance here for Ascend, but now you have Adam Warlock that manages to bring back 2, but Ascend still applying some pressure.
Crush could go big, maybe in this upcoming fight. Impunity, same thing though, right? He may charge in, might just press E on somebody, try to go in fast. He tries to go back last second, 4.6 seconds. They're invisible now at the current moment. Stell's also slowed too, to the fact that she just slows you in the ultimates now on top of the slowing abilities. So much to stop Stell there, who doesn't have the passive, removing so much damage in the team fight as well. Crush had his ult cancel, it looked like on the backside too, as that stun came through. Impunity gets frozen, but healed up perfectly by the rest of the squad. Nightmare trying to find the KOs through SJW's damage, and it's enough. Monster finds one full charge as well. In the sky, does so much damage alongside the ultimate. The Sonic Seduction. Ascend thought they maybe could close out here, but the last second touch by the Thing was there for Nightmare, and they get stopped in first point.
Yeah, it's a tough pill to swallow when you're stopped at the first point. Still, though, they were able to get it towards right at the end of the first point. How many times have we seen teams lose at that corner chokehold? So maybe that's going to be the aim. Well, it has to be the aim here for Ascend to try and hold even better. But with the breaks we've seen from Nightmare in the neutral and from SJW in particular on the Elsa, concerning times for Ascend, I'm sure. Second map looks like it might be heading Nightmare's way again here.
Yeah.
I do like that we're seeing Adam Warlock being played. I think the changes to Adam Warlock... Never mind, he's gone. But I do think the changes to Adam Warlock have also been fun. They've made him a little bit more viable in just a 2 strategist lineup, which before it was kind of like, if you're not playing 3 strats, then Adam Warlock is not used as much. But I have seen some of the top players in the world throw Adam Warlock into their ranked games and be able to do it as just a 2 backline. Because now, with the team up, you can right-click and heal, which before you could not do that, right? It just gives the ability to actually have an instant heal on your teammates rather than relying on only the soul bond.
Yeah, great points. You know, that character, I'm sure we'll see a lot more of it, like you said, in maybe less traditional comps that we've seen in the triple. But I mean, I was pretty worried too when they brought back the Star-Lord Resurrect with alongside Mantis and Adam Warlock, due to the fact that, you know, we used to see zombie team fights basically for centuries. You know, it's Infinity War basically all over again.
Flashbacks
serious, right?
for Dogman.
Yeah.
He's just like, no, please, not again. But at the moment, we're not quite there. But who knows?
We're coming.
We'll
maybe
more
eventually.
changes. We're getting there.
We're getting there. But right now in this game, like the biggest thing is like damage boost breakpoints, right? Like like with Mantis and those type of characters. As speaking of which, I guess with the Rocket Raccoon being on the field alongside the Punisher team up, you do still have the See You Later to give you those extra damage, you know, shots and shells to get through Travis Ultimates.
Well, and the fact, I mean, now with the team up on Punisher as well, you get the infinite ammo, which is back. I mean, that was one of the tried and tested ways of playing Punisher when the team up used to be there. And we are definitely going to see Punisher run through a lot of lobbies, and Light has a chance to really destroy Ascend here on their push through. And you can just see, there you go, a lot of damage that's going to be there after he had already used the infinite ammo prior. And now we're going to see 2 fall for Ascend, and Nightmare already pushing towards point here.
Yeah, roundhouse kick to send Nightmare into the next round potentially in this lower bracket side, which would mean we see Ascend get eliminated. They go for the portal out of spawn, but is it going to be there in time? It's going to take a while to receive the exit, and the answer is, well, Ascend is exiting from the tournament, unfortunately for them, as Nightmare get the 2-0 victory.
It's best of 5, right?
Oh, you're correct. You know what? I'm slow mentally today due to the fact that we're starting it back up. So you're right. There is a chance for them to come back. Apologies, Gask and everybody else, but not mad for Nightmare to get the 2-0 win, and we get to see another, I imagine, escort map as well, considering or how that went for Nightmare. 2-0 so far for them against Ascend.
I mean, dude, we've done so many best of 3s that I was kind of thinking the same thing. But yeah, best of 5 just gives them that extra opportunity, right, to get back into it, even though it's not looking particularly good at the moment. That was a pretty one-sided game as you look at those numbers. Maybe you don't want to look at those numbers if you're on the side of Ascend. Only 1 or 2 KO contributions for the majority of the team is rough. And Nightmare dominated, and now they will be feeling, I'm sure, very confident going into this third one. I think that their ban phase has been far superior. Nightmare have been able to get the things they want. They've been able to protect that Elsa over and over again. Having the Loki being allowed through as well because of the bans that we saw from Ascend, they'd opted to try and get rid of that Magneto. Nightmare were like, all right, bet we'll take Loki. And you were talking about, you know, how much the damage boost can affect things at the moment. Loki being on the field, and also just the sheer copies of those ultimates are huge. Nightmare were timing them correctly, and they find themselves 2-0 up now in this series.
2 up, and, you know, we'll see if they can close out too, right? Like, that's the big thing for Nightmare, is just trying to make it easy on themselves after getting sent to the lower bracket. But, you know, I mean, if any team can keep it up, can continue this sort of run in the lower bracket, it's somebody like them. It's a team that's proven it before and has made Ignite, right? So theoretically, they have the skills, they have the capability to do so, and they made a few roster changes too. So, you know, obviously losing Mace and, you know, changing up this roster has been a big talking point, I think, for people. In fact, it's probably one of the bigger storylines, I think, in the relegation and qualifiers for Ignite. And with only 2 slots, Gask, there's a lot of pressure on every team today. But we're going to have to actually wait to see if Ascend can come back. As we're going to short break, when we come back, we'll see you for map number 3.
Good at this. Nowhere to hide. Double-edged sword. I never miss. I am too good at this.
Welcome back, everybody. It's myself, Dogman, joined by Gask, and we are in the middle of a series where it's 2-0 for Nightmare Gask. That one was pretty one-sided on the second round. Obviously, the first one went to 3 rounds when we had to burn the Chala, but, you know, still a large mountain to climb now for Team Ascend, who, you know, are a lot of fresh names that we talked about at the beginning of the broadcast that were, you know, expecting to sort of make their debut on the Marvel Rivals, you know, Twitch and YouTube and all of our socials.
Yeah, I think this is a good opportunity to try something a little bit different now. You're 2-0 down, your backs are against the wall. The ban phase hasn't necessarily been going particularly well for you, and especially in that second matchup. So let's look at the areas where you're struggling. Is there anything that you can do to change things up in terms of either protecting yourself or banning away? The Magneto ban, even though I kind of like it, I don't know if Magneto as a hero is the problem and the reason why you're losing. I think clearly giving Loki through was a difficult one for them, but we'll also see Nightmare get the first opportunity to protect here, so this is going to be an important one. They can potentially protect their own Gambit if they wanted to here, but they're sticking with the tried and tested Elsa Bloodstone. I feel like Elsa has been the difference maker here.
Yeah, you talked about him earlier too. It's that Elsa protect, and then you talked about the Loki in the previous map, but it was a great point out that character's also been just absolutely insane. So, you know, a little bit more priority towards that character. Also, not every team is, like, good at Gambit, it feels like. You can see Ascend not able to sort of go at the same time together. I don't know if you kind of agree with the sentiment as the Magneto bans that you said potentially could come out are now here for the side of Ascend instead of going for the group ban as we're added to Hall of Jalia instead of Burn of the Chala that we went to earlier. But it feels like in Rivals, there's like nothing truly bad. It's just more so maybe there's more really, really strong things that you want to lean towards, right? Like, it feels like a lot of it comes down to team play still, unless you're really giving something broken up to their team, right?
Yeah, I would agree. And, you know, it's not always the case of the broken heroes or the heroes that do so much things are going to be played correctly by your team. Gambit is a very difficult hero to play. I'm sure plenty of you have tried it. I've tried it. I am not a Gambit player. I don't know what it is. I just can't get behind Gambit. I wish I could because it would really help everyone else when I am playing. But I do struggle a little bit with him. I do want to put more hours into him, but that's the thing. A lot of these teams would have been putting their hours elsewhere. Gambit was a perma-ban for an entire season as well. Gambit wasn't necessarily getting through, so some teams didn't feel like it was worth putting the practice in.
Yeah, absolutely. I think what you said with Gambit, the reason why it can feel so bad is because the character itself is such a team-reliant hero. So, like, just in terms of team communication, you know, and a lot of people don't want to talk in voice chat and stuff, but with that hero, you know, you got to talk and say when you're going to go for the ante, go for those sort of plays, and like you said, there's so many things that you have to play and practice in the game that maybe you don't get used to your strategist player being a vocal leader that you might see in some top teams, and even then, a lot of top teams struggle with it. So it's a hard game, guys. Pointing out the obvious here, I suppose. But for Ascend, on their attack, they finally get to play that Venom, going for the one-sided Venom that we saw in the first map, and it wasn't bad for them, right? Like, when we saw the Venom, that was one of their better maps, was this Vanguard line of Scraggy and Crush. I mean, I guess the only difference is that now we get to actually see Stell play the Daredevil instead of going for that Psylocke that we was on before.
And the switch over to Hela. Hela does have a team up with Venom as well, so you could get the enhanced Hell Tendrils, which gives Piercing Knight more health. I think it restores health, but I still prefer the Namor team up for Hela and being able to get the spawns of the extra little, basically, turrets on your side every single time you get the KO. We'll have to see which one they do opt to go for in the end. And whether it can be the difference maker, as I said, they do need something on their side.
They're going to be relying on, you know, these dives to come through and be coordinated, right? Like, maybe with Stell playing the Daredevil, he can shot call, tell when to dive. Everybody's coming to disengage. You can see Nightmare's kind of playing around it. And meanwhile, just takes cross-map shots on Tyrell, who peeks the corner and just kind of has been getting a little rolled. Like, one-sided matchup for SJW. It feels like it's just been not Tyrell and KO feed on the bad side, on the negative side. In this case, Light as well kind of collapses on Verso. High ground, they all fall. So they rotated to the high ground, all to no avail, as 1 minute is off the clock already.
This could be a pretty one-sided affair. They make sure they go and try and hunt down the last player as well, or the newly spawned player. And Light is just going to town at the moment.
Much better.
Ascend really struggling to deal with the Daredevil. Again, Hela is a good way at sometimes being able to deal. You have the stun, you have the ability to do a lot of damage, and if you do get one of those KOs, you get the squid, and maybe that can be a little bit of a replacement for Namor, but it's about getting there first, and they've just been unable to get those KOs on their favor. As now, Ascend being forced back once more, the Magneto getting bullied, having to use the shield to back away as Light goes in once more onto the Gambit. There's your next target. Easy as pie.
Well, that's that coordination we were talking about earlier, right? Is that they all kind of close together, they go together. You know, any idea can be a good idea, even if it seems stupid, right? Like Light goes aggressive, you know, seemed like he was going to go down, but gets saved by the greens, the crystals, by Pain, because they all commit towards that team fight. So, an excellent commitment together by Team Nightmare, who, you know, obviously showing that they've been practicing, you know, at a very high level for a bit, but obviously still having to come back down in this lower bracket. It's going to be tough. Maybe okay later on, but right now, Not Terrell finally getting the better of one of the duelists on the side of Nightmare, and no res to bring it back either. But Shadow Ultimate is coming up for Nightmare soon. Did they go aggressive enough early on as they go and fly towards Impunity? Oh my god! That was a bit of a nice play by Not Terrell, going aggressive with the speed boost of the Gambit, then with the Crow form. But is it going to be enough? It just feels like one KO hasn't been enough for them on this offensive side, finally finding SJW.
There is a touch. There is going to be the chance of being able to try and portal in as well for Nightmare, potentially. Dance Floor is going to be activated as well, just to try and extend this even further as Nightmare try and rescue this one back, as Ascend now do have abilities available. Meteor M is going to be there to pop if they want to use it, and they will. Doesn't quite do enough, but in the end, Stella's going to finish things off. And surely, Ascend are able to close this point out. I don't know how Nightmare is still surviving. They do eventually get the portal. They are so staggered at the moment, they should struggle.
Yeah, and Pain has to get a copy target. He does copy. Oh, no, he's copied so late, too. he's in the Luna Snow form right now and has to go back. I imagine they've only lost that fight because they were playing slow, you know, maybe for Pain to get the copy. I don't know if Scraggy was body blocking him, so he couldn't get the copy onto the Luna Snow. But brutal. I mean, like, yeah, usually you kind of want to go for your Loki copy first, maybe, in that fight, because that took forever for Pain to go for that copy, and that sucks, because I know that in the past, Nightmare have had these problems with you know, uncoordinated support sometimes, strategists, but Light finds Not Terrell, and a bit of a mistake maybe on the backline of Nightmare, as again, they don't have ultimates in terms of strats to deal with Scraggy, who goes aggressive with Steel, and they find those KOs. It's looking a little bit cleaner so far for the side of Ascend and these dives, but will they be able to keep it up as the trades do come through from Nightmare to at least equalize it slightly?
Yeah, Venom is just so oppressive. I mean, he always was, but even more so now with the team-up changes, and alongside Stell on this Daredevil, they are putting the dive to work. And I do think that this is a better attempt in terms of what they wanted to achieve when they go through the bans, and they recognize that Light is going to be a problem, but they're trying to counter it with their own dive, and saying, look, we can out-dive your dive, and then we'll have the advantage of we taking on your strategists first, but now Light answers back and says, actually, I'm a one-man army, makes it 3 in a row. He's probably going to go for the 4-piece, but SJW says no, not today. I'm going to steal it.
Boink. That's going to be one more in the statistic feed for SJW for sure. And, you know, finally we get some more stabilization again in the second phase. I mean, Nightmare were already looking good first point, right? Like, there wasn't necessarily anything bad that happened, except they didn't go for that Loki copy, which can feel kind of daunting for trap players. Like you said, it's not an easy job right now, especially if you get lulled into a sense of security like they did on the defensive side. But Venom, we talked about him earlier. We'll see if Scraggy can finally capitalize with the speed boost of the Gambit, and the ultimate charge rate increases. They pop that ultimate from Versa.
Nice switch up from Cart, though, recognizing that he had to heal, but then noticed he was getting jumped on. But Light, speaking of jumping, he's trying to get into the face of Scraggy. The diver becomes the dived, and that's going to be 2 going in favor of Nightmare now. Ascend will probably have to back off away from this one, you would imagine. No, Dance Floor is going to be there. Fate of both worlds as an attempt now to try and survive and stay alive, and they do manage to get 1 KO onto the other Luna. But you are going to see Glartrox coming in. Can you get a double tag? Maybe even 3 at this point. A couple of KOs go in your favor, but Scraggy is going to town at the moment on this Venom.
He absolutely is, and I like the full commit there. But can they find more? Can he keep it up? Tendrils out, is able to get away with the overhealth afterwards as well. But Nightmare do have Stratus ultimate advantage coming up on Fidel. Same thing with Pain. Unless they don't pop the ultimates in time, this might be brutal. Dive coming in. Do we have greens? We don't. Big freeze! So they cancel the ultimate from Scraggy too. Nice work. The freezes have been nice out of Fidel. Excellent mechanics once more as he got the freeze in the previous fight. So that's 2 huge Lunisno freezes in a row. 10 seconds left to go. We have to commit the Meteor M now. Can we find anything off of Terrell or somebody? Shots coming through SJW. Okay, he does find one. Scraggy's also come back to find Payne, so they come back into this one. Fidel's ultimate too late again. This is what we talked about. Fidel, excellent mechanics, but a little bit too late in that fight. Light also commits the ultimate. Can they find any more KOs? Maybe with the overhealth. They're able to sustain as well as everybody has to go towards that car on Ascend's side. You have to go and touch, and you've lost everybody now. Unfortunately, against Nightmare, against the fully charged Emma, not much more you could do. Job done from Nightmare in that second phase.
And I don't think that's going to be far enough for Ascend, if I'm honest. I think with how Nightmare have been fighting in the neutral, they look like the superior team. I think they have some better players. To be expected as well. I mean, that's no discredit to Ascend. I think they've done very well to make some of these fights go the distance and also take rounds away from them, essentially, especially earlier in Domination, getting one of those rounds on the board. Sure, map 2 was a little bit iffy, but the fact they were able to break through that first point, that's sometimes the most difficult task here on this map, right? How many times have you seen teams stuck on that first point, getting caught on that chokehold, trying to portal behind and just getting absolutely ramsacked? But Ascend at least have been able to give themselves a chance now at holding on this first. But a lot of responsibility does come to just trying to deal with the dive of Light. Who is going to step up to the plate on this occasion? We did see the Hella was able to get maybe 1 or 2 KOs, I think I saw in the kill feed, but realistically, Light still has so much freedom at the moment. And it does turn attention to Ascend and how are they going to attack, because if you are going to allow the dive to be that prevalent on the opposition side, you have to do exactly the same thing, but better, and that's why they were trying it with the Venom. But now, defensively, we're going to see something a little bit different. You've got the Angela that is going to come out, and perhaps the Angela can be the answer.
Yeah, maybe they can find a solution to SJW on that Elsa. You said, and Nightmare able to slowly walk down Ascend. You're not having to play the dive comps, maybe going for more slow and steady styles have kind of worked out for them. They're going for the Invisible Woman as well, for maybe that team up with the strange kind of full team up that is no, if Fidel goes back through, maybe after the portal comes through, we'll see some more swaps, and Impunity is going to go over to the Captain America now set up for that dive as the rest of the teams on the flank already making Ascend feel a little bit uncomfortable in terms of rotating on the backside.
We'll just stall a little bit to allow the switch up to happen as Captain America will charge back into the fray. Here he is as well, looking to see if he can initiate a little bit of damage to kick things off here, and it does open up the door. Scraggy gets taken out, and if Angela was the answer, sadly, this game seems like it's only going to go one way at the moment as Nightmare are able to take down 2, Ascend on the back foot. They can have to try and maybe pick out a portal here of their own, otherwise they might find themselves giving this one up a little bit too easily.
These traps out of SJW have just been absolutely gnarly. The first fight throws one down, does connect onto Scraggy too, has to come back from the portal play now, disengaging with those greens. Able to stay alive is the other side of the offense. We've rotated around. I've already gotten 2 ticks. We're moving both duelists on the side of Ascend who have to rush towards that portal. Again, so much damage coming through. Payne finds one to Scraggy too. Light there with the follow-up. Nobody else going to be here. Maybe towards the point with the Hella, but it's far too late. Job done. 5 minutes now in the second phase. That's so much time in the bank now for Nightmare. A daunting task yet again for Team Ascend.
I guess good news is Raging Royal Flush is coming up for Ascend, but at the same time, Payne is going to have Loki's ult available to him as well. And that will just allow the copy to happen. He gives advantage to Nightmare. Ascend need to try and make sure they do something special on this neutral, but you have to look towards the Daredevil. And on the other side, Light has been the one who has really been the difference maker when it comes to the diving that we've seen, and it happened right in front of our very eyes. Come on, Stel, what have you got for us? Oh, maybe Scraggy can do something on the Venom. Work together, work in tandem, you might be able to get an early pick.
This gets the freeze out. On the backside, they go for the Ultron triple. They're really getting desperate at the current moment. Time come through from the Venom, but Stealth goes down immediately to SJW. Again, the peel has been too much, and he talked about the Elsa being a big issue. It really has been a massive thorn on the side of Ascend on this defense. Committing the Gambit ult now, but can you even go aggressive down one of the fight? No, exploded on the backside from Light and crew. Makes it 2 in that upcoming fight. 2 Ultron's ult not there to save anybody, basically, as he gets deleted as well. And with 3 minutes and 50 seconds left to go, this looked like a walk in the park for Team Nightmare, as it didn't even look like they were almost eliminated. They win 3-0 over Ascend and move on to the next round finally.
Boy, did they need that after the bump down into the lower bracket. I'm sure there was a lot of worried faces on the team, but that is the perfect response to come back into things, regain a little bit of hope and momentum. As for Ascend, a great effort. You know, a team that has taken an Ignite squad to some difficult fights. They were able to take a round off them as well. But sadly, that will be them exiting from the tournament as well. Ignore the fact that it said promoted, because they will not be promoted just yet. Only 2 teams will be promoted into Ignite, remember. It was a very different situation on the side of EMEA earlier when 6 teams found themselves into Ignite. But look at the stats. Yeah, I think the stats tell you everything you need to know about that one, and it was very much in the favor of Nightmare. I respect that Ascend were able to break through that first point, but sadly for them, it was just a walk in the park, as Dogman previously mentioned.
Yeah, walk in the park with no dogs today, sadly. As
We've got you.
Yeah, true. But I mean, no animals. Wait, are there animals in game? In the actual game? I don't think. Yeah, none of the usernames are actually related to animals. That was the big thing that I was paying attention to the whole series. Apparently, Scraggy's close to like Scrappy from like Scooby Doo maybe, but like that's probably about as far as it gets. But yeah, like you said, there was some bright spots. You had moments. You had Crush popping off at moments. But it's a team game. Yes, like you have to be coordinated, and at the highest level, the higher level you get, it just feels like it gets even more and more daunting. No matter how much individual talent you have, if you're not a good team, you're just going to lose.
And the difference from, our top MRC teams to Ignite teams sometimes is going to be minimal because, our MRC teams become Ignite teams at the same time. But when you're in the lower rounds, when there are teams who, like this one, they finished a little bit lower down in those standings of MRC, there is going to be a little bit more of a gap when it comes to team cohesion and chemistry. But that is things that they can work on and come back stronger for next time. Because that is the beauty of MRC. That is the beauty of this format that we have in this existence of Marvel Rivals Ignite, is that anyone essentially can jump in once you get to a certain rank. You can make a team, you can play an MRC, and you could find yourself here competing to try and be an Ignite. And who knows, maybe all the way to finals one day.
Yeah, maybe eventually, and we'll have to see what teams progress after this. We're going to a short break. We'll see you guys for another round 3 match in just a moment.
Good at this. Nowhere to hide. Double-edged sword. I never miss. I am too good at this. again!
Welcome back, everybody. My name's Dogman, joined by Gasket, and we have another match for you guys in our relegation and qualifiers, man. So, already game number 1 was a 3-0, but it's kind of expected, right? These are all the lead-up matches to those 2 spots for these teams to claim, and we're in the lower bracket still. So, win or go home right now. We just saw a team get eliminated, and we're going to see more as we move on in the tournament.
Yeah, we're going to stay on the same side of the bracket here in round 3, essentially. It's lower bracket round 2, but I think it's round 3 is what's listed in client. We're going to have Redemption versus DK Fan Club. The winner goes on to play Nightmare in the next round. So a good chance to try and look at who Nightmare's opponent is going to be going into the next one, because quite rightly, I mean, we want to know how Nightmare are going to do as one of our Ignite teams. Are they going to be able to survive this gauntlet now of the lower bracket, or will they fall? But we have to find out who is going to be getting there first and competing. So I'm interested to see who's going to be able to take this one from just judgment alone and the players that are available and where they've kind of finished in Ignite. Redemption maybe have the slight upper hand with how they've been performing so far. DK Fan Club is a little bit more of the unknown, the rank grinders as well. So I think we might see some very interesting things happening in the Legend selection as well, with getting these bans on the way and making sure that Galactic Legend can be a huge part of it, having those heroes on your side.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is all the build-up towards our very first LAN, guys, by the way. So make sure to check out our website, marblerivalsesports.com, if you want to go to the LAN in LA. That's what these guys want to compete in. That's what they wanted to compete in for sure. But like we saw in the last game with Nightmare, I mean, that was a team that got eliminated, right? So, finally has to come back now through the relegation system. And in America, we talked about it, you talked about it too, it's like the most daunting task, because over in EMEA, they had 6 slots. In the other 2 regions where we had 4 slots available for them. So, even less slots, even more competition just to get towards Ignite, and that's not even towards LAN, right? So we're basically towards, and watching a lot of those players, like you said, that are still trying to make a name for themselves, having to compete against already like Ignite level teams.
Yeah, and I do think that teams are going to be learning, they're going to be getting better, and arguably this could be the perfect time to be in a tournament like this in the mid-season qualifiers as well, because with all the changes we've had, maybe those teams that have had all that practice Ignite, they learned so much from being able to compete against some of the best teams in the world as well. Maybe now with the changes, they lose a lot of what they have learned, right? Because essentially the game did change a lot in terms of the meta. That being said, fundamentally, it's still a very similar game. It still plays the same. The fights are still very similar as well. Maybe the neutral is a little bit longer with the ult economy adjusted a little bit and how that ult build-up happens as well. But yeah, this could be the prime time to try and be able to break through and catch teams off guard.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, you could still figure out what's strong in this crazy meta shakeup. And I think, like, right now, I mean, this game has never been harder to play for sure professionally. Like, the fact that we already had patch changes right before a major tournament is insane, but it's just a part of the game. That's a part of the what you sign up for at Marble Rivals Esports, is to we're trying to appeal to people across the world besides just the competitive scene. And sometimes you can get the short end of the stick in this case with having to figure out an entire new meta. It could be fun in that challenge though, right? Gasket could be an interesting experience, I guess, trying to figure out like what to play and what's good, because like you said, I mean, there's still a lot of heroes that we haven't seen today. We only saw one BO5 in America, at least so far. So there's still, obviously the Mantis is a mainstay in terms of the ban phase, but there's still a lot that can be determined after that.
And there will be some teams who are quicker at adapting as well and will love the fact we get meta changes as often as we do. But there are definitely some teams who are just slower, and we will see them start to get better towards the end of a season. So it really does, it kind of depend on where it lands in the stage as well. Some teams struggling more than others. But we're into the pick and ban phase of the heroes then, and we'll have to see what we've got in terms of hero selection. We're already seeing a Namor being hovered as well. We've spoke about how... I've spoken about how I think Namor is very good this season, especially if you are trying to counter a little bit of dive as well. But in terms of the initial bans and locks, it's similar. We've got Mantis, and we've got Gambit, and we've got Elsa.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think, that character can be good against dive, and, there's a lot of... It feels like obvious counters on the outside sometimes. They just don't happen, right? Like, in the playoffs, remember the Penny Parker stuff, and then we didn't see any, like, counters or anything like that, and You know, it felt like Penny Parker was going to potentially be hard meta, and, you know, obviously that never happened. But, yeah, for sure, you could always pick out the Namor, I think. And I'm curious if any teams want to do that, right? And like you said, there's so many changes to keep track of. So, you know, I want to see if either DK Fan Club or Redemption are going to show us anything specific. Because I know we've seen Auslander Man before. We've seen Meatloaf Mike before, actually, and a few of these guys. So, you know, it's going to be a lot of fun, I think, to see them finally compete once more. Because it feels like it's been, you know, months since we see a lot of these MRC-level talents compete. Because it really, you know, it has been months, basically, since we've seen much of these guys in the competitive scene, unfortunately.
I do appreciate production as well, just swapping around the names for us. As you may have seen earlier in EMEA, there was a few issues at the moment with the observing client where it just has the team the other way round, but production have been able to sort that on our screen for us and you guys watching. Dog, in terms of our casting client, it is going to be the wrong way around. But so I apologize in advance if we make a few mistakes on some names and on what team they find themselves in. But as I was saying earlier, Redemption, arguably the better side. They finished 4th in MRC Season 8, and they are definitely one of the more favored teams when it comes to coming into this season as well. We did see some interesting locks and bands there as I was yapping as well. You're going to see Doctor Strange getting protected. The Galactic Legend gets removed away. Star-Lord is not going to be there as well. And we'll also see the Rogue being kept. Now, Rogue being kept, I do still think Rogue is a fantastic hero to use, but I do think that there's going to be a lot of players who played a lot of Rogue last season just wanted to try and go for a little bit of a comfort pick.
Okay, yeah, let's see if it pans out for the side that opts to do it. You know, very aggressive style of composition, but, you know, we'll see here on Krakoa how things kind of move out and move and shake because, you know, I mean, Dive was really strong in previous patches and, like, these sort of, you know, kind of surround comps have been really good, you know, around the Black Cat that we didn't get to see in the previous map. So, you know, depending on how things shake out, we might get to see more hardcore dives and, you know, we'll see if any teams can sort of peel them off because we only saw the triple Shredder's comp kind of once, but obviously those are more on the other map types besides Domination. Starting out, though, we will be seeing Redemption playing a triple Vanguard comp out of all things around the Elsa.
And we've already seen how Elsa can be a huge difference maker as well, and triple Vanguard can be fantastic. That is going to be DK Fan Club playing that composition as well. As I said, the for us, Dog.
So we're the wrong ones. Are we the wrong ones?
Yeah, we're the wrong ones, okay. But the on-stream will be correct.
Okay. Yeah, our viewers think we're crazy, probably. They're like, what are you guys talking about?
Yeah, they're like, yeah, it looks absolutely fine for us on our screen. You can already see some important damage that has come out in the opener here as well, but still no early picks to be found because fantastic work from the strategists at the moment to keep everyone up and thriving. And already you can see how Deadpool very quickly gets to ultimate, by the way.
You can also see how quickly Black Cat gets KO'd. Jesus. I mean, goodbye, Meatloaf Mike. You looked like a snack for Black Cat in that fight. I didn't know Black Cat was into the sharks, but, you know, I guess she is a cat, probably into most types of fish. And, okay, Zarix just takes down everybody, basically. That damage is just crazy after the changes come through. Nice win there for the side of Redemption as they cap the point first.
Another question is, after that initial fight, you know, do you learn anything? Do you go for an early swap? Often with the ult economy being built up, you do have the opportunity after one fight to say, okay, it's not going to work. After fight 2, you're probably holding on to an ult, or you're very close to one as well. So this would have been the time for any changes if you noticed any immediate concerns. But there's going to be the first KO going in favor as well. Rogue being able to do that damage initially, and now with one down, it's going to be the Elsa that has already fallen. So a lot of that damage output that is there and relied upon has suddenly disappeared.
Neutral engages have been so good for DK Fan Club. And for Redemption, I mean, they don't have, you know, necessarily like super strong Stratus ultimates for Peel necessarily. With the start with the Deadpool and the Strat pool, you can maybe find these KOs in the middle of the fight, also have the damage boost, but it doesn't matter. I mean, Zuxa with another one. Shots down range. Here comes that Jeff, but can we dodge it? Go through the portal. It's going to be awkward. Does it come back for the Peel? At least, yeah, it looks like it comes back to the team. The Glortrox does capture under 2, though. Nice job with it. Brings it back, though, and it gets deleted. On the opposite side for Yatsu. So right now, these Strat ults have been too strong for this side. Going with the Black Cat now. Gets the reset, too. Goodbye to Asian Pablo. Removes him. Elephant falls. Same thing with Auslander, man. And they're gapping the point behind, but it doesn't really end up mattering. I mean, actually, maybe it does, but it's your Doctor Strange who does so it can't even go for like a cute little portal play touch, as that will be for just a split second as that point is flipped back. At least they're not getting 100-0'd, but that's still a very dominant fight yet again for the defense, dude.
Yeah, a nice little bit of a stagger as well for Redemption being able to stay in control of this one, with only now 18% required. Agamotto is going to be there and available for DK Fan Club to use, and also the portal is going to come out to try and maybe create a little bit of Summit here.
Strike at me if you dare.
And actually, the real question is, does the Eye hit anything? The Eye does connect with a couple, but it was Wild Thing in the end who got the first pick. There is going to be a reply. Yotsu goes down. And now it's going to be a 5 versus 5 on the point, but Meteor M might just make that. Once again, back in the favor of Redemption here, and it is as easy as pie. 1, 2, 3. We take over to 100%, and we will see Redemption take the first round. So DK Fan Club, they tried their best with something a little bit different, go for the triple Vanguard that you had pointed out, but the amount of times the Redemption were able to isolate the Elsa, deny the amount of damage that Elsa outputs, and then suddenly they just had such a huge advantage going into the fight.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's really shut down us Slenderman. And you can see as well, like, that was a big eye that you mentioned. People have been talking about it, though. The White Fox, Luna Snow team up. The fact that you just get cleansed is just a little insane. Like, you saw he hit both Strategists with the Agamotto, and then Zux is like, no, I guess I'm not doing that. Goodbye. I can move again. So they found one, but then Zux is able to live, and you saw Luna Snow shots from Redemption have been so clean. We'll see if the side of DK Fan Club can come back, because again, kind of like the game we saw earlier, Gas. That was like a one-sided matchup on round number 1. But things can change, right? This next map is a little bit different than the other ones, a bit more open, I think. But I would assume maybe that's better for these Black Cat comps that Redemption have been running. So I don't know if Redemption or if the side of DK Fan Club are able to adapt as they move again to another triple Vanguard comp. This time it's a little bit different though, with the Loki alongside that Rocket Raccoon. But again, it's the same strat you talked about where they're pocketing this Elsa.
And I love that you bring up the Atlas Bond as well. The Luna Snow team up with White Fox. So good. Not only does it heal allies at the same time, but like you said, it cleanses them. I think it charms enemies too.
Yeah,
so I
it's
think
ridiculous.
you could stop a Wanda ult with it, right? So there's just so much utility already that you have as Luna, being able to right-click and get the freeze, but now having that on top of it, yeah, brilliant. Luna is instantly up there as an S-tier hero to have on your team, as long as you have someone who's good at hit scan, as now you can see someone who is good at hit scan is going to be on the side of Redemption here, as they were able to find the first 2 KOs in their favor, and this is just a walkover right now.
Yeah, another fight win for them, and unfortunately it's because of the fact they didn't have the ultimates from the previous fight, having to switch off it. I mean, I like the idea with Deadpool and Jeff and stuff, play a little bit more of like a surround sort of style and try to play for yourself, but like the Black Cat's so strong at the current moment. And I think that this team has been doing a good job taking advantage of these dives. They're incredibly coordinated, even maybe more so than the previous series we just saw. So we'll see if they can keep it up, though. They do have Gambit ult again available. And finally, DK Fan Club have those strat ults. They do have the copy as well for Meatloaf Mike. But are they going to find KOs through it? DK or Redemption as well will have damage to kick KOs through these Stratus ultimates that are surely going to come from Redemption.
Just so easy as well. Rage and Royal Flush comes in and just allows them to deny everything, even with the Seer. And now we're going to go again and again, potentially, as they continue to lay down the law here against DK Fan Club. One of my favorite things about watching MRC tournaments, by the way, is seeing the usernames of some of these players and the gamer tags they have. Earlier in EMEA, we had Kylian Mbappe, which was quite funny because I think he's playing right now, or he was, England versus France, happening today. I think that may have ended in England's favor. Let's go. The boys, we finished 3rd place. Anyway, sorry, back to Marvel Rivals. Meatloaf Mike is one of my favorite names in this lobby, but can he be the difference maker? And perhaps getting a copy onto one of those ults to just try and put them back into this one, because at the moment it's 70% in favor of Redemption. We are very close to this map already ending.
Yeah, I mean, Meatloaf Mike, hopefully he's praying that his meatloaf doesn't have onions in it, I guess, because he's cutting them right now, maybe potentially having to go home if he cries. That was like a UFC fighter type throw. That was terrible. I should give up after that one. See you later. Popping out early for Meatloaf Mike, though. Trying to come back into it at the very least, forcing out that Luna Snow ultimate on the backside. Wild Thing maybe trying to find that Meteor M. It does so. Wow, H Public goes down to that Wild Thing. truly was spectacular in that fight, taking down the Rocket on the opposite angle. And again, losing his strategist so early on is basically a nail in the coffin for this side as they try to come back into it with basically nobody. I mean, this was an absolutely one-sided affair with the Bucky. This felt like it was a masterclass for this defensive hold. They win 2-0 on Krakoa and set themselves up for an excellent map number 1 victory.
Blimey. Yeah, that was a quick one. Blink and you will miss it. And I guess we're seeing now the difference in terms of those leaderboards and with the MRC. As I mentioned, 4th place from MRC Season 8 in particular, whereas DK Fan Club were 9th in the leaderboards of the combination of the 2 prior seasons. So they're a little bit further down. And you can kind of see it at the moment in terms of how one-sided this is. And the stats don't get much better for them. I like that they tried something a little bit different. They tried a variety of things as well. They weren't afraid to make changes, DK Fan Club. I think that's one thing that I think people in that ranked game struggle to do in early ranks, and I'm sure these teams have had to have those conversations of saying, look, we can't just commit to one thing and be one-trick ponies. We need to be prepared to switch up. The best teams in the world are those who can adjust on the fly. But it is Redemption who are able to win this first game quite comfortably. It's 13 final hits in the end for Adore, and 13k damage alongside it.
Yeah, pretty insane matchup out of them, and I think you pointed out the experience level of this team, and I think that the biggest reason why these MRC teams are one-sided in these type of maps is because if we go to domination and stuff, even in like Ignite series tournaments, it does feel like the MRC teams are best on domination, especially if they can just get those coordinated sort of on-the-fly dives off in the neutral and stuff. Like you saw, excellent damage output, excellent follow-through in terms of target focus. But that leads to way better domination maps. So it's like the coordinated maps, when we go to maps that require maybe a little bit more VOD review, maybe more set plays, some different plays and stuff, it could be more challenging. But I think on domination, when things are more free-flowing, you're just going to see some really, really good teams on domination, and that's why that map type is a lot of fun. But we're going to map number 2 now, which, I mean, I would imagine maybe we see some struggling there. But like you said, they've already mixed it up in terms of the composition a little bit. The first map, they were on Jeff and Deadpool, Strat Pool. But then they go over to the Rocket and the Loki so far, but it felt like neither were stopping this offensive side, right? So I guess the change-up's going to have to maybe come back down to that ban phase, but we saw how dominant Elsa was before. This time, it just felt like it was negated, right?
It's a lot of responsibility to be the solo duelist, though, as well, at times. I mean, I know it did switch up eventually, but just that pressure to start within the game of you're going to be the only one who's outputting any real damage. I know there is going to be, of course, plenty of heroes that do damage as well, even if they are just vanguards or strategists. Actually, yesterday I played a game against 6 strategists. Was very fun. I know that is that is a bit of a tangent, but it was an interesting match. It was just a quick play. I just jumped in. I wanted a quick match, and on the other team, they tried to do something a little bit different, and I thought it was brilliant. I thought it was quite fun, and they did surprisingly well. They did lose, but I appreciated that they tried something, and it was just fun to watch.
They lost just like England did in the World Cup, right?
Well, I mean, well, okay, we just won. We just beat France, okay? Third in the world.
Third in the world. Wow. You're going to hang up on your fridge? Is that going to be your mom's fridge?
Where did United States finish in the World Cup, dog?
That doesn't matter, okay? That doesn't matter. Whatever that goalie who they kicked the ground, okay, that guy is even worse than, like, the Korean head coach, dude. Like, we got to start blurring his face. I don't know who he is. I barely watch soccer, by the way. Soccer to all you Europeans out there, Mr. Daniel, okay? Anyway.
We finished higher, so we can decide what it's called. Anyway.
I guess that's how it works, huh?
DK Fan Club versus Redemption map 2 then. And Dog was trying to tell us that this might be a little bit easier for DK Fan Club. Or they might do a little bit better than they did in that domination. Boy, I hope so, because I want to see a little bit more of a closer matchup. We don't want to see stomps all day, although we might, because again, it does happen. In these early rounds, you see a lot of 3-0s that can go in favor of some of these teams that are a little bit more experienced. In terms of locks and bans, we're going to see Daredevil removed on one side. The Star-Lord, again, is going to be the focus. Also, interestingly, Rogue has been a ban. A couple of, like, off-meta bans that are coming through that are potentially being targeted towards some of the players who have their picks they like to use.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah. Like, you see teams with hit-scan-only players, you don't have to worry about the Black Cat ban and the Daredevil ban in this case. Maybe teams that prioritize the Star-Lord stuff, because that was prevalent for a long time. But, immediately DK Fan Club not want to deal with the Black Cat the previous map. But Daredevil's still viable and strong like we saw. in the previous series with Nightmare and Light absolutely going insane on that hero, but both teams going to get the Elsa, both teams getting the Gambit too. So, like you mentioned, a little bit of a difference of opinion in that regard, but we're banning out the Angela considering, DK Fan Club, I guess, showed it for a moment. But obviously, getting rid of the Black Cat's just fine. I think we've seen a ton of it in EMEA and other regions, and this one maybe not as much. But for DK Fan Club, I mean, they played the triple Vanguard comp, so we've seen that out of teams like Sentinels. But I think this team, this is their map they have to come back on right now, because if we lose Convergence, I mean, Convergence and Convoy basically play the same, and that would spell basically disaster for the side of DK Fan Club. And I have to disagree with you guys. I'd be down to see some stompage,
Oh,
maybe. I'm okay. 3-0s are fun, Maybe.
you're just a man who likes to see the world burn, and that's what I love about you.
Well, 3-0s are fun because, you could potentially see some things that these teams have to improve on. You know what I'm saying? Like,
For sure.
like if they're making the same mistake over and over again and they're not learning because, they don't have a coach, this is the only way they can, adapt and improve, right? Because they have to go back and watch the VOD and see what happened. Or they have to find a new team because they hate each other. That's the beauty of esports. Nepo hires come and go. That's life.
The question is, do you like squids?
I like, yes, love.
Because we're about to see a lot of them right now. Not only have you got the Namor in play with the Gamma team up with Hulk, allowing the extra Gamma squid, so there's going to be 3 squids available for Namor, but also Hela in play, which has the Namor team up, which is going to provide another squid upon every single KO that she's involved with.
Yeah,
So if you're DK Fan Club here, you have to have someone who's going to be on Squid Watch.
Are you saying we're in some sort of Squid Game?
This might just be the Squid Game of all Squid
my
Games.
God. I can't believe it. It's finally here, Season 3. Anyway, towards the point is DK Fan Club trying to avoid said squids, like you said, take them out early. But nobody's going down. I mean, they've sustained very long. And, oh no, he's looking behind. He's like, where's my team? Unfortunately for YTP, he goes down. Same thing with Meatloaf Mike. In this case, Adore just hits those shots. Beautiful work from him. And the follow-up is there. A minute off the clock already. For this offensive side is the Raccoon. Tries to hide in the bush. Can't evade the Wild Thing who lives in the forest.
What I love about all the team-ups, by the way, is a lot of people I've played with, they don't still know all 102 team-ups, or however much there are now. So sometimes you'll be like, oh, well, this team-up does that when it's enhanced. And they're like, what? Really? That sounds crazy. That sounds broken. And it is so funny how many you have to try and learn, and when you are competing yourself, just trying to know what you have to go up against as well. For example, Hela, the enhanced team up with Namor, you get the extra squids upon every attack from her Goddess of Night ultimate. So it's just going to be a squid farm that we're going to see once we get there for Adore. And also Hela hits Blummin hard as well. You can two-tap those strategists just like the good old days. DK Fan Club struggling at the moment to deal with some of the pressure that we're seeing apply.
Yeah, this Angela's just been disgusting as well. I mean, baiting out the trap. He might be able to get out of it too. And like you said, Adore just hits those shots on the backside. And this is again, DK Fan Club in this case, you're definitely getting a little bit mechanic diff. It feels like, you have the Namor squids, you have the Hela just able to do whatever they want. You have even this Hela in a weird spot. Like, where is Adore? Why are we there? Why does it not matter? Adore's teleporting back and forth because of lag or something, and it finally goes down. But Jesus, that took forever to kind of capitalize on, and you can see maybe at this point DK Fan Club need to stabilize mentally at this point to commit that Gambit ultimate. Can we find any more? Oh my God, and does fall too, but brought back by that BRB.
Has all available as well. And also Hela's going to have it too. So they're going to be able to reply to this one Redemption. They're just biding their time. Ayabagamoto does come out. They are able to find 2 off the back of it. DK Fan Club make it a 3rd.
Oh my.
Redemption. They're going to be able to drop the Seer here just to try and keep alive, stay alive, and survive at this point. The DK Fan Club are forcing them back. But look, they've had to jump off the point to be able to do so. Redemption going to be able to hold and stabilize. And now this Goddess of Night is going to be available if you want to use it.
See what Dor does has to do. Deadpool committed onto it, so unfortunately not much more going to be found. Glartrox off the map. It doesn't end up mattering, no, because of the squids, like you said, being spammed towards that point. Adore with 2 in a single blow. Able to find multiple members of DK Fan Club, send them back to spawn with 30 seconds left to go, and the Glartrox doesn't end up mattering. It's Redemption hold on the first point with 30 seconds. Man, this is going to rely on that TP play, which can get canceled by JRP. He's looking for it at the current moment. Might be able to get it.
Redemption did use a lot, but it allowed them to stay on this first point here, and DK Fan Club are going to Last Door Saloon. It's going to be a portal time. And it's going to be a completely neutral fight at the moment. Wild Thing's probably going to be the first one to get ultimate, the Eye of Agamotto on the side of Redemption, but DK Fan Club, if they can get an early pick, perhaps they can wipe this one before that happens. They are trying to isolate some of these players at the moment, and it is going well for them. That is your job as a Deadpool. Isolation works out, a door goes down, and DK Fan Club going to try and secure this first point.
Loved how Yatsu's been playing this so far, but eventually will get tracked down due to the ultimate advantage of this offense. Eye of Agamotto was committed by Wild Thing, but unfortunately no KOs can get found after as DK Fan Club with the Storm change-up, with these last-second touches, with the portal coming through, and no TP cancel from JRP. This resulted in a snowball for this side, and you know, it's an interesting change to go over to the Storm to give you the damage boost, but maybe they need it right now. I mean, you have 3 Vanguards. You want to give them the damage output that they require. We talked about Deadpool being so valuable earlier, and Ymir was able to basically do it himself. Finally, collapse onto that Loki and the backline, who have been safe throughout. For Redemption and Squad, they're actually going to mix things up, too. They're off the Hela, going over to the Elsa. And for DK Fan Club, they just want to play together as a cohesive unit, maybe give their Vanguards a lot of damage, which makes sense because, you know, you did see Doctor Strange plays were huge previous fights, and now with that extra bit of damage and speed, you could be even more deadly.
I do like to switch over to Storm. I like the changes to Storm as well. The fact that with the Thor team up, she's now hit scan, which great news for hit scan players, by the way. Terrible news if you're going up against a Storm who is someone who is good at hit scan, because it can be very detrimental for your game, as DK Fan Club still finding KOs in their favor now, and they are still pushing this cart forward. And Redemption just need to try and stabilize a little bit. Zeraxis is at least able to find one, but the rest of the team starting to drop off. Thankfully, the invisible boundary just keeping them alive, but not for long enough, as Redemption now are going to have to back off and allow this cart to get a little bit further.
Yeah, it is, but this is going to be a tough fight unless we hit a big Eye of Agamotto or something, due to the fact that, you know, you only have that see you later, and they have Bull Stratus ultimates, and they could just walk in, maybe delete for see you later. So we have to find a KO fast, take advantage, but looks like the engagement comes out first for Redemption. The see you later falls low. Here's the Eye, but is it avoided? No, nice job. They shut down Zuxa, and actually, the Loki has to sort of live on the backside angle, so excellent engage there. Nice job to capitalize off the see you later. That was their only way to win the fight, and with 40 seconds left to go, I mean, Redemption can maybe come through with maybe Stratus ultimate or something, but they're going to give it up. They're going to go into third phase as DK Fan Club keep it moving with such an interesting comp that I think we saw a little bit in EMEA today. And it's already working out, I think, for this squad that like to play triple Vanguard that you talked about earlier on Domination.
And with the Storm ult available now, the Mega Hurricane is going to wipe on through Redemption, I'm sure. Such an incredible ult when it's used in the right areas. Again, it feels like Psylocke's ult. It can just be game-winning, round-winning, fight-winning. It's about when you use it, and if you use it correctly, as Redemption are going to be able to burst out, and Zeraxis moves over to Wolverine and immediately deletes Magneto. The BRB is going to be there, though, for DK Fan Club, so they'll still have a 6v6 and won't be down that one player. And now we're going to see the Mega Hurricane come through. Can you actually find any KOs with it? Yep.
Immediately finding 3 off of it, 4, make it potentially 5. The answer is yes, all squad wiped for Redemption, or for DK Fan Club, and that's now 3 fights in a row, man. Like, wow. They've been slowly getting back into the series. Redemption, however, have been making ultimates, so playing it a bit safer. DK Fan Club, I mean, last time they came into the Invisible Boundary, they were able to get the fight win, but Zeraxis could pull everybody out of it. With a huge Wolverine ult coming up in a second. I mean, this is looking a little bit more dicey than it was earlier. Does he want to make the play first? He goes for the grab, gets pulled back by Invisible Woman, shield used to try to live it a little bit longer. Glartrox is huge as well, and that's 3 in the fight for the defense so far, sending DK Fan Club back.
Didn't have to use the Psionic Seduction either. Clobber and time still available. Wolverine ult is going to be there for Redemption. DK Fan Club, by the way, they've done fantastic to get this far. They were almost held at the first point, but for a last-minute portal, winning that engagement, and now they're going to try and do something similar and replicate it. It's another portal. Can you win this engagement, though? You've got Meteor M and Invisible Boundary. That's going to be your uses, but Redemption, they're going to have replies of their own. That Psionic Seduction is going to be there shortly, I imagine, but Magneto just gets ripped away from the rest of the team again. The Wolverine going to work. Eye of Agamotto comes out now as well, as Redemption are starting to farm some KOs. But DK Fan Club, they respond with 2 of their own. They still are in this one, just about.
Yeah, they are, but Zaraxis still having the team up, goes aggressive too, and Ymir at least gets the iframes in the backside. Overtime ticks down. They don't have Portal to touch. Nice job to remove him too with the vulnerability, and now this Emma and Wolverine on the card. It's going to be super hard to deal with. These are some of the characters that scale the most throughout these long team fights. And with the thing, the damage reduction coming through alongside their own vulnerability, it's going to be so hard to touch and keep it up for the side of DK Fan Club. But it's as you said, Gask. I mean, they got that so far towards the very end at the very least. But this is kind of what, also just to go back to what we were talking about earlier, a lot of these MRC teams and teams that are qualifying are really good domination, right? But the moment we go to these other maps, you see they falter in very odd situations, right? Like the coordination maybe is not as there as like Ignite teams like Team Liquid Citadel and maybe the top squads.
What does worry me, though, is that first point and how long Redemption were able to dominate the fight. Like, DK Fan Club looked out of it until they finally were able to win one engagement. What was impressive was the momentum they got off the back of it. I think Redemption were a little bit lost, and they hadn't really found their way to stabilize. There was a lot of staggering that happened as well. I think if they had taken a pause and a breather and just assessed what was going wrong, they probably could have held DK before that second one. I've seen games like this happen where you're like, oh, great, you know, DK Fan Club, they get it really far, but Redemption may just steamroll this one as well and get all the way to 3, if not, beat it faster.
Oh, no. He did the Penny Parker thing with in the spawn too. I wasn't laughing at your comment, by the way. That was just oh my god, man. Like what? Okay, off the rip, but he's gonna walk back. He'll be back in time. Sometimes we see that, but you're right.
Honestly, I didn't see it because I was like looking all over the place. Did he fall off the
Same.
map?
No, he got hit by the Penny Parker bites. He did the cheese where you shoot it from spawn or whatever. It's some nonsensical stuff. I mean, Auslander fans back in time anyways, so doesn't end up mattering. But it's like a lot of situations in this game, like you're like, oh my god, that was a big Luna Snow Freeze, and they still lose the fight anyways, you know? It just kind of happens. Marvel Rivals, it kind of makes it fun, I think. But Penny Parker, a character that I think we've seen a lot more this patch than we ever have before, comes through on the defensive side a little bit more than other teams too, but this is triple again for DK Fan Club. You talked about it. I mean, we've seen teams get snowballed pretty frequently today, but you know, can they finally capitalize? The answer is no. Cross-map shots from the Luna Snow player on the offense.
And now you've got to try and find those spider nests. You say that, well, actually, that's one way of doing it. Just delete Penny in general. You said we're seeing more Penny. It's because you can get 2 spider nests now through the Rocket Raccoon team up. One was already too much, but now you get an extra one, which has armor. Like, what the heck? You didn't need to give her that much of a boost, surely, but yeah, Penny, sometimes a ban in your ranked games. And I wonder, just with these pro players getting used to them, is she going to be a ban on certain maps as well, especially like Dracula, for example? But now we're going to see these KOs coming through. DK Fan Club are just throwing themselves through the portal, and they are unable to stop that initial one. And now, Redemption trying to take full advantage of it.
Yeah, they tried to like stall on Mr. Fantastic and portal play, but it just wasn't there in time. And 5 minutes now in second phase. You talked about it maybe not being enough for the sign of DK Fan Club. It's looking like the inevitable is coming. I mean, it's only been one map, obviously, but the difference in skill level definitely is apparent. And for DK Fan Club, you know, they have to still mix it up again. They're back onto the Storm stuff that we saw on the offense, but on defense, we're going to be a bit more predictable. Redemption also going to those dive setups, so the comp might be able to counter what DK Fan Club are doing as well, being alongside the Daredevil. But no, in this case, they get walked on. However, it's traded. Pablo falls.
Thraxus has gone down, though. 4v4 on the map at the moment. Storm has ult available as well. The Hurricane could be the difference maker if you wanted to use it, but you probably feel a little bit reluctant to do so. No, here you go. This is what you need to try and get yourselves back into this fight as well. Can you actually find any other strategies on the back line? No KOs found just yet. Finally, you get one. Luna gets taken down, but the reply is going to be there from the Elsa. So it was just a 1-for-1 trade for an ultimate, which doesn't feel great.
No, it doesn't. That looked crazy too. I think that was just the team up too, alongside Gambit healing with the White Fawn. Just flew up for a second. Maybe like ragdolled themselves, so you don't take as much fall damage if you're like a person in real life getting hit by a tornado. But in this case, Vartrox hits the wall on the comeback. No more KOs able to get found as Wild Thing pushes this card towards the end. Meteor M available. Shield's going to be there with the Venom team up, or Venom Slam. Beast of the Abyss also connects. Also, Eye of Okamoto gets canceled. So rest in peace and Elephant in that fight. And we're moving into third phase in an incredibly fast fashion as ultimates are all for naught for DK Fan Club, as this triple Vanguard composition is just getting dismantled by Redemption in their dive.
I said, I've been here. I've done it. I've been a part of it. I've also been against it. You see it. You see the foundations of it happening in that first fight. You learn a lot from the neutral and how good some of these players are. Redemption just seem to have that little bit of an extra X factor to them at the moment. That doesn't mean it's done just yet, though. We could see a miraculous hold here from DK Fan Club. It has to start now. There is going to be dance floor available for Redemption to use. Let the Devil Out is going to be there as well for Zeraxis. That potentially could be the difference maker. But the first KO going in favor of DK Fan Club is exactly what you needed. And again, it is the Storm doing work. I love the Storm switch. It's really changed the dynamic here for DK Fan Club. Is it just a little bit too late?
4 minutes to go. You're right. That's so much time on the bank for this offense. You know, and for DK Fan Club, yes, they'll have that Storm alongside the Jeff and the Jeff NATO. Okay, nice job again from the Doctor Strange player. I mean, he's been so good on DK Fan Club. He's probably been the standout player for this squad on Doctor Strange. Something like Kendrick a little bit, and Zeraxis falls to Ymir after it. So there's that sort of comeback. At least you can make it incrementally back into a competitive series, but they're going to have to do a little bit more than that to make us actually believe, I feel like, right?
That's the thing. With the amount of time available for Redemption, they can play a few of these fights just in the neutral, force some of the ults out from DK Fan Club. There you go. There's one more that's going to be forced out, and you can start to build up a big ult economy to then just come back and take the fight. Although I say that, Let the Devil Out was used here from Redemption, but Jeff's going to pop out and get a little munch, protect, and spit back out. As now the damage ticking away, you will be able to find 2 of those KOs. So DK Fan Club are holding 4 now, but look at the ults that are starting to build up here for Redemption. They already have 3 available. Meteor M is going to be coming up soon as well.
Jeff
and the Glatrox connect.
The answer is no for now. They break it on the defense, but still playing slow. They actually don't use the Jeff team up that you talked about earlier. Use that Jeff by itself, but they actually remove the Doctor Strange early. That's brutal. I mean, 3 minutes left to go. You have ultimates in terms of Shroud ult for Redemption's side. Onto that thing you go, but he gets pocketed. Nice heals from the side of the defense, but they're committed. That Deadpool ultimate, Gambit ult on the comeback, using the walls to run away and disengage this offense now. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left to go.
Kadinga do connect with 2. And Redemption now might be able to, off the back of this one, just start to walk up and bully DK Fan Club to try and complete the map in their favor. Eye of Agamotto comes out with great bubbles as well to protect. And sadly for DK Fan Club, they will not be able to hold for 4 minutes. I think it was going to be too much time really to try and hold on. And Redemption will take map number 2 in their favor. But it was a good and valiant effort from DK Fan Club, especially if you look back at the fact they almost were held out at the first point and they were able to get it pretty much the entire way across the map afterwards.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they were, 2 minutes or whatever of hold. Their offense was looking a little bit better in overtimes, like you said. But still, I mean, this is the one thing that we could take away from I think this map type on domination. It could be a bit, I guess, for us spectators, a bit more random unless we're seeing like very high amounts of domination maps and scrims or whatever. But we move over to these maps, you can see, man, like it just feels like these teams, one fight goes incorrectly for them and they can get snowballed or whatever. It just feels like one of those maps you need to have, excellent VOD review for and improve at, because it does feel like this is a consistent thing for MRC teams. But still, Redemption do win it and are trying to redeem themselves in this lower bracket, similar to Nightmare earlier. Maybe they want to play against Nightmare later on in the tournament if we get to see those two go head-to-head. But for DK Fan Club, now they have to try to come back. It's still possible, but like you said, the pressure's ever mounting, and at this rate, it might be too late like the last series was, man. So looking at the stats, that was pretty one-sided yet again, but there was moments for the Storm comp that you talked about.
Would love to see a comeback, though. I'm all for it. Would love to see if we can go the distance rather than have it being a 3-0. And certainly there are things there for DK Fan Club that they can look back on and say, okay, we succeeded in these elements. We were able to find a few successful engagements because of X, Y, and Z. I mean, in particular, I do think the switch up and just being able to have that little bit more of a damage output from Storm really helped them as well, rather than forcing too much on the other side from the Elsa. And even just having the elevation to be able to get away from some of the nonsense that was happening on the ground from the other side from Redemption. Just being able to be in the air sometimes can be very beneficial. But that's going to be a 2-0 map lead then for Redemption. We're going to go for a quick break, but when we come back, we'll see whether we conclude or whether we keep going. Don't go anywhere.
Too good at this. Nowhere to hide. Double-edged sword. I never miss. I am too good at this.
Welcome back, everybody. My name's Dogman, joined by Gasket, and we're in the middle of another series, guys. I don't know if you were aware, but it's been going on, and it's 2-0, and it's a qualifier match yet again. If side of DK Fan Club lose this, man, they're headed home. Well, they've already been home, but they're out of the tournament, out of the qualification rounds, and we talked about it earlier. It's way harder to qualify via America in terms of slots available. Rather, the competition skill level, that's up for debate, but in terms of only 2 slots, being here to play for, it's going to be a tough matchup, and especially an uphill battle for DK Fan Club.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, the way you look at it is if you want to make it into Ignite, you are going to have to beat one of the 2 teams that drop down into this relegation phase. It might not necessarily end up that way, depending on if teams are eliminated a little bit earlier, but that is just the way to look at it with only 2 spots being available. Can you take that spot away from them? One of those being Nightmare, of course. We were able to watch the previous game. They 3-0'd into the next round. They will be playing the winner of this matchup that we're watching at the moment. And right now it looks like it's likely to be Redemption, but maybe DK Fan Club can bring back this in the 3rd map and show us something a little bit different. There were certainly signs of life here that certainly shows that they can actually take it to Redemption, but we do think Redemption are the better side at the moment, especially with their fighting ability and certainly just being comfortable in some of these fights.
Absolutely, they should. And guys, I think if this one's a 3-0, you got to join me in the dark side, okay? You got to join me in it, like living in it, you know? It's the...
Just embrace the 3-0s, embrace the stomps, just live for it. I feel it flowing through my veins. No, I'm not quite there yet. Not quite there yet,
Dude,
dog.
why, you're too happy for a British person, you know?
Well, that's why we're together, because I am the yin to your yang, right? We can
so
counteract each other. You can be the person who lives for the chaos, and I can be the person who wants to see a hard-fought game. But wait, you know, that second one was better. It was better than the first. It was, at least it wasn't a one-sided stomp. It did look a little bit dicey to start with, though.
Well, the early Angela, it did look dicey. You're right, and I think, you know, maybe this is the way I like. You want to see these like hard-fought battles, you know, really fight to the very end, and I just want to see the team get put down. You know, like it's like a peaceful, quick, you know, it's like an old animal.
That's the Dogman that I have come to know and love. Since the very day I met you, there was Reddit threads being made about, Dogman this, Dogman that, the way he sees things, you know, and you call it how it is. And that's what we like about you.
Yeah, I'm colorblind. It's black and white over here, you know? That's the way we look at things. But, I mean, I guess this isn't black and white to DK Fan Club because, I mean, we haven't seen this Angela First Protect ever, man. It's always been Gambit, right?
Yeah, it's a bit strange, but perhaps they felt like the Angela was a difference maker for them in the previous and they feel more comfortable on it. Or they've started to notice. And again, this is what I was saying in the previous series when we were watching Nightmare play. When you are in the third map and you're 2-0 down, now is the time to really be thinking, how are we going to get back into this? What's happening so far has not worked to this point. We need to change something up and we need to find something, even if you're taking a risk. Otherwise, you're just dropping out and asking yourselves, well, what if we had banned a little bit differently? What if we hadn't have protected, etc., etc.? But the Elsa is going to be protected on the side for Redemption. And I am excited to see Redemption with Mantis as well. I think that's going to be the key factor here. Mantis has been an insta-ban in almost every matchup that we've seen so far. So having that damage boost, is that going to be a detriment to DK Fan Club?
That's a great call out by you because that's just definitely a huge mix-up, and that's why you said like they're just trying to really. That's how you know their backs are against the wall if they're doing stuff like that where it's just really counter to the current meta. But maybe they realize what could play well around the Mantis, which is inarguable like everything. That's why it's such a strong character right now. Shredder's in general is so good, but I mean, the amount of damage that is surely going to come out of Redemption is going to be crazy. How good are they going to be at playing that composition? Can they finally put the old dog, I guess in this case, Monkey, down off DK Fan Club? But it's going to be a tough uphill battle yet again for this game number 3.
Yeah, you're looking for game attacks that have animal names in there. You've got Elephant there as well for you, you know? People trying to entertain our dog. That's what we like in our
I like that.
night broadcasts.
I was going to ask you earlier, like, we see Jeff in the game. You know how he, like, swallowed 2 people?
Yeah.
Like, don't you think, like, I want, like, eventually think about this for after the break. I need to get your take on, like, a very fun and interesting idea for a skin. Because I was thinking for Jeff, we have, like, Fitbit Jeff, where it tracks how many people you've eaten in the series. And, like, each character has their own calorie count, Like, how, like if you eat the thing, that's going to be, like, I guess 0 calories because he's a rock. So, that's interesting. Anyway, yeah, think about it for later. Think of interesting skins and interactive skins for later, Gas. That's my homework for you mid-series.
Someone add this man to the dev team because he is cooking with some of these ideas. Now,
Dude,
can Redemption start to delete with the 3-strat team up here? Also very excited. They did hover Jubilee for a second, but in the end, they are not going to be playing the Jubilee, but we are going to see Adam Warlock into the fray. Our DK Fan Club going to regret the day they did not ban Mantis here.
They might, for sure. Cloak and Dagger alongside it. So they're really going for these sustains, and then these immediate engages with Terror Cape. Asian Pablo goes down again. The DK Fan Club sent back the Force Storm. Oh, Bob and weave. Oh my gosh, she actually lived. No way. Nice movement. And unfortunately for Wild Thing has to fall back to the team, realizing it's better to come back to Peel in that case. And it actually is, because Zera, again, excellent shots, takes down an Elephant.
And which team up did you choose for Adam Warlock? That's the real question. Are you going to have the heals on that right click? Looks like yes. So a good choice for me. I love Adam Warlock. I always have. I felt very sad that I wasn't able to play him as much in my games. I know you're, again, still probably traumatized from the early seasons when Adam Warlock was here, there, and everywhere, but now you are going to see DK Fan Club being able to push out a little bit. Hurricane's now going to come out as well to try and find a couple of these KOs in their favor, but Zeraxis is able to remove Storm from the map as comfortably as you like.
The tough part for this offensive side is that they've been so... Oh, wait. Invisible Boundary's not there to save the cloak. No! Doesn't have the cooldown. Okay, finally takes down Zuxa. Door also falls. I mean, it's a bit, I think, one-dimensional for the Doctor Strange comp, but it does work for them. I mean, this has been their strength, is walking forward and just getting KOs with Doctor Strange with the speed boost and stuff out of Storm. So, you know, they're able to get those KOs. Nice job with that. Agamotto was getting a little dicey. Ultimate's also up, so portal blocks coming through. Also counter portal coming off the map. See you later, JRP and Adore. Adios. Maybe even going to fully cap out this first point off of that beautiful counter TP.
Yeah, there's not going to be enough time for Strange to come in. You've got the Groot Walls as well to deny anyone walking in. Beautiful from DK Fan Club. That's what we like to see. Someone using initiative and just trying to do something a little bit different. I love the counter portals when we do see them. Redemption, though, they do have a lot of ults to work with here as they're now going to start to get involved in this one. And actually 1, 2, 3 KOs going in their favor. DK Fan Club may have got the point, but now Redemption will regain their territory here.
And again, this is, I need to see, you know, a little bit more coordination as Redemption squad, because yes, even though they were winning the series, and now in this one, DK Fan Club fully caps out that point. Again, we need to see some more cohesion in certain aspects, you know, but maybe a few fights in a row could go the way as ultimates are up. There's the Groot ult on the backside. I think it just got eaten by the Magneto shield, though, so nothing of value found in that fight. As everybody on this defensive side gets to push forward with the Mantis now. And nobody goes down. Even with the damage boosts out of Yatsu, they still have to sustain in the fight using the Soul Bond to keep everybody up in the Deadpool ult, but nobody falls just yet. Asian Pablo coming up with that Jeff ult in a moment, but a door comes back to peel off Ymir, and he does fall. So excellent work from him to remove Ymir out of that fight. That was so much damage with that Deadpool coming down range, but again, a door. The shots have always been clean onto that Bucky. Nice job to pull back into Doctor Strange. Here comes the Storm. Slammed by the Bucky, but is the follow-up damage there? Oh. Yes! Removes South Slenderman.
Cracking Impact doing its work. DK Fan Club are going to have to pop the invisible boundary, but now you'll see the response as well. Cloak and Dagger ult comes through for Redemption, just to give them that carpet to walk on. And providing that healing they so desperately needed to force back DK once more here. And now DK are going to have to reassess how they want to approach this one, because Redemption have just gained control of this bus. And they've just got ults galore to work with. Still got Adam Warlock to be able to bring back everyone with that Karmic Revival if they want to use it as well. But they're just getting the pick over and over again here. DK Fan Club having to try and do anything to bring themselves back in.
Poor Pablo. I'm looking like Pablo Sanchez right now. He's getting absolutely smoked on this offensive side. 2 minutes off the clock now, man. I mean, it's just been incredible out of Redemption. And this is what we wanted to see. You know, their group play has been nice. GRP's been big with shrinking the prisons every time. DK Fan Club have been trying to find their own sort of plays, but it feels like at times they're ignoring what Redemption are opting to do. And they still have that Adam Warlock res available. So unless the Adam's hitting this fight, unless we can get that team up removed, or rather the res removed out of the Doctor Strange DK Fan Club, this might be a tough fight yet again as they've swapped over to the Bucky themselves.
Agamotto comes out, a few protections on that bubble as well, but they are at least able to capitalize on one, make it 2. And also it's Jeff coming through from Pablo as well. As now you will see Karmic Revival just brings 2 back for Redemption, so they are not out of this one just yet. And also the fact you have the Wild Wall team up for Groot as well, just providing them with that extra healing from those walls that are going to be on the side. Plays very strategically as well. Wild Thing gets 1. And now DK Fan Club are in a 5 versus 6, and it's all falling apart after a successful start to this fight.
Yeah, this Groot has just been absolutely separating these squads. I mean, the Slenderman goes aggressive, the Kraken Impact, not able to find a KO because he went too far, and a door gets 1. Also, the sleep came through from Yatsu. Nice job to help peel that off, and they've made this, you know, slow, nasty, sort of like a, in your case, football Spanish defense where they kind of surround the backside. That was good pronunciation, right?
Really, that's exactly how you sounded just like me, honestly. Whoa. Really good. Football.
Oi, mate, you ready to watch some soccer? As the very end of the game, we might have. Okay.
Could never be. As now the deletion of the Kraken Impact happens again and again as the door starts to pummel DK Fan Club. They're down to 30 seconds. It doesn't look like they're going to get much further here. They're out of ultimates. They're out of space, and it looks like they are out of hope here in this last one. They've only been able to push it less than halfway, so Redemption are not going to have too much to do to try and beat them unless we see a big pick here in the neutral. Maybe Agamotto could do something.
It has to be big. And that res coming up in a moment for Zaraxis as well. might spell disaster. The blade. Oh my goodness! That Eye of Agamotto, okay, just uppercut to the face. He does get brought back, but here comes the meteor. Man, Door's still not dead! Holy crap, finally goes down. That was like freaking Thanos out there. Finally goes in the middle of the fight to that meteor ramp.
So some KOs going in favor of DK Fan Club. They are at least keeping this one going. And they haven't just fallen over and gone limp and allowed Redemption to dominate this one. But now you're starting to see Blade doing some work as well. Does get CC'd though, and suddenly the Hurricane now trying to apply that extra little bit of pressure as well, as DK Fan Club still have the 6 up. Redemption gonna have to try and look at maybe redeeming themselves with the Karmic Revival, and there it is. It gets activated. Redemption will be back up to a 6 now, but are they out of position? Overtime is almost ticked over.
Save the Doctor Strange to the backside, but Ymir goes too far, goes down. They come back with the Mantis as well as Ultimate Spider-Man here as well to help capitalize off of that, and Gatsu combines for 2 in the fight. Overtime slowly dwindles, and the car barely moved past this first pillar in the second phase, as the first point was in the favor of DK Fan Club. Not now, as Redemption held with 5 minutes on the clock, basically. Excellent work out of the defensive hold.
It's not the longest distance to be covered here for Redemption to try and win this map and this series, but that being said, we have often seen on this map that first point can be held if successful. Do we have access to a penny? Yes, we do. Penny could be used if you wanted to as well on this map, but have to see what DK set up with. I mean, it looks like both teams are happy running the Groot at the moment. Could always, if you're worried about the Groot being a problem, you could always switch over to a Punisher just to try and delete those walls as quick as possible, but for Redemption, it's kind of, if it ain't broke, you don't need to fix it. I know things do change when you are attacking. We'll have to see whether they opt to change any of those team-ups, for example. I think we are starting to see some teams using certain team-ups for offense versus defense.
30 seconds before you attack.
I mean, in particular, the group walls, actually, being able to have them heal you through the Mantis team-up, whereas if you go for the Jeff team-up, maybe it's a little bit more of an offensive strategy because you can be a little bit more aggressive with the group, and then you can hit that bubble. Almost similarly to what Thing does by just armoring yourself up as well. It'd be very difficult to deal with a Vanguard playing in that way. But for Redemption, they're going to have plenty of time to start this one up, and I'm sure they're feeling very confident.
And they have every right to be. At the current moment, they've just been, bending but not breaking. As with that Groot, the wood is proven to be very pliable. That's right, verbiage, right? They're bending at the current moment. Potentially to a door. It's Anne Frank. Maybe the opposite way, just kind of more like a rubber band slammed into his face. And, even though you use that BRB to bring back one, the hook brings you into the Elsa once more, and you see Nador play this entire series basically flawlessly. What a great hit scan player they've been, and DK Fan Club sent back to spawn. That's a brutal situation to be in, too, against these group walls that you talked about earlier, man.
Question is now, with Redemption starting to find themselves in the ascendancy here and getting closer and closer to the next round in the lower bracket. Remember, they have Nightmare waiting in the next round. Have we seen enough from Redemption to think they could kind of take the game to Nightmare? And I think the answer has to be yes so far. Like you mentioned, Adore looks really good in terms of his hit scan ability, but also what the rest of the team offers with their chemistry right now. But DK Fan Club say, we don't want to allow you to get too comfortable a route through just yet. But as I say that, Adore goes off again alongside Zaraxus, who also has been a brilliant Bucky, may I add. I do think that Bucky is going to be very important in this season in particular, as now the portal will come out. This is last chance here for DK Fan Club.
And near the one go to Black Cat. He's been on Deadpool throughout the entire series. Does go down to Zaraxus, but at least you trade back one. Close spawns, however, for the offense. So this might still favor the side of Redemption, as a Cloak and Dagger will spawn and be right here. Zaraxus with the hook again. Can they find something? Talk about good he's been on Bucky, but the Thing on the right side to the group walls is able to live for now, however. They lose one. Adore finds another with the Glartrox off the map. Goes and Elephant. And also the Storm Ultimate. Will it be able to find anything without any team to help support the Storm? And in the middle of the Eye of the Storm, Adore finds Ymir. Can we find, potentially on the defensive side, anything? The answer is no. And unfortunately for DK Fan Club, the portal, will it be here in time? I mean, the Mantis to help kind of follow through and capitalize. And there's somebody touching the Thing, but nobody else going to be here with 4 minutes and 20 on the clock. Just kidding, there's one. And there he goes. Ymir falls. The DK Fan Club. I think a good way to send them off is this. Gaskin. DK. Eliminated.
The DK fan club get their own fan song from Dog. That's what we like. That's why we keep him around. He comes up with ideas about game skins and also theme songs and chants for some of these teams. But ultimately, it's going to be Redemption who move forward to the next stage of this lower bracket, and they will have a date with Destiny. And Destiny is going to be Nightmare in this one. Can they take down Nightmare to progress and get one step closer to Ignite, or will Nightmare be one step too far? As we take a look at the stats as well. Pretty one-sided game in the end. Redemption just the better team in many a way, but I do think I've got to give respect to DK Fan Club with their ban phase there. They tried something a little bit different. They felt like the Luna was a problem, but in the end, it did open up the Mantis. And that's another thing to be said. Mantis is not only a trip strat hero anymore. With the changes and with the team up that you have with Star-Lord, the fact that it applies that extra healing as like kind of a burst with anyone that surrounds when you put your leaf on someone, it does make her a viable dual strategist hero. So I am excited to see more Mantis in the coming weeks, and of course in the coming games that we have here today in our mid-season qualifiers of Ignite. So Redemption, they look brilliant. DK Fan Club, sadly, we have to say goodbye.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we'll see them in the future. It's just, you know, it's tough for these open teams, these teams that have to, you know, build together last second through MRC, you know, kind of come through. But like you said, there was some excellent plays. We've seen some nice Doctor Strange moments, I think, for them. But yeah, they will be going away. For Redemption, they get to stay alive in the lower bracket, and that means we move on the next round after this one, dude. So for DK Fan Club, goodbye. It was an excellent performance. But for Redemption, I mean, this squad is looking better and better. Obviously, they have things to improve on, including those Convoy and Convergence map types. But, I mean, I imagine throughout the rest of this tournament, we're going to have some banger dominations. And then, you know, if we see one team maybe lose a map on map number 2, it just feels like it's snowballs since then. But we'll see you guys for the next round after this short break. It'll be myself and Gaskin going away for a couple minutes. We'll see you guys on the other side of this.
Good at this. Nowhere to hide. Double-edged sword. I never miss. I am too good at this.
Welcome back, everybody, and we're now entering the upper bracket. My name's Dogman, joined by Gaskin today, and we're in the relegation matches. However, you have two chances here, the upper bracket and the lower bracket. We just saw a team get eliminated, but now you have that cushion of the lower bracket. But Gaskin, because of that, where are we in terms of the overall standings? What's about to happen? What's on the line for both these teams?
Good question. This is the upper bracket semi-finals, essentially. So we have 4 teams still left in the upper bracket. You win this one, you're into the upper bracket final, which is a guaranteed top 3, but it is not a guaranteed place in Ignite, because remember, you have to get to the top 2, which would be the grand finals of this bracket. But it puts you one step closer, almost like your foot is in the door. And of course, if you then lose that upper bracket final, you drop into the lower bracket final, you get one more attempt to get into the top 2. So you really put yourself in a really good spot if you're able to win this one. And we're going to be following the journey of another one of our teams who was in relegation from Ignite, Equinox. I have to make sure I say their name right. They weren't happy when I called them Equinox. It is the British pronunciation, but that's the last I will say about it, guys. I'm sorry. Equinox, a team who looked, really fun to watch during Ignite, Dog, and I'm very excited to see how they've transitioned to this period and how they're going to look here in the upper bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's so many things that they've changed in terms of, I'm sure their compositions and that kind of stuff has might be flipped again for us on our side.
Yes.
But yeah, absolutely. Anyway, this team definitely they look good, but like all these other squads, they kind of had to deal with replacing players last second, doing joining the tournament in a very unique situation too. Like I think there were only teams like play some weird strategist pool, dead pool compositions a lot, try to force those too much, but teams kind of expected it. And now they go for that early Black Cat Protect alongside the Gambit ban, so trying to avoid going for that Mantis, ban early on. Instead, they're focusing on the Gambit, focusing on the Elsa this time around.
Excited to see what they'll do with the Mantis. Again, I do think that she is a must ban if you get the 2 bans. But Venom, clearly a concern for them. And I think that, when we look at the bans across the board at the moment, I do think that Gambit, Venom, Mantis are going to be the focuses for quite some time. Sure, we might see some Elsa creep in there as well. But what I love is that we are having, 4, 5 heroes that feel like you have to ban them, and you don't have necessarily the ability to ban all of them before the locks come through. So we are going to see some of these heroes that are very strong in compositions get through because of the locks. Black Cat is a very interesting one that you had mentioned as well. We always like seeing a good Black Cat. If someone can pop off with a Black Cat, it's very difficult to go up against. So when you see that Black Cat happening, you've got to start thinking about how you're going to transition into your team and find someone that can deal with the Black Cat.
Pick your hero.
Excellent points all around. And
I'm not
they get to
judging.
lock the Gambit at the very end because it wasn't touched, understanding that maybe for the side of Foxhound, they don't have to worry about maybe what Equinox are going to do on the Gambit. But this team, out of any team, I don't know if I would underestimate that, their ability to play the meta compositions, and especially with that, you said the Black Cat. I mean, you can just, pace of play can just go through the roof when you play the Gambit alongside the Black Cat. So Equinox in this case able to play, or not, Foxhound in this case able to play the Mantis. We saw it dominate the previous map, right? So is it worth it to hedge their bets so much so on that department that you don't have to worry about Gambit in this case?
Some names on this Foxhound roster that we noticed as well from being very prominent in the MRC scene, and even some like Ignite qualifiers that I remember as well. So this is not going to be an easy game for Equinox. And actually, Foxhound were the #1 team on the leaderboard from the combination of MRC Season 7 and 8 in terms of points. So when you look at teams that you probably don't want to play against, it's probably Jolly Jesters, who were #1 from Season 8, and then Foxhound, who were #1 from both.
2,
And sadly, for those teams that are in relegation, both of those teams are still in the upper bracket. So can we see Foxhound pull off an upset here? Or will Equinox show just why they were in Ignite in the previous season? I guess the only way to find out is get into it here.
Well, on that note, you said it's fun to see these guys that compete in MRC. And that's like the best part of this whole thing for me, at least. I'm going to see those guys that have been around the scene once more. And speaking of which, Cessna, a guy that's been around, you talked about him earlier. Already finding some nice shots with damage boost. It's a lot of fun, though, like I was saying earlier, just to see the guys that we know are competing and are around the block. It's just they weren't able to compete in Ignite, get their shot once again to play in the highest level of Marvel Rivals esports competition.
Swag have been running the Black Widow as well. A lot of damage output going to come through, but Chesnut... This is what
Jesus.
you want from your Hela player, by the way. That kind of damage output and those kind of headshots that you hit can be the difference maker. But on the other side, we know what Pro Builder can do as well from his season in Ignite. And there's going to be a lot of responsibility as that Elsa to match the damage that we're seeing on the other side from Foxhound. From that Hela, for example. But at the moment, neither team able to take control of this point. It has been a great neutral battle. No one able to take full advantage.
Yeah, with the damage, trying to walk forward from that Hela, but Cessna forced off that off angle. It's incredibly slow at the moment. That's why we play the Angela to the side of Alfie. Trying to surround. Here comes that sword you're talking about, trying to find those KOs under the back line. But this is going to be a drawn-out fight, meaning we're probably going to see Stratus ult in a minute, even with how much damage is coming out. Swag doesn't get the kick off, but it doesn't matter. It gets stunned by the Hela, and then Wada does as well. So we come back into it. But does this team on the offense, or rather that's holding the point, want to commit ultimates? Meteor M committed in the sky. Pro Builder shuts down Alfie. Meteor M from Lyric is there onto Swag, but Sleep A committing the ultimate, able to find one onto Respect. Wada also fell to Pride, so we're still holding on to it for Equinox's side. Damage boost coming out, and the healing is here. Invisible Boundary also committed, so kind of looking like those old fights we talked about earlier, where incredibly extended Adam Warlock team fights with the reses and stuff made such an extended, long first fight, and this one's still going. Nobody's captured the point.
Well, it's insane. The picks have happened. We've seen KOs. Finally, surely, yes. Okay, we will see Foxhound gain control of this point. But the picks were happening, but the responses then came through. The duelists were really stepping up at finding those KOs. Just eliminating some of those players that were going to be a nuisance for them. No one really was able to wrestle control of it until now. And Foxhound, off the back of it, actually have been able to build up quite a healthy ult economy as well to work with. Real question is, does the Glatrox connect? Looks like no. That is a big whiff on the Glatrox, and that is going to really put them into the advantage now, Foxhound.
Like you said, this would be a huge upset if it did happen. Alfie able to take down Lyric 2 to keep this moving forward. Cessna in the sky does commit that Hela ultimate. And Lyric does get brought back by a BRB, so this might not be that bad for the side of Equinox, but off angle, try to get committed by Swag. Also committed ultimate from Respect, but they play it slow for now. Here comes Wada with the ultimate Meteor M to help peel it off from Pride. Pro Builder on the flank, able to trade it out. Same with Wada. He finds one. Pro Builder in the fight with under two. Follow up onto that Captain America dive. Make it 3 in terms of final hits. That's a nice job to flip the point back in their favor. That's why this team was at Ignite. Excellent retake.
We've won the battle, but the
So Equinox are able to finally get the point. And a lot of it has been down to a lot of the pressure that Nobine's been able to apply on that Captain America alongside Lyric as well. The two Vanguards just giving that space for Pro Builder to do the damage. Haven't seen it as much of the Black Cat as I thought we would from Wada, but that might just be a POV thing. Before Chestnut.
That's what we talked about earlier with the damage boost stuff, I guess. Like every time Wada comes in, you just get freaking 2-tap by a hit scan or something. Like light in the background screaming about it, but Wada takes down Sleep A. There he is. He's showing up finally.
Ugh, dirty, filthy. Nice. That's what you want to see from Equinox as they work beautifully there to be able to eliminate those final couple players from Foxhound. And now Foxhound struggling a little bit to find an opening, but they are about to hit another ult phase for themselves to work with. Mantis ult is going to be there for them, and to be fair, Fate of Both Worlds is not going to be far behind.
Every little bit helps.
Swag is going to have Black Widow's new ult as well, which turns her into the sniper that we knew and we loved before the changes happened. And honestly, you can 2-tap a lot of those heroes on the back line as well, so a big responsibility if you are playing that Widow, as the first KO has gone in their favor.
Yeah, I think, oh my god, and it gets deleted in the sky. Alfie still removes that Magneto, but also no BRB for Wada. Wada went aggressive because he thought he was going to get brought back by BRB, but they KO'd it as I think Wada was respawning. So excellent work from them on that retake. And again, Foxhound take control. It makes sense why you want to play aggressive, kind of like squads do with Rocket Raccoon. Just go in for a single life, try to find damage or a KO or force out cooldowns, then get respawned by a BRB. But that case didn't work out. See you later available at the very least, but we'll be able to get KOs through it. Last time the Mantis Ultimate was up for Equinox, or for Foxhound, they did excellent playing around it. Can do it again. Coco falls so low.
Again, good work from the Hela, though. Oh, and okay, you see a Captain America pop in front of your face, and you shoot one into America's ass, and he's able to find the KO. And now Foxhound are going to have the Seer available for them as well. They should be able to, off the back of this, do so much damage. Glatrox is going to be there as well. has a little bit of a reply. And Equinox on the back foot now.
Unfortunately for them, they're going to get stopped and, you know, forced away. Man, I was just blindsided by that Captain America thing. But now, going to touch the point is the side of no binds. Unfortunately, he is looking like the ass of America right now as the captain falls once more. And wow, no way. Foxhound just won the first round. I mean, you talked about an upset potentially being in the works. We're going to Cradle next, a more open map where they just play double hit scan. I might actually be a little terrified if I was an Equinox fan right now.
Just with how well Hella has been doing, how well Chesna... I don't know if it's Chesna or Cessna. I'm going with Chesna.
Well, see, the thing is, if everybody gets mad
British.
at you, yeah, just say
get
you're
away
British.
with it.
Yeah.
You know, just like
Exactly.
Equinox instead of Equinox, but
That's
yeah,
crazy.
The Hella play has been nuts, by the way. Like, just being able to hit some of the shots that they've been able to get, and then Swag with the damage output on that Black Widow as well. You combine the two, and then you've got Alfie running rampant at the moment on that Angela, just being able to steal people away, take them out of position, and give them the advantage in the fight. Like, the recipe for success is there for Foxhound at the moment, and we are going to need to see a reply from Equinox.
Yeah, we will. I mean, they definitely have it in them. You know, it's about, you know, can they place this BRB maybe in a better spot for Pixel, or, you know, can we deal with the damage boost again? Because this is the problem when you give Mantis to the other team. It's, you know, like you said, the excellent hit scan players and Swag and Cessna able to find those KOs due to the fact they're given damage boosts. So, like you said, Captain America showed up for a second and got removed instantly. So, as long as he doesn't have the damage boost, I guess you're fine. But, you know, like you said about Angela too earlier, I think that's also a good point. I think Alfie's done a good job distracting and not going down. So, see if they can keep it up at this point. You know, you do have the Black Cat ultimate on the side of Equinox. But okay, in the neutral again, Cessna finds a pick.
Just deleting at the moment, and also even gets the stun as well, and the damage that followed from it as it gives Foxhound the lead once more. They'll be able to take this first point. It took a lot longer in the initial round here, and now it looks like they're really finding their footing in this one, starting to maybe work out where some of these cracks are in the team of Equinox and where some of the weaknesses potentially. They're really focusing excellently, as you mentioned, to be able to get these KOs in the neutral in this way. And now they have the ults to play with as well. Equinox are going to be a little bit concerned about this one, and you mentioned it, only the Black Cat ult to work with, so there's a lot of responsibility for Water to do something here. Raging Royal Flush, though, is going to be there potentially for them to work with a little bit later.
They play on the backside. You do have the damage boost popping. The ultimate Swag gets to stay in it for 3 more seconds, and then it gets reset back to regular fire. But the damage boost is out. Hella ultimate committed to help peel off Wada. Here comes the Meteor Ram. Doesn't want to charge it up, so he's not shooting any more shots until the Meteor Ram gets launched. No binds, falls low, gets frozen, but doesn't go down. Pops off the ultimate. Wada still fell to Alfie, who has been a consistent force on the Angela so far. Pride connects on no binds. Assembling to nothingness is no binds in this case. Also, Mag falls. And right now, Foxhound, we're looking like the Ignite team, not Equinox.
Yeah, this is brilliant from Foxhound. I love how they're playing at the moment. Alfie still has available as well, as Chesna continues to rub salt in the wounds here, as does Swag. They are hunting down these remaining players from Equinox and deleting them, staggering them to give them even more of a time advantage. And there's still little to use on the side of Equinox to actually work with right now. Pro Builder is going to be the first one who gets something with this Glatrox. This Glatrox is a must-hit now.
It absolutely is. You know, and will it be able to get deleted on the backside as well? Respect! Oh, Jesus. Gets deleted by Pride, but is the BRB... No, it's not even close to bringing it back, so Pixel also falls to Pride with the team up that was brought back. This patch is showing its dominant once again. 3 in the fight for the side of Foxhound. And can anybody even touch last second? They do, but... And where's the portal at this point? Pixel's going to be showing up late with it. And I can't believe it. Foxhound might have done it on this map number 1.
What?
The answer is yes, they have. They've beat Equinox in the first map.
Strap yourselves in, ladies and gents, because we have a series on our hands. I know that Dog loves a 3-0 stomp, but maybe this one is going to be a different story. Actually, well, maybe it still could be a 3-0 stomp, but in favor of our non-Ignite team, perhaps. It would be quite the upset, but already... they are demonstrating that they can go toe-to-toe with our Ignite side. Yeah. Foxhound take the lead and go 1-0 up. Wow, that is a big loss now here for Equinox, but it is a best-of-5, remember, so still is going to be time for them to come back into things as we look at the stats. And wow, yeah, that one was even more one-sided than I thought it was here, Dog.
Absolutely. You know, maybe don't give this team Mantis. I don't know. Like, that's going to be a talking point for sure moving forward. It's worth the effort, maybe, in trying it. But, you know, we talked about how these teams are really good domination. You know, maybe the fact that Equinox have, you know, played a lot of domination can sort of take some solace in that moving forward. But, damn, yeah, like, you just give Mantis damage boost to Cessna, and he just has some crazy shots. I don't know if it's a Cessna or Cessna. It doesn't... Like we said, you get... Yeah, you're in my head. This is the thing. You say something, and I'm like, oh, he's British. He must be right. So then I say it the same way, and we're both in hot water.
I think I got you in trouble, actually, for Equinox originally. I think you followed suit.
Yeah, it was also
Equinox.
Broadcasts
ago. But, and
well,
Shib.
we may
I
never...
got Shib in trouble as well.
You're just the troublemaker over here. My God. Jesus, Gaskin. I mean, it's fine. If Equinox gets eliminated, then we never have to say the name again, in this case. But...
Unless they decide to pick up a, you know, re-sponsor another team. That's what can always happen. You never know. But right now, it is all about the Foxhounds, right? They've been able to show us that. By the way, that first fight on the first round of the first map, insane. Felt like it went on forever, but it wasn't a situation where, you know, you had the Adam Warlocks bringing people back like you were mentioning. Instead, it was just pick for pick, and people actually stepping up and clutching up when they needed to, and allowing themselves to put themselves in a position where they weren't just falling over one by one like dominoes. But in the end, it was Foxhound who got the better of Equinox, and they take the first map here. Very exciting time.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is the difference, again, just to point it out once more, and I might be overstating it, but the Manta stuff changes the game, and that's Marvel Rivals in general. You know, people assumed when Blade came out, they were talking about like anti-heal's going to be a difference maker. You know, everyone was worried about it and stuff. And I know Gambit definitely has been big with the anti-heal in previous metas. But in this one, you know, like in this game, it just feels like damage boost is the game changer, right? Like that's the thing that changes up breakpoints, allows you to KO through shredded assaults and stuff. And even in the neutral, like you saw, like this game, we don't usually have like picks happen in the neutral a lot of times with the good teams. Like usually, you know, there's so much shielding, there's third person and stuff. So the pro players are very good at using walls and stuff. So I think the difference maker is that once you add Mantis, like we just saw, I mean, it's just you can't react to a really good hitscan player that we just saw on the team. So hitscan maybe making his return and kind of shutting up all those melee specialists, melee one tricks in the lobby.
I'm with you, Dog. All right.
Okay.
I cannot play a fighting game. All right. I am a shooter. I like to shoot things. I don't like to melee things. I'm very impressed at those who can find the ability to play some of these dive characters, I will say, because it is all about combos. It does feel like a little bit of a fighting game, and that's one of the reasons why I love Marvel Rivals, because you blend so many different factors into the 6v6 environment that we have, and you need to rely on different skills from different players, whether it be through their ability to play a dive, to play a hit scan character, or to be able to play a character that's good at zoning and creating space, for example. It just is the perfect blend to what is one of my favorite esports to watch and play, to be honest. But that being said, with dive, yes, I know a lot of people struggle to deal with it, but how do you deal with one of the poke hit scan characters, like you say, like a Hela, getting a damage boost and just being able to pluck you off one by one? These strategists just seem to fall so easily at the moment. Do you need to be protecting them a little bit better? Perhaps you need to be using more heroes that have shields, for example, a little bit more Strange, more Magneto that can just work alongside those strategists, because as soon as you leave them, they're just like lost little puppies, and you're worried, like, where are they going to end up? Is anyone going to be able to take them? Is anyone going to adopt these puppies? Because you need to, otherwise they are just going to get taken up.
Yeah, no, you're right. I think it's tough because, I mean, just allowing Mantis to go through, first of all, is kind of a big deal, but, you know, maybe if they got lucky, maybe if they went to Carousel instead of Cradle, I think they might have been in a better spot, because that was just too open, and, like, it wasn't just the strategist, it was the cap getting destroyed, it was Wada getting destroyed. It was just the whole team. You know, they really have to figure it out, and they have to sort of bounce back. This team as well, when we watched them ignite, they were really good at like Adam Warlock comps and stuff. So, and I'd be kind of curious if they pull those back out. You just saw it in the previous series and talked about it, Gaskin. So I'm very curious to see if they try to do triple strat comps that like they used to do, right? Because that was kind of what they wanted to prioritize, like the Deadpool, strat pool stuff, and I feel like that wasn't their identity necessarily. I know Wada's a very good Spider-Man and like Black Cat and stuff too, but upcoming map, Foxhound are actually going to respect the Equinox Black Cat. In the previous map, they were able to deal with it. This time, they think the map is a little too good for the Cat of Black.
Yeah, Central Park can sometimes be a little bit of a nuisance. I wonder whether we'll see a change up in bans as well with some of these heroes that can really benefit from Central Park 2. Penny, for example, we've seen what Penny can do, and you can already see there is a little bit of a hover at the moment for Foxhound on said Penny. Spider-Man's going to be taken away as well. Okay, so clearly there is a game plan here, and they're saying, well, what is Wada good at? Dive. Maybe we get rid of some of these dive heroes that we've seen successful previously as well, and then the protect onto Magneto. I think Magneto can be very important here. When we were just talking about those strategists being so vulnerable, having Magneto that can bubble them is always very handy indeed.
Yeah. And he has hands that, you know, most Vanguards of this patch are kind of not, as the community says, victims. You know, like I feel like Magneto, that team up was really broken back when it came out, obviously with the Scarlet Witch. You know, but nobody wanted to play Scarlet Witch alongside it. So, but it was still worth it sometimes, right? Like that character, that team up is disgusting. And now you don't even need her, like you said. Throw her to the wayside. Don't even have to worry about it. But we go for that Daredevil protect, and it's as you said, they save the hero pool of Wada, right, towards the very end, because that was the strategy of Foxhound, obviously.
And that gives them a free ban, essentially, and it will be the Magneto. I think this is a really good lock and ban phase for Foxhound. I think they've called this one very well. I think they've assessed the situation they're going up against, and they've seen what weaknesses there are and what strengths there are that we know for Equinox as well. And they are targeting some of these players quite significantly. And now going into Central Park, can they make it count? Or will we see a reply from Equinox? Because the Daredevil can still be very much a problem, right? We know that Daredevil, for me, is one of the hardest players to play against as well. We'll have to see whether Wada can make it count.
Well, you've seen it before out of the squad, and, you know, it's as you said, I think it was a really good ban phase. 100% agree with you with the Foxhound. And it's also a better ban. That's the thing. It's a better ban phase for Equinox or Equinox. God dang it. Oh, my goodness. It's already a better ban phase for them because of the fact that they banned the Mantis. So, my goodness. I know Vicky Kitty has mentioned that she's bet the house on Equinox. Okay, so they lose.
With channel points. Oh,
with
no,
channel points.
Vicky, you know better than that. Classic Vicky.
She's a gambling.
She's doing well.
Gambling woman.
With her channel points. Oh, yeah. Heavy-handed with those channel points. But often she gets it right, I will say. But this one, I don't know. Well, it hasn't gone so well thus far, but maybe Equinox will come back into things just for Vicky herself. But for Foxhound, can they break through this initial point? How many times have we been here at Central Park and this first point just seems impenetrable? Who's going to step up to be the ones to break through?
Be Foxhound if they want to win this first fight. It's through this man right now that you're watching, Lyric. It was like this as well. It Ignite. Whenever he's on the Doctor Strange and those type of heroes, feels like that was the route to success. But the Phantom on the high ground, no binds, also gets to play his preferred character. Playing it against Equinox, who have the Wolverine. We've seen Wolverine on this map too. We talked about it being an iconic map. I think for Wolverine specifically, obviously has the Dracula skin, but meanwhile, Alfie on the high ground takes advantage of respects positioning. Oh my goodness, displaces. The Groot also avoids everybody else with the damage, whips out the sword. Alfie is having himself a series.
That's what you've got to do with the Chaos Sword. You just have to target that backline. You can two-tap them just as if you were a Hela yourself if you connect with them as well. You have to have a little bit of a lead with those shots, but boy, are they deadly as Foxhound are able to hold the initial push here. Now, on the other side, Equinox are going to have to try and turn things around and see if they can break through. I think the attack and the defend icons are incorrect, so apologies for that one. It is going to be Foxhound defending at the moment. And as you mentioned, that Wolverine can certainly be deadly if you can catch the right time, but Pro Builder trying to apply a little bit of pressure from above at the same time as now the arts start to come out. You can see a visible boundary is going to be there for Foxhound here.
Oh my goodness, brought back into the team too is Lyric, and maybe you were right. I mean, you talked about how good the ban phase was, and now this has just been brutal. Foxhound have just been stomping on the side of Equinox. Every time they come in, Wada gets picked off or somebody else is dealt with, and then Pride soaks all the damage, falls back. So, the team play, the coordination looking really good. You can see, difference, I think, in terms of skill level of the teams in lower bracket and upper bracket already. And Foxhound in particular have looked really good, but can they keep it up? 2 minutes off the clock, sure. But this is, again, an Ignite team, and they have ultimates.
Raging Royal Flush, plus then Daredevil just pushing in to see if they can find anything, but no connection at the moment. No KO found on either side, actually, as Galactic Legend was popped, but also the dance floor comes out. Meteor M, can you slam the meatball down on anyone's face? No. It is actually Water that goes down first. Proboder replies, but Alfie is going off on this Magneto. And this is where we see the Magneto Protect into the Magneto ban. I think he is going to be one of the most prominent Vanguards we have in the game at the moment.
Yeah, you're 100% right on that, Mark, I think. And now in this upcoming fight, they're playing so slow. And usually you don't see this out of a lot of teams. By the way, the Black Widow hiding in the background. Pro Builder trying to set up maybe for a dive later, or at least just hide and live for now. Runs back towards the team on the flank. Waits for, I imagine, Wada to go for this dive in the Daredevil ultimate. But he gets found. Oh, shoot. Through the walls. Pro Builder takes down Swag by himself. Oh, my God. What just happened on the right side? That's confusing for the side of Foxhound to lose one in that manner, but no binds off map. Goodbye. Nice job by Cessna into the slam dunk. Beautiful work from Cessna and the side of Foxhound. A rebound after that awkward first pick.
Is this going to be a straight hold? Equinox got one last chance, 28 seconds on the clock. You might already be in portal territory. Yes, okay, the portal is potentially going to come through. Yes, and you can see the counter was there. Can we see anything from Equinox here? 18 seconds to try and survive. Otherwise, it's going to be a straight old hold on this first point. Not even a single nugget on that ticker.
Pro Builder was in the back line for like literally a whole minute and got picked off and staggered. So what is this team doing right? This is crazy. They're getting smoked by the Wolverine now. Everybody else falls over, and man, that is depressing. I mean, Pro Builder got zero value staying back there. Overtime is going to dwindle, Gaskin. And against this Wolverine fully charged up, what can you do?
Well, maybe the Raging Royal Flush is going to be the final nail in the coffin here, just giving them that extra little bit of a boost going into this one. Pride also doing very well to survive. As I say that, it's a caster curse. Alfie, though, responds with one of his own. And it is still Foxhound on top of the moment, but Water now is here, taking down Coco. Swag gets the reply, though. And just when you think Equinox are back into it, it's Foxhound again and again who take out the favorable KO. And surely this is the beginning of the end now. Last one is going to fall the Venom. And the final one goes in their favor. And it is a strict 0 hold in favor of Foxhound. And all they have to do, Foxhound, now is just get one tick on that point, and they will be winning map number 2.
Yeah, that's crazy. I thought this game was going to be close, you know, and maybe we're joining back into that 3-0, you know, is kind of hype, kind of fun train, because, I mean, we saw the Wolverine pop off. We've seen it in the highest level. I think a lot of North American teams don't play a ton of Wolf generally, but this map has always been a classic Wolverine map, dude. Like, it just feels like every time we get to see that character, it pops off, and you know, finally a team today plays it. With the Gambit, too, you get the full team up alongside it. So, I mean, it feels so strong at points, and especially with the grouping meta you talked about earlier. I mean, there's your counter right there, potentially. Again, Wada kept going down too early. They were a little bit uncoordinated, but also the damage output. It was just... Do you think this is more so like Foxhound playing out of their minds, or more so Equinox sort of faltering to incredibly high expectations for an X-Ignite squad?
I think a little bit of both, to be honest. I think that Foxhound have done well in the bans, and also they're playing to their strengths. And perhaps, again, that comes down to, if you are an Ignite, you are subject to scrutiny, right? You can be studied a little bit more. And I think Foxhound are going to know a lot more about Equinox than Equinox perhaps will know about Foxhound, regardless of whether they've had history with these players. I know that they've played a lot in MLC against one another on various different rosters. But for Foxhound, it is simple here. Get one notch on the point, and you will be 2-0 up against the current Ignite team who are fighting for their lives at the moment. But this is upper bracket as Swag deletes Water. I mean, you talk about having hit scan players. Well, Punisher can be one of the best to apply that for, and now Venom is going to be under fire here as well.
This has been a really tough series for Wada. I feel kind of bad for him at this point, but Swag takes the shotgun out, whips out it on no binds, and everybody else here to touch can't for any longer. Even with the group team up from Schlippe, it's done. They've won this map. There's still obviously more games to be played, as it's a first 2-3. One more for Foxhound, and they're through to the next round. Get themselves one series away from qualifying for Ignite, Gaskin. And that was an insane way to do it.
I mean, are we looking at new names that will be casting in Stage 2 already? It's looking pretty good. If you're putting your channel points on the series, I mean, it's hard not to be going in favor of Foxhound at the moment with how they've been playing. And again, it's another one-sided matchup where Equinox are just unable to get going. They got completely dominated on their attacking side. And then when you've lost and being held at 0, it's very difficult to try and do the same thing for 4 minutes. But even then, they weren't able to hold on for longer than a minute on their side. A 5-minute and 25-second matchup, one of the quicker ones that we have. Can they go all the way, though, and make it a 3-0, or will we see a response from Equinox? What does worry me, if we were to see Equinox lose this series, and I'm just going to say, by the way, I don't know who wins this series or not. I recognize that this is a replay, and this may have finished already, or maybe it's still a mixed. I don't know. But if we were to see Equinox drop to the lower bracket, remember, we've already got Nightmare in that lower bracket as well. Only 2 teams can go through to Ignite. If both of them are down in the lower bracket, only one of them would be able to get to Ignite because they would have to play each other eventually in that lower bracket final. Insane that we would be guaranteed to lose one of our Ignite teams if that does happen. But we know what Equinox are capable of here. We know they can come back into it. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a reverse sweep, to be honest. But the question is, who is going to step up? And are they still going to get a little bit focused here in this lock and ban phase?
Yeah, they're going to have to prioritize a lot for Equinox to fix. Last time, obviously they let the Mantis through. Didn't work out for them. That time it was even worse. So you're right. These might be new names we get to cast and get a watch moving forward. It's not over just yet. But, for the side for Equinox, they really have to figure something out now. And it arguably looked worse in the first map. And the first map was dominant. So, I mean, it's kind of interesting. I mean, the relegation tournament, MRC in general at large is just an absolute bloodbath. I mean, you never know who's going to win. Rock, paper, scissors applies here, I think, where, even the best teams can lose to a team that should be theoretically worse. But we'll have to see what happens after this break. We'll see you guys in C if Equinox can come back.
Prehistoric protection!
Welcome back, everybody. My name's Dogman, joined by Gaskin over here. I hope I pointed the wrong way. No, I pointed the right way. We're here, back again. I mean, Equinox, they're on the wrong direction right now, dude. Equinox, they're in the wrong direction, which is that way, which is the door in my room. You can't see it, but for, obviously sake of, consistency, Equinox, they were the Ignite team, right? They were the team that should have been up in this series 2-0, but now they're choosing the other foot. With their paw in this case is Foxhound are hunting their first victory in this upper bracket to get themselves, or first big victory rather, to get themselves one step closer to qualifying for Ignite.
Yeah, because this is in the upper bracket, so loser of this one still has that safety net of the lower bracket to work with, but it would be concerning for Equinox if they were to drop down at this point. So we need to see a fight back here in map number 3 to show that they can actually go toe-to-toe with currently the #1 team across MRC standings from the last 2 seasons. That's who they're playing up against. It's not just any average Joe here, right? This is a team who have been consistent across MRC for the last 2 seasons, not just the last one. So across 2 different metas, essentially, they've still been able to find success. And judging by the games we've seen so far, that is 3 successful metas they've been able to find themselves, as they look very comfortable here in Season 9.
They do, and it's hard to be comfortable right now. I mean, we've talked about that earlier. You mentioned it a lot. I mean, this is a brand new meta that some teams can capitalize on. I mean, I think you mentioned that earlier, and if you want to elaborate on that point, I'd love to hear it, because, I mean, there are a lot of changes that have come through, but you mentioned how some teams are thriving in that chaos, right?
Yeah, some teams are better at adapting. Some people will have deeper hero pools as well, and the fact that now so many more of these heroes have become viable, it does open up the door for these ranked grinders, these people who are playing the game for 12 plus hours a day to make sure that they can try and be in this position, right? To be up there with the best of the best and potentially have a shot at getting into Ignite. And who knows, maybe you make it to grand finals, maybe you make it to LAN, maybe you make it to a trophy lift, and that could be a historic moment from rags to riches. But a long way to go just yet for Foxhound, but at the moment they definitely look like a team who have found success here in this season. We'll have to see whether the lock and ban phase is going to be a similar one for them here, where they kind of targeted Water a little bit. Some of those dive characters they did not let get through.
And you got to be a dreamer. You know, it's the American dream in this case. Well, the American dream's not involved in soccer anymore, so that's very sad. But for Equinox in this case, they already get that one-sided Mantis. Or rather, Foxhound get the one-sided Mantis. And, you know, with that, we saw how strong it was the first one. In the first map that was, where they kind of just, in the neutral fight, with a bunch of damage in terms of the duelist, they were able to find the KOs. And on Aegis Path, I don't know if it's necessarily a great map for hit scan necessarily. It still can be a good map to set up flanks and dives and stuff, but, you know, for the side of Equinox, it's just not been working out. I mean, they've just not been able to figure out the exact way to deal with what Foxhound has been doing and kind of peeling things off. And, you know, obviously with the Black Cat early protect that sets up Wada on something strong, but you're going to have to see a lot more of Wada than we've seen so far in terms of those dives. Early picks have come through. You know, maybe when you put no binds back on the Venom, you could set something up. But again, the Venom got banned earlier on, so that wouldn't work out, obviously. And for the side of Equinox, I mean, their backs are against the wall. They'll have a chance in the lower bracket if they were to lose this. But, you know, you get the Gambit Protect very late again, and you're going to have to capitalize off it, because last time with the Gambit comp, honestly, it didn't look very good.
No Magneto for either side as well. I think that tells you everything you need to know about which Vanguard you should be practicing and playing in your own ranked games. If a hero is banned often in Ignite, or even the mid-season qualifiers in this aspect, it probably means a pretty good hero to be playing as well. Very rarely in my game so far have I seen a Magneto banned. But I guess it's just because people are able to deal with it a little bit better, and you know, in your games, you're probably not as good as some of these pro players, too.
Yeah. Well, and also it's because Vanguard players are big babies. And you know, if you ban out Vanguards, then they're going to start crying.
There's Vanguard players in the playlist? I wouldn't have known. Apparently, I have to solo Vanguard every game. Yeah. Oh, I've hit the bingo card. Did you see the bingo card they got put out, by the way, for America's casters?
No, what was it?
It was like various different things casters say often. Yours was probably like making fun of teams and how bad they are. Mine was mentioning my ranked teammates. So I think I've already done that 2 or 3 times. And I just want good teammates, guys. That's all I want. Anyway, we are here into the 3rd map, which could be the final map here if Equinox do not turn things around.
Could be. It could be. And right now, for Foxhound on the defensive hold, they're going to be playing the group comps that we saw were really strong for Pride in this team. Like they around Alfie 2 and the Angela, that's why we saw an early ban of the Angela last time. Foxhound's, or rather Equinox's mix-up has put Lyric back on the Emma. And I think what we saw out of Lyric before with the, you know, Doctor Strange and stuff, we saw some very clean plays out of the squad. But again, whenever this Equinox squad does well, it feels like it's off the back of that guy. Wada sets up the flank, though, goes for the dive early on this backside.
There we go. That's better from Wada. This is what you need, right? You need your Black Cat to be able to find these KOs. Respect's going to follow up as well, and this looks like the perfect start here for Equinox now. flawlessly marching towards this first point, and they should be able to grab it as well. I think there's going to be a potential portal attempt here, but are you even going to be quick enough to get there? Yes! 1.54 meters on the board before you're able to get that touch, but now actually straight out of the portal. Are you a little bit too staggered here to be able to compete in this fight?
Could very well be. I mean, Invisible Boundary coming up soon for this offensive side. You don't have straddles just yet either. Onto that Mantis alongside the Luna Snow, but they're able to stall things out. Nice job with that, Angela. Bring back a few, but Invisible Boundary's here. I mean, everybody solo to Wada, and finally, Money in the Bank, slam dunk on the backside. Hit with a wad of cash in this case, and we're set to the second phase, and we're headed to the second phase, rather, because Equinox push on through. Nice job to build that Invisible Boundary from Pixel. We've seen some incredible Invisible Boundary, or Invisible Woman players throughout the tournament. Feels like such a high skill cap hero that a lot of people talk about all the time for a very good reason.
It's the little, like, minor details. Like, some of these heroes are very easy to play at a base level. There's those little things that can just make the difference. I mean, whether it's, like you said, with the Invisible Woman just being able to shield the right person at the right time. I think that shielding and bubbling is going to be one of the most important things that we have in Season 9 because of how vulnerable some of these strategists are. You really have to be on your toes to make sure you're assisting. Communication is going to be everything as Chesna now dives in with the Bucky, is able to find Wada as well. You have to be taking down Wada here, looking far more comfortable on the Black Cat rather than the Daredevil.
Glartrox did come out. Actually, a huge Glartrox from Pro Builder. Excellent job to connect on the two. Maybe force out that res from the Atom. And there it is. Swag will be brought back. But here comes that Luna Snow ultimate as well. Keeps everybody nice and sustained, but you still have ultimates for the res to come through. Pride has to go big. With the Struggling Prison, it doesn't connect, or it does, maybe onto a member who could avoid the CC, or it just kind of whiffed. Pride goes down to no binds with the counter engage from the Gambit, and finally, this is the amount of aggression that we wanted to see out of Equinox to keep up this pressure. And they're already halfway through this point. And then we do have to start calling on Equinox once more as they get another team fight win.
You do tickle me, dog. You do make me laugh. This is now Equinox. They are looking so comfortable here. And perhaps it's just a map that favors their playstyle a little bit more. And again, I do think the Black Cat has been popping off for them. Lyric also finding one onto Pride as well. Karmic Revival is going to come out, though, for Foxhound. Can it allow them to just stay in this engagement and potentially stop it? No. Second point is grabbed. No one able to get on it. And again, it was really just difficult to try and force their way through.
That's the hard part about playing Adam Warlock comps in any objective with that moves, right? Any of the control maps, any of these type of maps that are constantly like on the rotation. And you come back with that Adam Warlock spot, you have that res location, but you did it too far away. You have to get through a really hard choke point to get through. When you have 4 minutes now in a second point, Wada commits the ultimate too. The anti comes out too, but for Foxhound, able to disengage it, so nice job to wait out that ultimate, come back with the Mantis ult. They want to win not right here, at least force ults out. Maybe get a grab with the bionic hook, and you do. Glartrox is there, but gets deleted, so it's actually kind of even, but here's that soul bond. Is it enough to keep everybody healthy? The answer is no. Pixel, again, with some nice rotations in terms of damage and healing.
Just bullying them and pummeling them into the wall here, turning them into juice. As Equinox maybe got one last fight in them realistically here. They do have a couple of ults to work with as well. Well, Foxhound, excuse me, they're going to have Fate of Both Worlds on their side, and also that Kraken impact that can maybe be the difference maker. And really now it's just about trying to save on time, because it's looking likely that we're going to see Equinox march all the way to the third point with how they're playing at the moment. They look far more comfortable here.
They do. You want to sit towards the spawn. Is invisible, has the Gambit ult as well, sends them back in, and Wada able to take down Sleep in the spawn. That's brutal before greens can even come up. Also, Sonic Seduction here to slow down this re-engage and also find Cessna. So that's two in the fight. Having to fall back now is that Luna Snow. But are you down too many members now? You don't have ultimates either. You have to find KOs in the middle of this fight, down 2 members.
Gonna be another one that falls. Pride goes down. Foxhound are starting to just drip away, too far away from the point. And all right then, okay. Equinox are able to put 3 on the board, and it is the response that they needed. I do think that the ban phase was a little bit better. I think they used their locks in a better scenario this time as well. Protecting that Black Cat seems to be quite important, and perhaps as we, if we do go into a map 4 here and beyond, map 5 potentially, I think that Foxhound have to be aware of how important that Black Cat ban was in the previous, and maybe focus on it in the next one as well, because without the Black Cat, Equinox really did struggle. That being said, maybe we can see Foxhound also go all the way here and find 3 of their own, but can they do it as fast as Equinox? That's going to be the question.
That's the question. I think it feels like, to be Foxhound maybe just doesn't, like, maybe, or not Foxhound. Oh, yeah, Foxhound doesn't respect the Gambit out of respect and the side of Equinox, just the fact that, you know, previous maps they lost on it. They go for that early Venom ban into the Luna Snow one-sided matchup, and it didn't pan out, right? Like, I feel like maybe against a worse team, and also the previous maps, the Gambit stuff was kind of fine, but on this map, it feels like we're finally seeing them play aggressive, and with Wada, because Wada's a very hyper, you know, forward player, kind of like Jitward. I feel like they have very similar play styles. Obviously, you know, formerly really good Spider-Man players as well. They have a very unique play style that's super enticing to watch, but you need to have a team that full commits with you, and now they're finally getting on the same page with No Binds as well on the Captain America. I think No Binds has looked good on this map on Cap. And then Lyric has been that stable frontline pressure alongside Pixel, just having an absolute masterclass on Invisible Woman. But they have to keep it up now to get this comeback.
See any grabs from Cessna to just give them the opening here. As a Bucky, you can always be such a huge difference maker just from that chain alone, as on the other side, Swag going to have that Punisher, and also going to have the ability not only to get the infinite ammo, but the enhanced team up is there alongside Rocket as well. So a lot of damage to be done here from the Punisher, so Equinox have to be aware of that, as there is that opening I was talking about from the Bucky. Wada gets taken down, and now it's going to be a 6 versus 5 going into this one, and perhaps the first point may go their way here shortly.
Yeah, may go their way, and that was very interesting too, because Wada was taking so much damage but was avoiding it for so long. However, they're still getting walked down. That's the problem, not building that Stratus ult just yet. They need to get it from Pixel's side to have a chance in this fight. Portal not going to be here either, because he's still sticking on Black Cat. Has to find the KO with the damage boost, but isn't able to do so until now. The Rocket does live, gets the healing too, so he's still waiting, being patient. In the meanwhile, Stratus ult's going to come up in a moment. Oh!
Justice for strategists. Sadly, the Rocket is still focused. The BRB was deleted firsthand, and now Wada looking to try and destroy the backline, which exactly what is done here. Punisher also falls, so it is not going to be the first point at the moment for Foxhound. Equinox are going to be able to hold here and force them back. 2 minutes and 19 seconds now on the clock. So a couple more pushes before you get into Portal territory. That being said, Wada doing the job yet again, very patient on that Black Cat. And even though you walk down, you see 3 different heroes, you have to target one of those strategists, and often that Rocket Raccoon can be such an easy target.
I think Wada's stepped it up this map. See if they can keep it up. Here comes that Sonic Seduction. You have the infinite ammo, but is it enough to deal with Wada? The answer is no. Everybody else walks on to the Punisher. No ultimates committed either for the offense, so that's going to be a dry fight necessarily for them. For the side of Equinox, that's a fight win. However, you do commit 2 ultimates. You're going to have to rely heavily on Wada again this upcoming fight in Pro Builder. We did have big Glartroxes in the previous map, but finally it feels like the momentum has shifted.
We almost have 6 ults available for Foxhound here, though, so they've definitely got everything they would need to be able to take this first point. Actually, if they can time these ults correctly, this should be an easy win. They just have far more in terms of an ult economy, even with the replies we can see from Equinox. The Glartrox perhaps can be the big difference maker, but now here, as Punisher, you can start to rip through, and that's exactly what we see now from Foxhound. And even though we see the invisible boundary coming out on the other side, I think enough damage was done with those 2 openers that Foxhound can start to march towards this first point.
It's one after another. That combination he talked about, the See You Later alongside the final judgment. 43 seconds left to go. Actually, a portal going to come through from Pro Builder, so we might have a comeback here. Like, can we get KOs maybe with the See You Later, or are they going to sustain with No Binds and Wada?
Black Cat, a lot of responsibility again. Take that Punisher, but Punisher is being pocketed, it seemed at the moment. It's an impenetrable, undefeatable Punisher, and Swag is able to continue to stay alive and continue to apply the pressure. No Binds is the first to go down. Foxhound are still making this work. That's always frustrating as a dive character, but you just see so much healing on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, not much you could do. Just trying to do the best he could with no follow-up. Spec goes down. It was a good last-second kind of effort, but not much can deal to Frank Castle in his turret castle, I suppose. We're going to second phase. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left to go, too. I like that sort of play to sit in the turret, tank a lot of that damage from Wada. He's not able to get the resets, not able to get more value out of the ultimate. Upcoming fight, though. That's still a lot of time shoot off the bank, right on that first point, and
Yeah.
it's still possible on the offense, though. You know, if we start to snowball, get maybe a few fights strung together around this Bucky Punisher you talked about earlier.
Much better.
That's the thing, Equinox got that first point so quickly and so comfortably that they had so much time to work with, whereas for Foxhound here, if they lose one fight, suddenly they are almost closing in on Portal territory. Perhaps they get 2 engagements here, or maybe they wouldn't even need it, but you will see Psionic Seduction now try and answer back a little bit here for Equinox. Just drag some of those in, but there's only going to be one connection. Chestnut will fall. Lyric actually timing that Sonic Seduction well, but on the other side, after the BRB comes through, Water gets deleted. And Bucky doing work once more here for Foxhound.
That's their win condition. They have to play around Cessna on that Bucky. Gambit ultimate committed. Copy's also here with the see you later from the side of Foxhound. Everybody fell low, but kept alive by that overhealth from the Rocket Raccoon, and unfortunately damage not there to get rid of the see you later, so they all fall after it. They committed the Gambit ult as well, so upcoming fight might be tough. Combinations up yet again. Gaskin that we saw in the first point.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Strangling Prison's going to be there, and also the Sea is about to be up too. It's looking pretty good for Foxhound. That being said, Invisible Boundary is going to be there as a counter now for Equinox. And actually, 2 KOs going in their favor. And suddenly, even though it was looking good in terms of ults for Foxhound, they've lost 3. And Equinox should be able to hold this one comfortably in this fight, which takes us to 30 seconds for a Portal now probably going to have to come out on the side of Foxhound here.
30 seconds.
Yeah, that must have been, I don't know, just like 2 different pages for the side of Foxhound or something, like Coco not ready to go with swag. Yeah, they lose that combination with 20 seconds left to go. Portal's coming through, they block off one side, but you again have to deal with this Glartrox. Pro Builder throws it out, oh my god, that's 3! Goodbye. See you, Sleepe. Can we find any more after that? It may not even matter because that was such a big ultimate out of Pro Builder.
Now Lyric follows up as well. They are falling, and this looks like the beginning of the end to me, unless we see something miraculous from Cessna. Not going to happen. Loki the last remaining, but that's off spawn, and we will see a reply then from Equinox
1, 2,
as they are able to win this one 3-1. Take us to a 4th map. It's not over until it's over, say Equinox, and thank goodness, because it means it's not going to be a 3-0 here. Dog, sorry to tell you. I know you wanted one secretly.
Yeah, now I'm going to have to start putting some aspect on Equinox, right? You know, that was terrible. Anyway, that is a map win finally for them, like you said, and this is the team from Ignite that we kind of expected to have a strong performance, and you know, maybe this is where they can really show what their medal's worth, because this team, you know, when we've seen them Ignite, they've had a tough sort of like series in Ignite too. Like, I don't feel like they had the harder groups, like generally. I mean, like kind of maybe you could say they did, but like they in Ignite still sort of underrepresented, I think, who they actually were as a team. Maybe needed more time together. Luckily, they're still in the upper bracket. They want to secure that win to finally put themselves in the top 3, but this ain't Europe, baby. We got some tough competition. You have to be top 2 to advance into Ignite, and they understand that, and they want to make sure they're only one step away from qualifying for Ignite, because these relegations in America are a lot tougher and a lot tighter than I think the other region, just due to the fact that we have less spots.
I do think it will be a valuable lesson learned here, though, from Foxhound in terms of the lock ban order and the way it went down. Equinox were able to protect that Black Cat a little bit earlier than perhaps they would have on the other side. So Equinox now might not have that same opportunity if Foxhound recognize that that is going to be one of the key factors for the success on the side of Equinox. I think you get rid of the Black Cat. You go back to your previous strategy of just targeting Water a little bit. You were able to capitalize on it before. You were able to delete the Daredevil when Water was forced onto the Daredevil, so maybe that is going to be the strategy going into map 4 here. But, you know, you can do the locks and bans. It's about whether you can actually do the job when we get into that game. Maybe this is going to be the resurgence here of Equinox, and perhaps they can take us to a map 5.
Yeah, perhaps, for sure. And maybe they'll go for that early ban of the Gambit yet again, or the Black Cat. You know, there's a lot that I think went into play there besides those, but it was a really tough map, I think, for the side of Foxhound due to the fact that, you know, they kind of locked themselves in a bit stagnant compositions. I think they played the Punisher, they played those sort of very slow-paced comps, and I feel like on the previous maps that worked when we had the Mantis, when we have a ton of extra damage in the back pocket. But, you know, obviously with how they're playing currently, we're going to have to see a bit of a change up maybe in the ban phase for the side of Foxhound. Maybe they're going to adapt. That's the beauty of going back to BO5 that you mentioned when we were in MRC and other tournaments. It's BO3s, so it's a bit harder to make those adaptations because we would have seen a team get eliminated if it was BO3s, right? So we're finally going to see the drawn out, you know, every map, you know, can we make those ban adjustments that sort of happen after 3 maps?
Will we see Foxhound get the solo Magneto as well? I mean, that was a target on the other side from Equinox. They wanted to remove that Magneto. They saw the power of just one Magneto on the map, and instead we got the both bans. If we can somehow see the Protect here on the side of Foxhound, maybe that's their strategy. Because again, you have to start thinking outside the box a little bit. Because if one player is being targeted, you kind of want to protect them if that is one of your key ways of winning here. And I do think that might be the case on the side of Foxhound. So we'll have to see whether they go for it, and again, whether they will go for the Black Cat ban. But either way, we're getting an interesting matchup here in this series, and we still have plenty more to come as well, Dogman. Because remember, we've got to get ourselves, all the way down to upper bracket finals and lower bracket semis. So there are still matches to be played. We'll be going late into the night, depending on where you are. And I'm excited because that means more Marvel Rivals action. And again, these matches have been very entertaining to watch. I think that when we get a new patch, when we get a new season, for me, that's always one of the most exciting times, is seeing how people adjust. Like, who is going to adapt quickest? And then you get the mid phase, which is still enjoyable. But then as you get towards the end of a patch, when people have mastered everything there is about the patch, they know exactly what they want to do for those pick and bans. Everyone's playing it the best they can. I also find that extremely entertaining as well.
I'm with you, man. I'm with you 100%. I think that it's such a fun patch right now. Just to like you said, watch the pros play and see what they've done in their changes, because, you know, not every team, like you said, that not every team is able to adapt as fast as, you know, maybe in this case Foxhound and Equinox. But, you know, maybe given an extra day, once we go to tomorrow, once we go to Championship Sunday, you maybe have figured out that one extra thing, because there's so many different equations that are in this patch. Like, not only did you say like there's 100+ team up changes, but you also have to figure out all the different like matchups that involve that. You know, is the team up worth running here and stuff? Is, you know, there's so many different parts of it too. It's multiplicative basically. It doesn't feel like it's just one thing, right? It's the overall composition that's affected by the change that happened. So it was a huge patch that came through that can't be understated.
Just quickly before we get into this lock and ban, I'm just looking at some of the results that happened in that same round where we saw Nightmare take down Ascend and Redemption take down DK Fan Club. Dreamland beat Dallas R 3-0, and We Good Bro beat World Peace 3-0 as well. Boy, I love MRC and the team names that we witnessed. Now, we will see the Magneto Protect. Call me the Predictor, or whatever you want to go with. I was going to say the Messiah, but maybe not. Either way, we are going to see...
Oracle, you could say Oracle. Maybe.
The Oracle, yeah, the Magneto is a clear game plan, and one of the comfort picks it would seem for Foxhound, so they are going to get the Protect. They are going to ban out the Mantis here, though. Will we see the Black Cat Protect for Equinox is going to be my biggest question here. Yes, okay. So we found our 2 heroes that both these teams think is going to carry them through to victory.
Mm-hmm. We have, and it's interesting because I think we would have seen a little bit more Loki, you know, earlier and stuff, and we have seen it. It's just, you know, both teams are willing to let it through and play it, maybe due to the fact that their team can't play Loki very well, and that could very well be the case because Luna Snow has been prioritized. You know, some of these teams may have a very good Luna Snow player and are trying to focus that. The Gambit eventually does get protected towards the very end again, and again, Foxhound doesn't want Equinox to have to play no binds on the Venom. That's a big worry for them. So already focusing towards their Vanguard line with that one-sided Magneto that you mentioned, and then also the Angela towards the very end. So they don't want any of the heroes that can be played that are kind of annoying and maybe specialists for Equinox.
Yeah, Equinox targeting the back line quite clearly here, and Foxhound targeting the front line. It's a completely different strategy that we are seeing come out from these 2 squads. As in the end, Invisible Woman is going to be protected. I think that Foxhound have noticed the pattern that's emerging on the other side with the Gambit, the Mantis, and the Luna being taken out. And they said, we need something here. We need one main healer that can protect us. Then on the other side, you're going to see the Angela ban come out as well. So I think that's also another respect ban after what we saw earlier from these two teams. So what does that leave you with? Invisible Woman plus Rocket, maybe, if you'd like to play the Rocket Raccoon, perhaps.
Yeah, that is on the board, on the table. And, you know, I know that these teams have specific compositions they like to run. You know, for the side of Foxhound, we've seen them pop off with the hit scan stuff before, but that was with the Mantis. You know, ever since the Mantis has been getting banned, you know, I mean, they had a good map number 2, but on the last one, for sure, so it was just not as clean. You know, maybe we go back over to playing that Namor comp that we saw on defensive side that you talked about. But for the side of Equinox, I mean, you could start to build some momentum here with those ban phases. If you can just keep, you know, focusing on weaknesses and maybe forcing them to ban out Vanguards, you could be in a good spot. And, you know, I think that they're setting themselves up for success as long as they have, like you said earlier, Wada on Black Cat.
I like that Cessna's back on the Hela, though. We've seen how good Cessna can be on the Hela, and it was a good answer to the Black Cat in the opening matches. Just being able to get that stun down and then tap, tap, Black Cat's gone. But Pro Builder also going to be playing the Hela again. Hela Supremacy is very much here and alive after not being as prominent in Marvel Rivals Ignite, but with the new team up changes and having the ability to get those squids down when you get a KO, it really just has buffed her incredibly, as we're going to see the early portal and then the switch over probably to something that can move fast. Yes, Venom, there we go.
I think I like seeing Pride a little bit more so on the Angela as well, so I want to see how he's going to do playing the Venom. That I think no binds in this case would have played if it was available. But again, there was so much priority towards the Vanguards this time. Venom team up, prioritizing on the Pro Builder, slowing him for now. Also hit by the pink Venom in this case. But no KOs just yet. Everybody playing it slow. First ultimate available will be the Deadpool. So you're going to see that in a moment. We'll see if any counter engage happens once that ult is built.
Oh. Chaos Sword, can you catch anyone with it? Yes, you can. Lyric gets removed, and Foxhound have the advantage. Black Cat's gone down. It's the Fox and the Hound. Or is it the Cat that in the end is going to be the first one to fall, as now Foxhound can just try and assert their dominance on this point. And Equinox gonna try and stabilize a little bit, wait for those spawners to get back into the game, and they are gonna have a chance to potentially run up if they want to, but no, they're gonna use the portal here and now. They want to stop Foxhound here.
O'Brien's pulled back in. Excellent job from the Invisible Woman of the side of Foxhound Coco. In that case, the Protect coming through in their advantage. Swag, nice job with the right click. Also the follow-up damage on the Pixel and Pro Builder. And that should give them the edge. The hit scan has been so good this entire series for Foxhound. And with that, they move into second phase. Do some excellent shots out of Swag, and then earlier on, Cessna.
This is the perfect composition for Foxhound, because you have Pride, who can be that kind of nuisance player, right? He can get behind enemy lines, he can distract them a little bit, whilst Alfie is just the anchor of this team, and then you allow Cessna and Swag on these hit scans to just pop off and take out some of their backline, and we don't even need to talk about what Sleepy and Coco are doing. It's evident with how they're keeping everyone alive at the moment that they are fantastic strategists, as well as Pride still doing Pride things. Pro Builder eliminated. Puts you at such a big advantage if you can take down one of the duelists as well.
Nice job from Pride. It's, as you said, it's a well-oiled machine. Too easy for Cessna. Nice job to see him stun him. Wada goes down, and dude, we're moving through the second phase so fast. This is crazy lightning speed.
Worrying signs here for Equinox. They do have a chance at this choke to try and hold. The respawns are going to be there, but look at the ults that are available for Foxhound. It's going to be 5, almost 6. Glatrox connects with 1. Swag is going to be able to take down Lyric, so now the Seer also going to follow out. This is a big push to try and make sure they take this second point nice and comfortably. Equinox have to just back off, and it looks like they are going to give it up. No, someone gets the touch at 0.28, but now Hela up into the skies, and we're going to see the counter as well. Both players going to try and lay down some fire from up above.
Yeah, Meteor M to help slow down the Hello on the flank, but okay, Swag still alive. Back towards the team. Pro Builder tries to make something happen, but might have actually bought enough time for the team. The pick onto the Invisible Woman was the final nail in the coffin for Foxhound, because that was the ult that was about to be up for Coco in the fight, but they're still touching the current moment on the defensive angle. Same thing for attack, so it's not giving up just yet. Coco pops the Invisible Boundary. No ultimates to be able to KO through it until Wada's going to build up his ult on the defense.
I laughed at Coco Pops. I don't know if you have that cereal in America, but certainly do in the UK, as No Binds now is going to pop the Freedom Charge. as Equinox are throwing everything to try and defend this one, and they have done that successfully now at this point. Blackout ult is going to be up for them as well, but now Swag starting to try and hit some shots. Does connect with a few, but doesn't find any KOs as Pride jumps on in, but Pro Builder showing why Hela can be such a strong addition to your team as well. And then on the other side, it's Cessna on the Hela. Again, it's another one of these heroes that you probably want to learn if you're competing in your games, in your ranked matches.
Absolutely. Absolute carry of a hero. Lyric finds Swag too towards the main side, and Respect there with the nice follow-up. Cessna on the high ground alone goes down, and this is kind of all off the back of earlier when we saw the flank come through a Pro Builder. Those Hela flanks are incredibly valuable. That turned the fight, that turned the momentum, and shifted it back towards Equinox again, because we've already nearly had 2 minutes off the clock because he traded that Invisible Woman earlier, and has kind of been coming online, like you said. Dealt with the Venom of Pride earlier. Parts moving back once more. But again, you have to deal with so much pressure, long-range pressure, all while building up ultimates. Maybe Swag can get a big large Hawks again, but you have to get the space first before you can get a big one.
I have to give credit for Equinox the way they've been able to hold this one, especially with how much Foxhound committed earlier, but now they're going to be approaching those ults once more. Swag trying to apply a little bit of damage alongside the rest, but it's Wad who gets the opener. There is going to be the BRB onto Coco, though, so they're not going to be without her for too long. Lyric gets one onto Schlippe, so both of the strategists did fall, so Foxhound probably going to have to back off a little bit off of this one and reset. 1 minute 18 left on the clock. Not many more pushes left. It's probably one before we're going over towards Doctor Strange on that portal. But Equinox are down to just the Raging Royal Flush. I say just Raging Royal Flush. It's one of the best ultimates in the game, so perhaps this could be good news for Equinox. There's no binds, though. He's gone down.
Equinox come back into it. The pull was there. Fine, too, and maybe Foxhound are back in it, but Wada with the Gambit will teleport it back and forth a little bit. Maybe a little bit of lag on his end, but trying to dash away his Respect. The Strat player trying to play for their own life and just can't. Luna stole it a little bit too late to save them. Also, he was a bit far away, but you're stalling, buying time for members to come back, specifically Wada, who will be up with the Black Cat ult in a moment, but you're against so many ults on the attack. That's not a good stagger kill for the defense.
I mean, if it's not now, it's probably not going to happen here for Foxhound. They have so much they can commit to this, but it's the question, how much do you want to commit? You want to guarantee the second, of course, but you'd love to be able to save some as Schlippe goes down and Wada falls shortly after. Talk about overcommitting for the KO. 3 meters to go now for Foxhound. Can they close out this point and take them for a chance to try and get the full 3? A lot of damage being done as the fate of both worlds comes out on the defensive, as now the invisible boundary will follow.
It's following towards the point. You have some Captain America stall from no binds, though, so during the invisibility, you come back out on the other side with the edge. Deadpool ultimate towards those Strats. Will be able to pocket each other, keep themselves alive, or keep themselves alive. The answer is yes, long enough for Lyric to step into a trap. Oh no, a mouse trap catches out Deadpool in that fight, and he also get grabbed by Wolverine, who makes his first appearance in this series, and we're going to third phase.
Great work from Foxhound, and the switch over to the Doctor Strange just ensure they had that extra player on this push. And now just like that, 1 minute 15 for Foxhound to try and make this 3. It's not going to be easy going through this choke, but perhaps they can lose one fight to the ultimate that is inevitably going to come from Equinox and then build up their own ults going into this next engagement. Lyric has often been targeted on that Deadpool as well. Sadly, just hasn't been able to necessarily make the commitment to the backline that he would like. And again, he is going to be a focus, but good use of the dash to be able to get away. The bubble's going to save him as well.
A lot of cooldowns, though, to at least get out with your life. Now, can they find anything after it? Wada again on the flank does Wada things. They go with the Gambit ult first, goes for the anti, and the follow-up. Was Wada there to be in the fight? Surely we can pick off one. Nice shots from Pro Builder. The excellent follow-up onto Lyric's engagement. But can we find more? The staggers would be big right now with 30 seconds left to go. They have double shot ults. You just commit the Gambit.
No portal either. It's going to be one of those situations that without Strange now, if you've already used the portal, it has to be in this exact push. 15 seconds to try and close in. You've got to get the touch. You're going to need some big KOs, but it's Wada who gets the first. But there is a reply from Cessna.
Huge trade from him and brings it back into an even team fight. And Pro Builder once again hit it in the second phase, does it again on a Pride. In the Luna Snow ult, but wait, they're away from it again. This happened before too. Pro Builder finds one at the very least on the Coco. The cart's also in the favor of the offense. Lartrox comes out, but Pro Builder again! Well, the Lartrox is there, hits the shot!
Is overtime though, and Foxhound is still pushing, and they've been able to gain control of it. Magneto now on the point for Alpha, and even though Pro Builder has been doing absolutely everything to keep them in this, you thought they were going to be able to deny, but now Foxhound starting to reign supreme a little bit. Alfie's going to have Meteor M available next, and they're going to have the Sia available, and suddenly there's only going to be the one ult for Pro Builder here to try and defend.
Walking on, Pro Builder on the flank again, has the ultimate to bail himself out.
Oh no. Delete it!
Walks back toward the health pack side, does deal with the Venom, but still no KOs found. Spider-Man coming through, does have the Venom team up at the very least, but out of the fight for now. Alfie whips out the sword, the Chaos Sword you talked about earlier. Can he make another huge play happen?
It's a big chance. And suddenly we might see Equinox being sent down into the lower bracket here unless someone pulls off a blinder. No blinds are going to pop Freedom Charge just to try and keep them alive. As Foxhound now only have the 4. And maybe Equinox are going to be able to deny them here. And I say they go down to the lower bracket. Of course, they'll still have their push as well. But now you're going to see fantastic KOs going in the favor once more. Equinox are holding on strong. How are Foxhound even in this? Overtime does tick through. And just like that, we will see the deny that happens. Only the 2 points on the board.
Time to switch things up.
Kind of going back to that second phase, it was, you know, a really good hold for a long time out of the side of Equinox, starting off of Pro Builder, who, you said it, was popping off third phase, second phase, pretty much everything, all of the phases on the Hella. Considering we saw so many excellent plays out of Cessna and Swag earlier, definitely surprising. But then, you know, towards the very end, Lyric was able to find some good value to the Deadpool, Vanguard pool, to find those KOs. And for Foxhound, that's still pretty far. I mean, you talked about it when we were in the series a couple of series ago. This map, too, I mean, like, getting that far is an excellent, you know, long-term macro sort of thing. And you know, for Foxhound, they can still hold, still on defense, make sure they get this 3-1 win. But then, you know, if Equinox start to string together a few fights on attack, I'd be a little worried considering Wada's also the kind of the tempo setter playing some of this this Black Cat. So, you know, obviously, despite one situation where he's trying to take Sleepy off the map, Wada's had an excellent series so far, too.
So Equinox on the ropes a little bit, but denying the 3rd point could be absolutely massive for their chances of staying in this series. Foxhound have set the pace. Can Equinox reply now? Pro Builder was the man of the moment there, for sure, to be able to deny Foxhound that last point. Can he do the same on the attack now to try and be able to break this first? And for Foxhound, they are going to be playing the Namor. Switching over to get those squids on their side to try and deny Wada the ability to be able to get behind and take out those strategists.
Makes sense for the Surf Point defense that we see a lot of the Namor. It's interesting we're not seeing a lot of that Loki alongside of it, but his defensive side still heavily favors, you know, these sort of Namor, you know, defensible positions. Pro Builder, he's going to want to set up maybe on the high ground, but Pride knows that. He's trying to match him at the very least and force the cooldowns onto himself and the damage output, maybe build up his strat ults too.
By the way, Namor calls himself Namor, but the other characters call him Namor. It's funny. It's an American versus European thing, dog. Would you have guessed it as now? Pro Builder trying to hit with the right click. Does connect with the initial, but here comes... Oh, the rest of the team. And actually deleted them now. And Foxhound... Surely... They just give this point up now, you would imagine. As Equinox are able to find this burst, we're probably going to see a portal from Swag very quickly to try and at least contest this one. At least they all died at the same time, so they can re-engage probably as a unit here.
Yeah, absolutely. And Pride, you know, he bought a little bit of time too on the Venom, just like a half a second. That's going to matter moving forward.
Pro Builder, again, trying to deal that damage with the Hela at the moment. In terms of ults, it is going to be strictly a neutral, and somehow, some way, Foxhound, after coming through the portal, are holding on, or are they? Cessna goes down. Wada now behind enemy lines, trying to do that damage on the Black Cat as well, but Lyric has found one. Wada gets a second. Sleepy's fallen. That's both of the strategists down now on the side of Foxhound, and there you go. Equinox be able to clean up shop. Can they get the final tick onto this one? Looks like the answer is going to be yes. So here we go. Equinox start the charge here, 4 minutes and 30 to try and catch up Foxhound and the pace that they've set.
Yeah, that's a rough situation to be in without a Bucky in that, you know, tight corridor. You're playing against the Black Cat. You know, yeah, I know Cessna's on that Namor, the Namor. You know, wow, crazy. People pronounce things differently. That's what a big deal, you know. Right? But I think the Namor is good as Alfie. You know, okay, just shuts down Respect on the high ground. Maybe you could find some more. But in those situations, I feel like we've seen a lot of Buckies kind of pop off, and Cessna's coming up on that whale in just a moment. They're going to have to string fights together just like Equinox did. This time it's a little bit more aggressive for Foxhound. A lot of volts. It's going to be a big fight moving forward. Who can find the KOs?
It's going to be a difficult one to keep up with, I'm sure, for all players involved. He is going to be popped initially. Black Owl comes out afterwards as now Hela up into the sky with a Raging Royal Flash, but gets deleted as the invisible boundary is going to be there, but Pro Builder takes one to the face. As now Foxhound have definitely gained control of this fight. Equinox on the back foot, probably going to have to reset now. Not going to commit any more ults because they've already lost enough. Foxhound win, and they will be able to now reset themselves, and they still have that whale available you were talking about, as well as the Venom to work with. Still plenty of time here for Equinox.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they can maybe set up again, and we see all this on attack too. They got pretty far, but Whale comes out. There's the Horn of Proteus, and then follow-up is there, the Assemble from No Binds. The Freedom Charge not time to save anybody from the damage output that was there. And in fact, they're going to lack the damage too. I mean, just missing out on Lyric. He's been a big part of these fights, and the fact that he got picked off is pretty big. But the fact that they're still alive, getting to a health pack is kind of interesting. They can make this a little dicey. Now they can set up a play with the Anti, but Spawn Camp comes through from Cessna on a Pro Builder.
Glatrox is going to be there available as well for this next fight from Swag. Probably don't need it just yet, though, because they're already winning in the neutral. I think real thorn in the side at the moment.
I think a lesser team actually would have maybe faltered there, you know, for this defense, for Foxhound. They actually made the right play, you know, going through those dagger KOs on the left side. Other teams we might have seen just like collapse and maybe panic due to the fact they have a thorn on their side hanging around.
Well, there's that Glatrox. Did it connect with anything? That's a real question. Looks like no, as Water's going to be the one to get the opener in the end. No Binds on the cap. Again, just trying to bully some of that back line. It's going to be Coco who's the first one to be removed, but now a little bit of a response from Cessna on that Namor. And now those squids can start to sing across the map, and turns around and slaps Pro Builder in the face as well. A good Namor can be so difficult to try and play against as well, because not only does that spear hit so hard, but of course those squids just so annoying to play against.
This is the hard part of the offensive side, especially this first little angle, is you need to kind of really hardcore win these fights, not just find one or two picks, because now it's kind of messy. At least Lyric on this right side flank can pop the ultimate towards backline, or really do whatever. Looks for that rocket first, throws it on him. Wada not there to follow up this time, but the Gambit ultimate is here.
Remember, we did see a similar situation for Foxhound in the previous, as Wada popping off. As Equinox are able to dominate that fight, maybe they'll secure the second point off the back of this one. They are actually going to take space and try and press up onto Foxhound here to deny them to be able to push. Not going to be any sort of portal option, so actually looks like the second point is going to be captured comfortably, so it's 2-2. But now the question is, can Equinox get as far as Foxhound did and take us to a map 5 here? But Pride, Cessna, they work together. 2 minutes and 17 on the clock. There is time to work with here. Arguably just as much, if not more, than what Foxhound had.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine in that fight, they realized they had the cart cap, just kind of went down towards the very end for Equinox. But 2 minutes left, like you said. I mean, this is getting down to the wire. You maybe have two fights. Swag for the spawn camp on a Pro Builder. Into the trap he goes. Nice, excellent pick from Swag. Invisible Boundary as well. From the side of Foxhound to keep this sort of secured. Pro Builder's on a hella long flank, by the way. That was crazy. Quite literally in this fight. But he has the ultimate available. He also has some sustained. Pride throws out the ultimate. But can they find the KOs through this dance floor? The answer at the moment looks like is no. But at least you force that ult out. Now you have Stratus ult advantage.
Meteor M, does that connect with anything? No, but Sleepy does take down Water. So Water not able to find those first KOs in their favor. And actually now time's starting to tick away a little bit for Equinox. I think they'll probably reset as they are a player down. But I don't know if Foxhound are going to allow them to reset as they keep applying this pressure in the choke. But Equinox do back off enough. Cart has not traveled too far just yet. As now there's still ults to work with. Freedom Charge is going to be the first hit.
Stall it out. See you later to give the damage boost, but it's almost deleted. In fact, it's not. Whoa, it's Cocoing out beside to take down Pro Builder. Another one follows through, but Pride gets traded. However, Cessna on the Namor has been a consistent factor at stopping these off angles, stopping these flanks. And there again, Wada is kind of lurking around the corner. He's able to get out with his life, but again, Larchrock has to be the guy to swag. Maybe he can find the stagger, but I don't know if it's really going to matter. He gets out with his life anyways. But against Larchrocks versus the Gambit ult.
Definitely save it here. 40 seconds left. Rage and Royal Flush is there, but that is going to be a little bit of a stagger again. Pro Builder taken out of the game. And now it's just 30 seconds. Rage and Royal Flush is going to be popped. It's now or never for Equinox. Their upper bracket is on the line, but Water gets absolutely donged on. And now we are going to see Foxhound with the advantage here. And they still have the Glartrox available for this one.
I mean, how did Cessna live there? The bubble saves him. Pro Builder again. You get picked off, but you trade it. But a 50-50 player, as a 50 player has been, Foxhound does have ultimate still. They found the pickoffs. I mean, there's time to touch.
Someone has to get the touch. The portal is going to come out now. Will Equinox be able to wrestle this one back and force themselves all the way to the point to try and take us to a map 5? Or will they be heading down to that lower bracket and joining our previous team in Ignite Nemesis? As now Foxhound have been able to find the first opener. It's looking good for them with Alfie. Taking down Strange is massive, so now these ults have to be big here. As the invisible boundary comes out, Foxhound, they take control of this fight. Alfie is bullying them off the point as well. And Equinox are struggling, but No Binds gets one of Cessna. Pro Builder now gets one of their own as well. Equinox are not going down without a fight here.
Can't believe it. I mean, the portal, the touch came through Alfie. Does use the Meteor Rev. No way. Could he try to clutch it? You can deflect with the shield, but nope, doesn't happen. Does force the Luna Snow Dance Floor out, though. That could matter in the long term, because we're not even towards the end just yet. As this finally comes through, Alfie gets staggered, KO'd, but you forced out the Luna Snow Dance Floor. Sleep is coming up onto the only straddle besides Respect. Wada's also coming back onto that Spider-Man. Even fight in a moment. Overtime spawn's going to slow down Alfie, though, so if we find a pick off on offense, that'd be massive.
So much of this is now going to be in the neutral. Look, there's not really many ults to work with here, but overtime is only a slither. You cannot afford to get off of this point, and it's still a fair distance to go here now. Foxhound, can you take anyone off the point? Pro Builder survives thanks to diving into the Crow. As now Pro Builder, can you actually hit some shots and connect? Well, finally, the Seer is going to be there, though. It's going to be the first ult that's going to be up for Foxhound, and they are going to start to drop because Cessna is ripping through and maybe going to be sending Foxhound into the next round and sending Equinox down into that lower bracket, unless No Binds now with the Freedom Charge. He does just allow a little bit of survivability for them. But Swag has been so good all series long and finds another onto Water. Overtime, though, is still going to be there. But now, with the Wolverine, you can start to pick them off one by one. A third falls. The last falls off the point. And Equinox fall into the lower bracket.
What a tournament. What a match that was. Foxhound win it, dude. What a call by you, and what a great series it was between these two squads. And, you know, that sends one down. That's just the upper bracket. So that's the match we were looking for. That's the match you were talking about when you wanted to see a 3, anything besides O. And we got that to the extreme. Cessna, at the very end, just went off on Wolverine. Wada close to the Spider-Man ultimate. I don't know what it would have done, considering it's Spider-Man of all things, but that's kind of the epitome of that series. It felt like a really tough series for Wada to really find anything. The dives were just not working against this squad that were playing very, very counter-dive heavy. And looking at the stats, you can see Foxhound just put on an absolute masterclass in a huge performance over a former Ignite squad.
It's going to be a tough pill to swallow for Equinox. Boy, were they close taking us to a map 5, but in the end, in that neutral, it was just going to be about who really was able to build that ult up first. And in the end, the Seer just gave him a distinct advantage. I do love the switch over to the Wolverine as well. When you're in overtime like that, having a hero that can remove someone from the cart over and over again just gives you such a good advantage. Jeff can do a similar thing as well with It's Jeff. But of course, Wolverine could do it without having to build up that ultimate. And what that means is both of our Ignite teams have fallen to the lower bracket. Both Nightmare and Equinox. And that means that only one of them would be able to regain their position in Ignite, as well as they, sadly, would have to play each other if they are able to get all the way through to the lower bracket semi-final. Wow.
Sadly,
wasn't expecting that.
No. I mean, sadly, that's hype to me. I love that. But see, dude, this is just esports, as you know. You know, the younger generation, they always take over eventually, right? And in this case, I mean, fortunately for a lot of the signed teams, a lot of our teams that are like TSM and those guys that might have gotten eliminated, for example, they're still in it. They're still available. But like the thing is, yeah, the young teams, these guys are always going to be hungry. They're going to want it more than you. And that's what it is, you know. Like, for example, like when I retired at the ripe old age of 24, It was because these because these guys are just like so efficient. Like the game is turning into, it always progresses, but the game was like very much so like you need to be, you know, constantly doing something, always on your toes, and not dying too. So there's a lot you have to keep track of for these pro players. On top of, you pointed out earlier, you have a very, very tough meta to adapt to. But this team's adapting well. Foxhound, we get to see them maybe win one more series and qualify for Ignite later on. I believe that'll be tomorrow. But before our next match in the upper bracket, we're going to a short break. We'll see you guys in a few minutes.
Prehistoric protection! Let's heat it up! Clear the way! Disappear!
Born again!
Welcome back, everybody. My name's Dogman, joined by Gansky, and we are in the upper bracket once more. A team, or wait, I believe you are, right? You gotta double check. We're in the lower bracket. Never mind, I'm screwing things up already, Gansky. But we're here, man. We're back, and elimination game back on the table. What do you think's gonna happen in this one, right? The two teams we're gonna see will potentially, we might see an upset today, like we've seen so far.
Yeah, I mean, I was mentioning that Nightmare and Equinox are down in the lower bracket, but Nightmare still have a long way to go, right? They still have to transition through a couple more games to try and catch up with the likes of Equinox. Actually, one more series, this series. If Nightmare win this series, they will essentially be at the same point as Equinox, and they will be going up against Redemption. So we watched both of these two teams compete a little bit earlier in round 3, and we saw some good things from Redemption, like some positive things as well, especially from their duelists, that I do think that they can really take it to Nightmare here. But what Nightmare are we going to see? You know, are we going to see the Nightmare who lost their chance to be in the upper bracket early on in this tournament, or are we going to see the Nightmare who looked a little bit more comfortable when we watched them against Descend? Well, we can only find out one way, and that's jumping into things. We're into the lock and ban. It's Nightmare and Redemption in round 4.
Could be a good one for sure, considering the fact that, I mean, you know, it's odd. I feel like Nightmare out of all teams have kind of a lot of people watching them. They have a lot of eyes on them for sure, and you know, same thing with the last goal with Equinox, right? A lot of people are wondering, can this team kind of live back up to expectations? And that's kind of what we were alluding to at the break, as Mantis gets banned first, then the Gambit ban, and then Protect comes through. You know, that's kind of been the mainstay so far of the tournament. But that's kind of been the thing, is that, you know, a lot of these MRC teams, they can compete with the very, very highest of the level of Marvel Rivals if you have, you know, been putting in the work, grinding, like you said. The Rogue ban comes through on the opposite side to counter the Gambit immediately.
Yeah, which, I mean, was more prominent in the previous season, but I guess still is a huge factor here in Season 9 as well, so I don't hate it. I am excited to see how the Elsa goes down as well. We've already seen how good SJW can be on that Elsa, and they get rid of the Elsa on the other side. I think that's probably for good reason. We already saw how impressive Redemption were with the Elsa of their own, and they're going to opt to protect the Magneto. We've seen a lot of Magneto protect. I mean, this makes me feel a little bit better that I've been able to play a good amount of Magneto recently. Just is such an important Vanguard to have. And then one last protect then on the other side here for Redemption to work with. Wow, double Magneto protect.
Wow.
Who would have thought it?
Yeah, who would have thought it before today for sure? I mean, the character's good for sure. And, you know, I'm proud of you guys. You didn't mention your ranked teammates in that one, so, you know.
But
I thought for sure it was
by
coming.
proxy, I'm still talking about my game, so maybe
Yes.
Sorry, everyone, for playing the game.
This is great. This is great. How are you? You're on the bingo card, right? That's the thing. So what do I have to do on the bingo card? Who does anybody got bingo yet?
I'm gonna find yours. I'll let you know later.
Okay.
When I will.
Okay, I got to hold it in my back pocket because, you know, I know those guys are watching. So if you're a bingo enjoyer, okay, I have not. Have I trash talked anybody today? I don't even. Not on purpose. Okay, never is on purpose.
You didn't have the chance to. Mace wasn't playing.
Damn. No check clipping. Just kidding. Anyway, let's watch Nightmare versus Redemption because this is the potential redemption for one of these teams. Due to the fact that, you know, Nightmare trying to do some interesting roster changes, obviously, like you mentioned, losing their boy Mace to the face, and then for the side of Redemption, I mean, this is again a brand new squad that have been playing well around the Mantis comp. So this is the first time I think that we get to see. Also, Zuxo is playing really good on Luna Snow. This back line of Redemption has been really good, and then Adore is popping off too. So this should be a banger. A really fun series between two excellent teams. And starting off on Bernard Chala is a great map number 1.
No more mistakes available for any of these teams down in the lower bracket. Redemption, they don't need to redeem themselves from their previous game. They looked really good against DK Fan Club. But now, Nightmare, this is going to be an entirely different beast. Coming into this tournament, you probably wouldn't have expected to face either Nightmare or Equinox down in this lower bracket this early. A Redemption can maybe play spoiler here and send home one of our Ignite teams early in the tournament, but Light on the Bucky, showing us just how powerful Bucky can be when you hit hard.
Yeah, Light has been good on the Bucky so far through the tournament, that and the Daredevil, but he's going to have to keep this up, right? Bucky has been a mainstay as well, you know, throughout. That's why in the last one, you know, Wolverine or Bucky can be solid options in this sort of composition. They are very good, Nightmare that is, and kind of playing counter dive. It's odd because they'll switch it up. They'll play, you know, full dive sometimes when Impunity maybe doesn't feel as comfortable playing the Captain America and stuff with Light on the Daredevil. Has loved to play that Groot so far throughout, and the rest of the team likes to play slow too, so it's just a play style of Nightmare. But Adore tries to go for the hook through the smoke of all things. How can you even see everybody? And finally the smoke goes away and dissipates, but the dive comes through now. It's stunned out is Black Cat, but nobody falls just yet on Redemption's side.
Zaraxus really impressed us in the previous series from Redemption as well. As Impunity is able to get the open, Light is going to follow up. Well, they are making this one look pretty easy, our Nightmare at the moment. Redemption just haven't really been able to find their footing so far in this map, but sometimes that happens in round 1. A little bit of adjustment to the pace of play, perhaps, with what Nightmare have been able to offer so far. So Redemption are going to have to try and answer back.
No, you're right. I mean, we saw 100-0 happen on this first one, and then, you know, they figured it out. Nightmare it is later on, but, you know, it is these sort of 100-0s that can happen on Waterfall and stuff, too, if this team knows exactly where to play. The more open maps, I still might favor them, but against the Black Cat, I'll have to see a little bit more to Zaraxus, this dive to come through. Obviously, he's not going with anybody else, so he kind of does it by himself with the Luna Snowflake. Makes it tough to KO him, obviously, but Ultimate's available now for the side of Nightmare.
Zaraxus find one, in and out. As Black Cat, but now being hunted down by Light. That's the one person you don't really want on your tail. And now actually it's SJW.
What?
The Glartrox finds 2. Adore is able to at least take down Magneto. So that does give them a chance here, but it looks like Nightmare now have gained control. Redemption falling apart, and this first round looks like it's going to go comfortably in their favor. I don't think there's going to be enough time to stall. No, there isn't. 1-0.
It was almost there. I mean, that cooldown's out. You got to keep in mind that for the next round. But Yeah, excellent work. SJW's ultimate just ended it. Light's like, do I have anything else I have to do? Like, this guy just got 2 with his Glartrox, sitting good to Shredus ultimate that entire round. I mean, just great work out of Team Nightmare. Another 100-0 for them. Now we move to a more open map where, I mean, I still like their comp. The Black Cat stuff, you know, I think in other hands, like Wada the last series could be solid. Zeraxis on his side at least isn't, like, dying a ton comparatively, but the peel job has been there for Redemption, or for Nightmare. They're playing excellently around this backline, and also they're playing the Loki too this time. So, you know, I think due to the fact they're playing maybe the exact right heroes due to the ban phase, it feels a bit better. And so far, I mean, Nightmare, I still kind of favor them on this next round despite all things. I just like this sort of counter dive composition, especially if they're playing it this well. And for Nightmare, or for Redemption, they've not been able to do the same with Zeraxis on these dive heroes.
I found the bingo card.
Oh,
You
no.
actually feature on it 3 times.
Why? Why?
One of them is Dogman crashes out.
Oh no.
The other is Dogman goes off topic for no reason. Hey, there's
sorry,
always a
that.
reason, folks. Trust in the Dogman supremacy. Anyway, that's me going off topic, I guess. Is now SJW has been hitting hard on this Elsa. I'm just going to be communicating a good spot of the Venom as well, just to make sure there wasn't a surprise when that dive came in. As now Zeraxis switches over to the Daredevil, but it offers and bears no more fruit than the Black Cat had. And now for Nightmare, they have built up every ult you could want. Bar that Glartrox, and you're not even going to need it when you hit that hard just with the left click right now. Meteor M potentially going to add and rub salt into the wounds, which is exactly what happens as Redemption now at full.
Yeah, I mean, you know SJW is getting some fans after that game, after this game so far. Just due to the fact that that was a masterclass on Elsa. They also used ultimates. And this is, again, I was talking about, this is a more open map, and I don't know, now you're on the Venom and stuff. But the dive has to be good, you know, and it's tough for a lot of these teams coming through MRC that maybe don't have a ton of practice on different compositions or whatever to fully get the maximum value out of these 2 heroes. Now, obviously, having to get off the Black Cat is kind of already, you know, a bad sign. I feel like, considering how strong Black Cat could be, but it's this Loki Invis backline that is making it so hard to penetrate. Zeraxis just wants to play for that sort of ability. But what happens after that? You have so far, you have to fall back.
Yeah, Nightmare have done very well at protecting that backline as well. Monster in particular on that Magneto, and again showing how important Magneto is to have on your team. SJW has built up that Glartrox that's going to be available alongside the abundance of ults they have now. They can pick and choose how they want to win this fight. The invisible boundary is going to be the ultimate of choice as Light follows up with the KO. We are going to see a fate of both worlds from the side of Redemption just to try and stabilize here. Potentially recognizing that it was going downhill, but now actually the copy comes through from Nightmare to get a fate of both worlds on their side instead now, and they are just going to walk down Redemption and force them back to their spawn. Not looking good here for Redemption.
No, this is a great map out of them so far for Nightmare. I mean, they also have still the Groot ultimate if they want to even pick off one. Maybe you can get, like, an Eat or something. But there's so much pressure now towards the choke point. You know, who's able to touch last second? 20% of the board. The trap's in the right way. They go to the left. They'll have time. Hook comes through, but the bubble's there to save them. Maybe that cooldown's going to matter. Wild Thing goes in, has Meteor M to finally collapse on somebody. Maybe get that Invisible Woman shield, because that could stop that Meteor M.
95%, let the devil out. And the Rage and Royal Flush are going to come through. It's now or never, really. Cracking Impact is also going to be there for a door and does connect with 2. So it looks like maybe Redemption are going to be able to gain this point and stay alive here on this map. Not just this round, but of course the map in general. As GRP is going to be taking down Fidel. The Venom doing the work, and this fight will fizzle out. Nightmare were unable to really stop just the sheer amount of ultimates that came their way. Rage and Royal Flush plus anything is always detrimental. But certainly alongside letting the Devil out and the Kraken Impact.
Zeraxis is onto the Black Widow now, too, off of the Daredevil. Kind of like that, you know, especially on a map that's a bit longer range. But, you know, are they in too big of a deficit now? 99 to 0%. They finally claimed it back. Light has the ultimate. A door popped off for the last map to avoid the Strangling Prison, but he falls low.
Light applying that pressure again. Just chunking and takes down the opposition Bucky. And now, yes, okay, you've got Meteor M. Good positioning from Light, though, just to make sure he's not going to be whacked on the head. Zeraxis there, using Black Widow now to start to get a little bit of damage done. Gets the KO. JRP gets one as well. And it looks like Redemption are going to be able to hold on to this point, and Nightmare are going to have to reset. But they are going to reset with a lot of ults to play with. Kraken Impact they come back in with, as well as Glartrox, alongside a Visible Boundary. I mean, all the recipes and tools for success are going to be there for Nightmare to win this next fight.
And this would have to be a crazy choke job, I think, for Nightmare to lose this one. Like you said, I mean, JRP could go big with the Feast of the Abyss, but they're playing it so slow, and Zeraxis could find picks. I mean, if you get picked off before we even use ultimates, that could spell disaster for Nightmare.
Zerax is just trying to spot and see if he can deal a little bit of damage from distance. This is what you were talking about, the extra poke you get from playing Black Widow. But now Nightmare start to make their charge. There will be Fate of Both Worlds on the other side, but the Glartrox, who does it connect with? Good work to try and delete that initially from Adore, but Light still gets the opening pick as now Fate of Both Worlds will be popped. But again, Kraken Impact is going to start to generate that a little bit of damage. But Adore, he's hit it once before. Can he do it again and again? Doesn't quite connect. He does finally take down Light. Will get the reset, actually. But now with the Raging Royal Flush, Nightmare are starting to apply all of the details they need into this next one. Monster finds a pick as well onto Adore.
I don't know why he didn't press.
Falling away.
Oh, he didn't press Q again. Could he get a snipe shot? Nope. Crystals are out. Walks into the other one too, so he's able to live. Zeraxis out of the ultimate charge too, and Impunity throws the Great Southern Prism on the back line. Does anybody fall after it though? Answer is no. He gets grabbed by Wolverine!
Fantastic grab. The portal is just going to allow them to delay this one as well. Into overtime we go. And actually, the winner of this fight probably just wins the round in general, especially with one portal already being used. Actually, looks like both portals have been used now. You're going to see both Doctor Stranges in. Meteor Rem, if you can connect with one of the backline here, it could be huge for you, but SJW comes in now. Takes down the first. Light follows up with the second. And Redemption are falling in a 6 versus 4. This one should go comfortably in Nightmare's favor. They do force them away from the point, and Nightmare will take second round and the first map. And they were able to just deny Redemption the chance of being able to wrestle that one back.
Oh my god, I felt the nerves through my screen when that one. My god, I was just Zeraxis POV on the high ground trying to do something. They were just, unfortunately, in too big of a deficit to come back. And this guy on your screen right now is the guy to sort of capitalize on most situations. Only had one death that entire map. Excellent work out of SJW and the team to play around him. But damn, I mean, that was still kind of close towards the very end. And I guess this is kind of what happened to Nightmare in the first series as well that we saw from them today. Is that second round, like that was the one where they started to kind of let the map slip away from them. But now, you know, it's an excellent map to play the Elsa. You know, obviously prioritize that hero, the Protect, and then the ban. Worked out for them so far. Same thing with the Loki. So a really good job, I think, out of this backline. I credit them, I think, in the neutral. I feel like this backline, Payne and Fidel, have really good neutral fights. And, you know, maybe they just have to work on synergy with ultimates, but they're obviously very mechanically skilled at the right moment. It was a great work from Nightmare, but they'll have to keep it up. They'll have to maintain their current pace if they want to win the series.
19,000 damage in the end for SJW. I mean, 16k from Monster. Again, showing why Magneto is such an oppressive hero at the moment as well. Good damage blocks from both sides for both of those Vanguards. And then, of course, we saw the switch from Light just to make sure that we've got the portal in. He wasn't playing Doctor Strange throughout the entirety. It was the Bucky work, in fact, from Light, which was so impressive on their side. I mean, even in the replays, it was the initial picks time and time again from Light. Seems to not matter whether he's on dive or whether he's on a little bit of poke or brawl. He can seem to do it all, can Light.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, Bucky, that hero right now, just with the buffs, with the Elsa team up's just crazy. His character already just shoots meatballs, so it's like it's not even that hard of a hero, to be honest. But compared to others, I think. But regardless, it's so good this patch. I mean, like it can catch up to Wolverine. Like we talked about how good Wolverine was in the previous patch too. But the fact that your cooldowns get reduced with the new team up with Elsa, it just makes it crazy. So that character can pump out incredible amounts of damage. And you saw, I think, towards the very end, Impunity didn't go down too. Like in the previous series, we saw Impunity die, I think, in some of those situations. Really good invisible boundary towards the very end. You can see this team slowly improving, getting better on this group composition throughout the series.
I do think we're going to see a very different meta right now to what we see when we get to the mid-season finals, for example, as well, when teams have had even more time to strategize, scrim, and try and work out what's good, what's bad. And also not to disrespect the MRC teams, there is always going to be a slight difference in approach for some of these teams that are ranked grinders as well. And you almost have to think about that when you're getting into the lock and ban phase. It is far more detrimental for some of these MRC teams to lose certain heroes compared to the top pros when we do get to mid-season finals, right? Because those top pros just have a far deeper pool, a better knowledge when it comes to a lot of those heroes to be able to play as well. As we do move into said lock and ban phase, and that is an instant ban onto Elsa. Redemption saying, all right, we see the problem here. Let's get her out of here ASAP.
Yeah, that's very interesting to go for the Gambit Protect on the opposite side. I mean, I kind of like the idea versus specifically Nightmare, just because in the past they have not shown the best, you know, sort of Mantis comps. But it's still letting Mantis through, right? Like, I guess that's the trade-off. And you have time to work with. Like, that's what we talked about earlier with the fact that, you know, you do get to play best out of 5 instead of the BO3s. So, you know, if you were to lose this map, you can still come back. And we almost saw the reverse sweep happen in that upper bracket match earlier with Equinox, but it didn't. However, you know, you at least buy yourself some time to experiment. But sometimes experiments, especially the failed ones, can turn out disastrous for some of these top rosters.
In the end, they opted to go for the Loki Protect rather than the Mantis Protect, even though having the option to keep her if they would like.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I think that says a lot about Loki and how powerful people feel that Loki is as well. I just think the ability you have to copy any ultimate just gives you that option, or so many options. The variety of options you can have to counter what everyone else is doing as well, I just think is why Loki is such an important factor to your lineup if you're going to add it. Nightmare also recognizing how Elsa can run and control the game, so they're also going to be banning it away from Redemption. Again, as they had in the previous. The group ban is an interesting one for me. They want to make sure that there's not going to be any group. They could have opted to ban the Magneto if they would have liked, but perhaps when they look at Midtown, they feel like maybe the group would be a problem.
Yeah, I think it's fine, too, because Infinity is shown to play a ton of Groot. Captain America, maybe they think is more manageable. But they get the Magneto Protect, too. So, again, we saw that last one. You pointed it out. Now we get to see 2 Magnetos on the field yet again. And then the Daredevil ban onto Nightmare, making sure that Light doesn't get to play that hero. Would rather have him on Bucky, resulting in a counter group ban. So, towards the very end, both teams respecting each other's Groots. But this is definitely a fun series and an interesting one between both teams. I'm kind of with you on the Loki stuff. Also, Loki, you know, as a hero, is just kind of crazy. The fact that you get a literal invulnerability that heals you, get 3 of them like that, it's just not balanced. You know, immortality is a little bit, you know, might be a little busted. Might be a little crazy. The character has to be like really bad in terms of like left click healing to be not very good. Like that's how strong Loki is. That ability is like his own ultimate, pretty much.
I do think it's very important to have someone on your roster that can play Loki. Even though Loki was getting banned a lot and sometimes wouldn't even feature, now even more so with the team-ups, becomes a must-need to have someone who has it in their back pocket. So we'll have to see how Nightmare are going to be able to use this Loki here on the side of Pain. Are we going to see a trip strapped with the Loki? It looks like it's being teed up at the moment, or at least what I can see. Sorry, you can't see it in stream. At the moment, we're just looking at the beautiful pictures of Midtown. One of my favorite maps, I will say. I've always enjoyed it. This first choke is a very fun one to play, especially if you're on the defensive side. Sometimes if you're on the offensive side and you get held out, it can be a very miserable experience. We'll have to see whether Redemption can maybe just break through here.
This is going to be a hard map to do it, especially against the teams that were formerly of Ignite, you know, squads, and then also playing Penny Parker stuff. This is where a lot of the, you know, sort of pug teams falter, is against comps like this, but not in this case. The damage boost is enough to get rid of Monster. Also no Rocket Raccoon to BRB Monster into this fight. Nice job with the damage boost to find the KO.
Trip. It's the 3 strat, 3 Vanguard for Nightmare at the moment. Can you break down and make sure you deny these spider nests? It looks like they were able to find them nice and early as the fist gets slammed into Magneto, and Redemption have been able to force Nightmare quite far back. Nightmare probably going to switch things up now because they've not been able to hold on that initial choke, and they're struggling a little bit. You can see SJW has already moved over to Black Widow. They just need a little bit more damage output here. Adore has also moved on to that Storm as well, and now you're going to see Wolverine getting involved. When Thing is going to be there, sometimes you just want someone who can just rip him to shreds.
We'll come back on the Black Widow to try to counter the Storm, and you find 2. Excellent work from SJW. Able to take down Zaraxis as well. So that switch up might be enough for them later on. Stagger KO is going to come through. onto the Wild Thing. And you have 2 minutes and 30 seconds left to go. Redemption do have the copy available at the very least for their attack. Door also makes the switch over to the Deadpool. They want to switch off that counter, triple Vanguard composition, whereas you have SJW able to deal with, Storm earlier, forcing Zeraxis now to switch over to the Bucky. Copy comes out from Zuxa early.
And there's that copy that you were talking about as well. It's actually going to be onto Raging Royal Flush. They're going to have 2 Raging Royal Flushes if they need them to break through at this point. The only ult on the other side is going to be Black Widow until now. Invisible Boundary is up at just the perfect time, but is it a little bit too late here? Psionic Seduction is going to be used as well from the Emma on the side of Redemption to try and bring out some of these Vanguards. There's the second Raging Royal Flush, as Redemption now surely use this to their advantage to be able to force Nightmare away. Maybe there's going to be a last-ditch attempt, and actually, yeah, there is. The Karmic Revival is there at the perfect time as well for Nightmare now.
Yeah, but they're going to have to be in the Bucky. This ultimate's coming up in a second. I mean, you've seen how disgusting the Kraken impact can be against the Karmic Revival.
Visible Boundary down. It's come out. I mean, the timing has been so fortunate, or maybe just perfect timing from Nightmare to get these out one by one and deny the amount of pressure that Redemption were putting on. And now that ult has come out from Black Widow as well. Can you hit any of those snipe shots? Yes, you can. Redemption down to 4, and they've been able to force Redemption back here. And with 1 minute 13 left on the clock, so much committed from Redemption. You start to ask yourself, are they going to even be able to get to this first point? Because now Nightmare are going to have an advantage in this ult economy. Penny Parker is going to have ult available, and also its clobbering time is going to be there too.
I completely forgot. Like, I forgot that the Zeraxis, I was like, oh, he's going to pop the Kraken impact, but then I realized he's against Penny Parker, and he just can't go. Like, if he does, he gets blown up instantly. So, this Penny Parker pick is showing to be incredibly fruitful from Impunity, even though he went down in the previous fight, got Karmic Revival, and then, you couldn't go forward with the Kraken impact until those mines are gone, or at least he can't go as aggressive as maybe he wants.
Still has it in his back pocket, though. And he's probably screaming to the team to try and take down these spider nests. But there is potentially 2 of them, thanks to the Rocket Raccoon team-up. Redemption are able to actually force Nightmare away a little bit here and almost gain control of this cart. But Nightmare do have ults available, and there is the mines that are going to now start to come out from Penny. And if you thought that the spider nests were already annoying, the ult is going to be even more so. Clobbering time also comes out, gets the stuns. The stuns plus the mines could be huge, but Kraken Impact does find 1. Ador's going to come in and follow up with a second of his own. The timer gets them. The Invisible Boundary is now there at the perfect time. Nightmare have timed this perfectly on their ults.
They absolutely have, and everybody's brought in by Wild Thing, and no KOs because the healing is so good. Excellent work from the Invisible Woman of Fidel. Ultimate's committed, though, from SJW on the right side. Takes out Zuxa as well on the Gambit. The cart's close to getting capped out. Ador finds 1. Yotzer with another one. And SJW has to play slow, has to duck around the corner, kicks the Deadpool into his own bubble, and is able to live last second to get some healing. But the portal's here. Zeraxis finds 1. Pain goes down on the flank, and IJRP also finds Impunity.
Oh, Light switches over to Spidey and says, see you later to JRP, and that's going to be another one to Zeraxis. And Spidey on Spidey action as both teams desperately trying to scramble to the point in overtime here. Nightmare gained the advantage. And for Redemption now, they are a player down here, but there again, the Spider-Man will find the Gambit. Yutsu is going to be deleted so quickly, but now the portal does come out once more. It's a very elongated fight here, but it is still favoring Nightmare at the moment. Redemption just clinging on to this one, but that might be the beginning of the end as 4 KOs in a row. Nightmare will deny Redemption on that first point. And even though Redemption, they were so close, you thought they'd have it. It was the timings on those ultimates for Nightmare that was huge.
Yeah, first of all, that was cinema. That was sick at the end, seeing Spider-Man on Midtown fly around on both sides. And then, obviously, the broken, absolutely disgusting Venom team-up coming out of the light to find those KOs. SJW doing a great job, too, living. I mean, that was beautiful work around the ambulance side to just run around, play his own life, and use the cooldowns at the right time. So, excellent job out of him. But, that was just a really good defensive hold. I think, overall, the Penny Parker was the biggest thing. It was just a thorn in the side of the Bucky's brains, dude. He tried to go in with Kraken Impact, couldn't, slowed down. It's those small, split seconds decisions. If you have to hesitate, you have to actively think you're going to already be behind. So obviously you could see the muscle memory maybe had to get changed even just by a second, resulting in hesitation.
Get ready.
It was already hard enough to take down one of the spider nests from Penny, but being able to have 2 with the Rocket Raccoon team up, just insane, really. Especially one of them getting the armor and popping out even more armor packs as well.
I'm still not used to. By the way, I'm still not used to like like when you say team up. Like I'm not used to the fact that like there's sometimes that you're not getting the enhanced team up. You know,
Yeah.
it's like I like oh yeah, Rocket Raccoon's not in the game, but there's still a team up because of how the team ups were reworked.
I mean, they're probably thankful because the enhanced team up then allows the second spider nest to regenerate health. So even if you are able to get a couple of shots on it, it regenerates health if you're not able to take it down there and then. But now on the other side, we have to see Redemption defend here. Nightmare just need to get to that first point, and they will be 2-0 up in this series and one step closer to progressing in this lower bracket as Light rips through again. And again, you know, it's another Rocket Raccoon team up. But then it's not an enhanced team up. You don't even need it because the infinite ammo is just huge for you. The extra fire rate just provides that little bit of extra oomph and firepower you need.
It is tough because I think a lot of these 3-3 comps, you know, they used to play like a little bit of Rocket Raccoon and stuff, but obviously, you know, they want to play that Loki stuff, you know, play around Madam Warlock, and not able to build up fast in terms of ultimate charge. In that case, this cart is still pushing forward. Wild Thing finds one in SJW, however. No Pain, good job bobbing and weaving, and the AT comes through, rather the vulnerability comes through onto the Magneto from the Thing, and they're able to get even more damage down range. Set away Redemption, who is just stalling out the cart as long as they could.
We just gotta get to Avengers Tower.
To switch over to Wild Thing, making sure he's got the Strange Portal here. And we saw how elongated the fight was previously at this point, but Wild Thing is taking his time onto this portal. He wants to be able to place this one to, of course, stop that cart in its spot, but also give them a little bit of protection behind the portal as well. The question is, can anyone find the opener? Because you are going to see Nightmare have the first option. The Raging Royal Flush comes out, and now they can continue to charge forward here. Oh, but that is a nice deletion of the Punisher. You needed that.
Excellent shot from Zaraxis. Flows through the sky. Also finds the stagger on impunity as well. Coming through SJW, trying to turn it, though, with the Gambit ultimate. Can he find the shot? Finds one. Another goes down. 3 hit fallen in reverse. Monster. Could he end it with the Meteor M? Yes, he finds Wild Thing. The portal, maybe to come late too, has to switch for somebody else out of spawn because the res from Zaraxis isn't even here. He's saving it for next map at this rate. Nightmare, they've won 2-0 or 1-0.
2-0.
I mean, it felt inevitable, really, with the hold that we saw from Nightmare previously. It was going to be very difficult for Redemption to try and do exactly the same thing. Right from the rip, it was just the sheer amount of presence that Punisher can offer, especially in the hands of Light. Getting that infinite ammo team up from the Rocket Raccoon and being able to just delete some of that backline as well. I mean, delete some of the front line. It felt like the Vanguards just weren't able to stay up. And the strategists were really struggling to be able to heal the amount of damage that was incoming here. And Nightmare, they take a 2-0 lead, though.
Yeah, absolutely great work out of Nightmare, and this is what we were mentioning earlier about the difficulty of being an MRC team playing on Convoy Convergence instead of Domination. It's just the teamwork required on these type of maps can be kind of hard to come by. Now I say that, and SJW was just kind of put on a masterclass too the whole time. I mean, this has been an excellent series out of him. Nightmare or Monster as well. Monsters have had a really good series. Impunity's timings too on the Thing have been nice. The follow-up damage is there, so yeah, I mean, you can see why they're prioritizing the Loki stuff so much. I still maybe am wondering how they're going to do if more teams try the strategy where they allow kind of Mantis to go through against them, because maybe there's some holes there, but it's very interesting. I like how this team is trying to deviate away from playing hard Mantis stuff like other teams are. Maybe this is, for a lot of teams, a better composition for them.
Like I said, it gives you that versatility and those options with that Loki, and yeah, a pleasure to watch. It did feel like with that first round with Nightmare holding, the ults came at just the perfect time over and over again. Like, they were able to get the first one out, delay, get a second one out, delay, and then eventually the third one was just too much. But we are, of course, still going to go into some more games. Before we get there, we're going to head for a quick break, allow Dogman and I to grab a glass of water. Maybe you should hydrate as well. We'll be back shortly after this.
again!
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Marvel Rivals Relegations into Ignite, or Qualifiers, whatever you want to call it. 2-0 is at Nightmare right now against Redemption, who will now, in this case, do have to redeem themselves, Gaskin. And the first two maps, I think, did edge towards Nightmare, and they're looking a lot better, I think, even than the series earlier, right? It was, quick 2-0. They're looking a little bit more gelled and synergized. What's kind of your take so far been of these two squads, and maybe Nightmare specifically, from these last two to kind of keep on the positive sort of train?
Yeah, I think they both have those clutch factors. They both got players that can win those duels. Because sometimes, with the neutral being slightly extended in this patch, you do need to rely on those players that can just hit those shots. And it sounds very simple, but if you can get that one pick, especially onto a strategist, that can win that fight for you. It gives you the ult advantage going into the next one. It can give you a whole round, perhaps, depending on how you're actually going to play it out. Like, how many times have we seen these elongated neutral fights that just comes down to one person having that pop-off moment? And it's not always just hitting your shots as a duelist. Sometimes as a Vanguard, you've got the opportunity to do so. Magneto with his Chaos Sword, for example. And the strategist. Like, you can't afford to miss, it feels like, as a strategist with your healing ability. If you're playing Luna, for example, you better be making sure you're hitting those shots. Otherwise, you're going to see your Vanguards fall very quickly indeed. We do get into the lock and ban then for map 3 between Redemption and Nightmare. Can we see Redemption get back into it, or will Nightmare make this a 3-0 sweep?
Ban phase changes up a little bit, going over to Hall of Jalia. They go for that first Mantis ban, on the side of Redemption this time, not going for the, potential opportunity of leaving it open. Maybe to just stick to their own game plan of ban phase, maybe not think of what Nightmare is going to try to do and allow stuff to go through. I mean, both teams showing the Magneto so far, like you talked about earlier. Neither team really trying to force out the ban phase. This time it's that low-key prioritization because of what Nightmare were doing, I suppose, in the previous maps.
Yeah, so Nightmare are going to be able to have Gambit comfortably here. Loki is going to be the ban, though. So they said, look, we've seen enough of Loki. They do manage to get the Elsa ban through as well. So even though Nightmare have been playing so well with the Elsa, they don't feel like it is a worthy lock. And I think that also tells you a lot when you look back at the instant Elsa ban in the previous. Was that a mistake? Should you perhaps have been prioritizing banning either the Gambit or the Mantis, which seem to be the two most difficult heroes to go up against, or apparently Loki as the third to follow up? This is where the locks and bans can get a little bit more interesting, though, towards the end of it. Again, we are going to see Magneto being protected on the side of Nightmare. Venom is going to be taken away. Now, Venom is another Vanguard that I think, if played correctly in this meta, is one of the most difficult to go up against. So I think Redemption are recognizing that from Nightmare and saying, we don't want to allow that to happen.
Okay, yeah, you're right. I think that is going to matter in sort of the overarching scheme of this map onto Hall of Jalia. So considering, like you said, I mean, these dive comps have been really good earlier. We've seen a ton of Namor, Hela stuff, and, that could potentially come through. I guess we haven't seen a lot of it, just one. But we've seen a lot more Bucky in this series, too. I'm curious what Nightmare are going to play. Last time it was their Daredevil ban later on, and this time it's the counter Loki bans that come through alongside that Venom that you said, allowing Light to either play the Black Cat if he wanted to, or the Daredevil. Although, I don't know, both teams maybe have shied away from playing a little bit more Black Cat recently and have been prioritizing other types of heroes in this case. And obviously, SJW's been playing really good on the Black Widow. It's available, by the way, for Redemption. They just not wanted to play it.
Should have taken a print screen. I should be taking snapshots of the team ups that they are choosing at the start of the game. I know they can change them.
Yeah, we got to make it more obvious.
Would be something that perhaps can be added to the UI. I will report it. But I do think that Redemption have done really well in the lock and ban phase here. This looks like a lot better for them. I do think that now, on the side of Nightmare, it's going to be eyes on Light, on that Daredevil. Can Light continue to do Light things and be able to get behind enemy lines and deny, dive onto them? Or now with Redemption having a door, he was hovering. There was a Namor hover for a while, but it looks like it is going to be the Hela in the end. And we have already seen, actually, on this map, the Hela can be so good against some of the dive. And it is going to be an instant portal off the rip as well, which we've seen a lot of today.
Well, let's get off to the races as the Redemption do that. Start with the portal flank. Fidel sitting in invis, hiding and waiting, kind of. In the meantime, it's Impunity over to that Vanguard Deadpool this time around. We've seen the value of it so far, and still one of the best characters in the game, basically, throughout this, since his release, basically. At least the Vanguard pool has been so consistent with Zeraxis. He's the one on the attack name more, but can he find anybody squishy? At least Light goes in with the bubble. Gets the KO too. A door falls early on. Nice job from him. Gets frozen, though. Nice job from Zuxa, showing up like he did on the previous map.
It was 5v5 temporarily. And Nightmare doing their best to try and hold on here. Again, that Black Widow, a lot of responsibility for the damage output, but it's Pain in the end who gets the opener on their side. Daredevil's going to have ult as well, nice and early. Unity's been doing really well at just being able to play a lot of variety when it comes to the heroes as well that he plays. Light goes down once more, so Light has not been able to find the success here. I think this is going to be such an integral part for Redemption at finding any form of victory here. It has to be shutting down Light over and over again.
Yeah, if they can keep doing it, we'll eventually secure this point, but the secure of the point from Monster has been crazy. The healing coming through. Nice job to bubble off a little bit of the damage, but no. Adora's hitting all the shots in the world, but no KOs found just yet. The healing output has been crazy. Same thing with the movement from the Vanguards. One tick is given, but no KOs found. Shredder's ult's coming up in a moment. GRP flies through the back line. Just a little bit of a cosmetic Angela. In that case, they come back through with the Gambit ultimate. Have to break the squids, but there's a whale. Slows down the aggression, but no KOs found just yet from the defensive side from Nightmare.
Almost got that third tick now, and here's where the ult starts to come through. Raging Royal Flush! It was there. I thought it was about to be popped, but it was instantly denied. So Redemption are going to drop 2. Nightmare will be able to stabilize, and they will be able to hold just at the 2 ticks on the notches now as Light and Monster continue to be aggressive. They pummel down Redemption. Nightmare will be able to hold. 1 minute and 34 now on the clock for Redemption to try and take this first point.
And maybe they got to wait for everybody to get back up again. No stagger KOs, and this could be the end of it for Redemption for sure. I mean, like right now, they just have to go aggressive with ultimates. Nightmare did use both of their Shroud ults, but the Meteor Arm could shut everything down from the side of Monster, as they could deal with the aggression from Yatsu. GRP2 has to find a little bit more value on this. Angela shut down a little bit of what SJW has been doing so far. Door off the Helen now over to that Bucky. Looks to try to get some more value on a different character, build up that impact. He also team up.
Slams home onto a door. Nightmare doing very well to hold now. Redemption backs against the wall. I think they have to retreat away from this one once more. Question is, are they going to have the portal available again? They did do it right off the rip, so you'd imagine they are going to have the time here.
Yeah.
Who's going to make that switch?
If somebody has to do it, I mean, no time left either. Wild Thing does have the Meteor M still to go. I mean, they might not have to cool down up, so they have to walk. The long walk of shame, in this case, as Redemption and crew, I mean, they have ultimates finally. So this is going to be a good fight for them, surely, except Pain close to that Gambit ult. JRP, I feel like he's, like I said, has been cosmetic this map. I mean, it's just, I feel like the value's not really been there. SJW just runs into a Magneto. That's got to hurt. Goes back to spawn.
Well, they've been able to walk in, they've been able to get their touch, and they're actually finding the KOs to follow up. As the door now is going to work in tandem with the Angela, and now the Kraken Impact can start to pummel. I don't know if Magneto's going to fall quick enough, though, so probably not going to get the reset just yet. But Redemption are able to gain control of the point just, but now here comes the portal from Nightmare. Here's a last chance to try and break through, but I think they are too staggered, and yes, they are. So Redemption just about tick this one over, and they get time added to the clock. 2 minutes 20 now to start to move towards second point.
I really just wonder what SJW was thinking in that previous fight. Like, there was a game plan, obviously. Maybe they just wanted to go aggressive with, like, the AT heal from the reduction in healing from the Gambit. But regardless, he just got smoked. Like, walked straight into Wild Thing, resulting in that fight slowly dwindling out of their favor. And now in the second phase, having to try to contest for the high ground is going to be tough. Zeraxis also has figured out to just play the Black Widow, like SJW has been doing so. Both kind of dealing with each other. The high ground, the walls have already been deleted too, allowing maybe this defense to secure it over here. But no, the shots from Zeraxis have been clean. Impunity goes down. Oh no, that's kind of what we saw earlier. Whenever Nightmare were to lose, it was Impunity that did fall. Door also goes for the uppercut onto his counterpart on the light, smokes him, sends him to the corner, and deletes him. That's 2 in the fight so far. Also looking for the sniper shots cross map is Zaraxis. But if you find even more stagger picks, this could be absolutely deadly for Nightmare, as we're already through the second phase. It feels like it just started.
Raging Royal Flush does come out, though. And they are going to be aggressive off the back of it, just to try and force them back. Nightmare trying to cling on to what they can, but they can't cling on enough. And now they have 2 minutes 30 suddenly to Redemption, and they are looking pretty fancy at the moment. A Door working alongside the Luna here to deny light. And the stagger is going to be really big for Redemption. 2 minutes 20 is is a good amount of time here, Dog, to go into this last point.
Yeah, it is. We saw teams even get to this last point with no time left at the bank, but, you know, how many teams have we seen fully camp out on this map? So, you know, it's always a very, very difficult attack, I think, on this third phase. Second phase, sometimes you can snowball through. First point can be kind of a choke point for sure, but this is usually where teams kind of make their money, sort of like the third down for quarterbacks in football. As the Meteor M comes through on the opposite side, SJW flanks it, waits out the engage, does take some damage, but lives. Light still gets found by Zaraxis, though.
360 no scope, just trying to put on a little bit of a show for us now. Gambit never falls, but we are going to see the Raging Royal Flush just be too much for Redemption to handle at the moment. And they're going to have to back off away from this one. But like I said, they have time. Don't have to worry too much about risking things here and now. Instead, it's about making sure you don't stagger too much. So actually dying quickly here is not the end of the world. 1 minute and 14 on the clock. Redemption do have ults to work with. I'm excited for this push. I think Redemption have looked really good on this map.
Yeah, they have. And I think it's... The second phase was just awful from Nightmare. I mean, that's why Light goes over to the Daredevil now, but with impunity onto the Captain America. Just felt like a Door was able to find way more value on the Bucky so far with those grapples. And then JRP was able to kind of fly around and just be a nuisance. Now that it's a little more open, 50 seconds left to go. It's going to be a great fight for Nightmare to win, but a lot of poke damage coming through from Wild Thing. Falls low. There's the Bucky ult, but no actual KOs are found. Light is CC'd and stunned. But you need to find a kill on the attack right now as Zuxa pops the Luna Snow dance for it. Nightmare is still holding on to everything. Fidel's so late with the ult. I wonder why.
A lot of Qs, that's what all that matters really at this point. Dance Floor is going to start to fade away, and it is actually going to be, in the end, it's going to be the Luna who gets the opening pick. A Door follows up with one of their own, so Redemption have done very well. Can you connect here as the Black Widow? Yes, you can. And Redemption are in a 6 versus 2. Now, mind, they do still have to push this quite some way, so Nightmare are going to be able to get off spawn here. Maybe a little bit of a stagger, potentially. No, they are able to reset and retreat. But they can start to bully back on this choke point. They just have to make sure they continue to touch point here, Redemption. Nightmare with one last chance to try and deny.
Surrounded at the moment. You still have ults, but Strat ults are out on the table. Here comes the Meteor M. Can you dodge it? Monster connects on a Zuxa. Too much pressure from the Captain America. Bubble's also used. Counter Meteor M. Has a counter bubble, but that's eventually going to run out. That might have been too early. Here comes the Meteor M. Doesn't connect, though, so that's huge for the defense.
SJW into ult again. Can you hit any of these snipe shots? Yes, you can. A Door is ripped away from the lobby. Wild Thing's going to be the second one to follow. And if you wondered if Black Widow's ultimate is any good, well, in the right hands, boy, can it be. As Nightmare will hold Redemption to just 2. I say just 2. It was still pretty far for Redemption, but at least Nightmare do not allow the full 3.
Yeah, sadly for Nightmare, I mean, the same mistakes that they've been making are kind of coming out, right? Like we just saw towards the very end. It was just indecisiveness out of either Fidel, Monster, whoever, to just pop an ultimate to help sustain. I think Impunity also had Captain America ult, but they were a little bit too late. Just cost them. I mean, obviously they won the round, right? But it's like you said, you can get towards the very end of this map and still not cap it, and that's good. Like you potentially gave yourself a chance here, considering first point was going so poorly for Redemption. The fact that they snowballed in second phase was also beautiful work out of Zaraxis and Adora. Adora, I think, put on a really good performance on Bucky, but that third phase was really a great comeback from a Nightmare towards the end with Monster specifically. I think Monster's actually had a very good series so far. And we'll see if they can keep it up on their attack. It's going to be difficult in the first point, but a lot of these teams maybe aren't prepared for Nightmare's first point attacks as they go for that portal play first, usually from Impunity, switch over to Captain America. We'll see how the back line decides to play it, because Zuxa, I think, was really good when uncontested, but ever since that they've been pressuring Zuxa, it's not been as beautiful out of Redemption's back line.
Suppose it's nice to know that even you have standards.
How is the hold now for Redemption? I mean, we've seen how good Nightmare can be at breaking setups, particularly through Light on that Daredevil. That being said, Redemption were able to deal with Light in the previous. But it's a little bit different when you're on the attack, because you can just find those strategists sometimes a little bit out of position. Again, it's going to be the early portal, which seems to be the game plan for every team here. Just allows you to get behind, and then again, you switch off the Strange, and then you hope that you have the portal back for a little bit later. And it's going to be the Captain America as the choice of the switch over. But now from this position, Zaraxis absolutely destroys Light.
I mean, oh my god. You didn't even see his third shot. It was just a headshot. Boom. See you back to spawn, buddy. And luckily, this team for Nightmare, they've been used to what's been going on with Light. That's kind of his job. You know, same thing with Wada in the previous series. You know, these sort of melee specialists, their entire point is just to, you know, buy space, buy pressure. In that case, it wasn't for very long, but still kind of maybe job done. I don't know. Zarax is just kind of going off right now.
He impressed us in the previous, and he continues to impress us here in the third map against Nightmare, and they need someone to step up if they want to keep this series going, as SJW goes down on the Black Widow, so it's going to be advantage again for Redemption having the extra player on the map. Weird fight that's happening with the positioning that Nightmare have found themselves here. They're a little bit cornered, and I think Redemption have realized that, and they do take advantage of it. Fidel's going to be the next one to go down. And Nightmare now are just retreating with their tails between their legs. They are going to be staggered slightly, and Redemption have been able to pass task number 1 and number 2, as Nightmare are going to have to rethink their approach now.
That's the tough part when you go for those portal plays early. That first fight takes so long. You're already 2 minutes off the clock. It was just like one fight. At least with the ultimates, they've looked good. Sometimes, with the Gambit ult specifically. But, you know, whenever we see a door pop off onto Black Widow, it's impressive. And for Zaraxis, he's got Kraken Impact. You know, what do they do about it for Nightmare's side? Can they set up a solid dive, remove Zaraxis before Zuxa can get that invisible boundary? Where JRP kind of creates space, maybe find a pick off for the team. Everybody's hit by Kraken Impact right now, by the way, but no resets come through, meaning Zaraxis' ult, maybe he's going to go to waste. Gambit ult also committed, but no KOs found. Invisible boundary to keep everybody up, but do we have the damage through it just yet? Monster, he comes through with the Meteor M. Can we find the KO in the middle of it? Shields used. No KO found. JRP flying like a fighter jet in the sky, chases down SJW. Meteor M. Rendered in last second, but doesn't connect regardless. SJW finds one. Impunity with another on the Zuxa. SJW does go down, and the Gambit is committed to force out. Lunasto's dance floor.
Yeah, this is the chance now for Nightmare to break here. They are going to force Redemption all the way off of point. So much so that no one from Nightmare is currently trying to take this, because Redemption have been able to find one player to flank around and try and deny. Wild Thing is going to be there as the delayer. Yotsu goes down as well. Finally, they start to take over, but that delaying has allowed now for the strange switch from a door. Nightmare are very much prepared for it, though. They do have the chance to just wait a little bit to allow all 6 players to be back up. Wild Thing right back in.
What?
And removes Pain from the lobby just as easy as that. Freedom Charge has to come through just to try and keep Nightmare alive now. Let the Devil out. Also going to follow up on this one. Can Light connect with anything to try and put this in favor of Nightmare? Or are we going to see Redemption win this one out? Just 2-0. Because time is not really on their side. 35 seconds left for Nightmare. And Zaraxis has now found himself in a position where he can take down Light. And he's got the Kraken Impact as well. Oh,
he does get it. SJW, yeah, he just shuts him down with everybody else. That was, oh, goodness, man. Like, Nightmare is coming so close to losing every single time, but clutch up at the very, very end. Sometimes they look a little bit lost, but they're able to kind of close out there. 3 minutes in the second phase, man. I mean, maybe in the second phase they can keep up the pressure, kind of do what Redemption did on their attack. They just kind of make and find these stagger KOs. There's almost the clutch job there by you know, Zaraxis and crew, but it's again SJW comes through with the rest of the squad and Monster with the KO.
How nice is it, by the way, to see Black Widow on both teams, and it's not a throw pick, as the rework has been, I think, well received by the most of the community. I know there were some Black Widow mains who were a little bit upset about it, but I'm sure they'll adjust when they realize that now no one's going to be complaining at you in your games. As Raging Royal Flush is going to be there, and it is going to be popped now by Redemption as they try and force back Nightmare, but Nightmare have replies of their own. Meteor M is now going to be there and up in the sky. Can you connect with anyone? It's slammed down onto the mirror. Magneto. And SJW still has ult available as well. So Nightmare still pressing forward. It was this transition phase Redemption did very well with in the previous. But are we going to get into a similar situation as we did in our last series, where we get down to that final point where Equinox were unable to just push through? As Nightmare, they're going to have 3 minutes to try and do the same.
SJW gets taken down by Wild Thing. Like you said, 3 minutes. They're in the third phase, so they actually just gave up the cart there. And we're continuing on now. I mean, they were going to win this fight potentially too for Redemption's side, and unfortunately didn't touch. So excellent work out of Nightmare also to kind of hold on to ultimate, zone out the back line. And this is always going to be worrisome. I just feel like in the Black Widow 1v1 so far, I like Adore, but I mean, SJW has been putting on a good performance. Also, Monster's target selection has been nice. Upcoming fight, ultimate's available as well for both of Nightmare's strategists compared to Redemption. They're going to commit this game of ult just a moment, I imagine, but early dive from Impunity finds the back line before they can even commit any strat ults, resulting in a pretty easy team fight win. Very aggressive hold for Redemption, doesn't pan out, but at least they get a little bit more time off the clock. You talked about it's a big deal in the macro terms of the overarching game.
I do think actually with that hold being so high up, it did kind of even out the time a little bit here for Redemption, because they had slightly less time to work with on this final push. And they do so now with a lot of ultimates still available to them, and the first one to be popped will be Black Widow. Can Adore maybe do the job for the rest of the team and find some of this backline so they don't have to use any of the other ults? The answer is going to be no. So we might have to look to someone else, as now Raging Royal Flush for Nightmare alongside Black Widow ult of their own. But the answers are going to be there on the side of Redemption. They can have the dance floor to come out. Wild Thing actually connects with the Black Widow in the end. The Chaos Sword doing the damage. And Yotsu managing to take down Monster. Nightmare having to back off a little bit. Doesn't look like they're going to have the ability to sustain, as Redemption have done very well to hold off here at this point. But as I say that, Fidel and Impunity work together to find two of their own. And this is such a back and forth swing fight, and in the end, Nightmare do control it.
As the damage from SAW, I think he was able to kind of help peel that off. Everybody falls back now. JRP, if they go down, wow, that's aggressive. Are you kidding? From the Black Widow. They finally actually peel it off, so nobody goes down. That was an insane play from the Black Widow of Nightmare. Light is the one to fall, though, somehow in that fight. 50 seconds left to go. Grab from JRP is brought away from the Captain America. Excellent job of JRP to seclude Pain into that corner and force out the Luna Store ult last second.
Yeah, forcing out the Luna ult could be big here for Redemption. Light does switch over to Spider-Man so he can join the battle quickly, and not only joins the battle but also gets a KO in their favor. Redemption, the Wild Thing again, picking off the Black Widow. Those Chaos Swords have been to the detriment of Black Widow for sure. SJW, I'm sure, will be very frustrated in the amount of Chaos Swords that have come out, as now Redemption do gain control of this point. I don't think there's going to be a portal available for Nightmare right now, so they are going to have to walk this one in. And Redemption have been able to bully them away. 5 seconds. Can anyone actually get the touch? There is going to be someone on the point. Yes. But Redemption, are they going to hold on to this series, or will Nightmare somehow be able to break through at this point? They don't have any ults to work with at the moment. And Angela is starting to bully here alongside Adore. There's going to be 2 going their way. And Light has switched over to Wolverine now, but it's going to be the last chance. And Light, if he goes down, that'll be it. Nightmare do not cross that point. Redemption keep us going to a map 4.
Oh my god. What an end out of Redemption. And I mean, you get right towards the end for Nightmare, but you just couldn't close out due to the fact that, you know, those picks, also the temporary swap over to Spider-Man and stuff. That was just such an odd map, and almost went Nightmare's favor. It's 1 or 2 things go their way, and they probably come out on top to go 3-0 in the series. But the series is still wide open. Redemption win that one. Zeraxis is going to be the MVP. I mean, both Hits game players were playing well, I think, on Redemption's side to allow themselves another map to stay alive. But, you know, they have to do a lot more than just that. We just saw in the last series it was a 3-1 finish. So, you know, we're going to still have to see a lot more out of Redemption. I mean, just because one map goes your way doesn't mean the next map that we might go to is another domination. Nightmares look pretty damn good on domination so far, despite a few hiccups.
Also, the Nightmare of old, the Nightmare that we saw in Ignite for this last stage, the mentality maybe would plummet at this point, right? Where you are so close to being able to 3-0 this, feeling comfortable, going into the next, then you lose a very closely contested game, one that maybe you feel like you could have won had you done a couple of things a little bit different with those tweaks. But this is not the Nightmare of old. They have made these changes to their roster. It's a very different looking Nightmare. So I'm interested to see how their mentality is affected going into the next one. I think we'll see very early on with some of the fights as well. As we look back at some of the replays, we have to tip our hats to Redemption. They were far better in the ban phase, and they also looked a lot more comfortable in their engagements as well. I'm really liking Adore, by the way, as a duelist. I think he's really good.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, both of the duelists of them have been good too, and it's a tough, you know, kind of SVP for Monster. I feel like that was an insane map for Monster. He had 36,000 damage or something and like 7 deaths. So like this guy, I mean, was having huge media rems, was just consistent, and just unfortunately got the L in that case. But he's been a really big, important aspect in terms of the Magneto part. So obviously that consistency is going to enable Nightmare moving forward, but they have to be able to capitalize off of his aggression, off of his plays so far on the Magneto.
What I think is crazy here is, Dog, is, you know, we've been grinding through these games. These players have been grinding through these games, and it's still quite a way to go for them to find that spot in Ignite as well. With, as a reminder, if you have only just joined us or you weren't here earlier when we were explaining, there are only 2 spots available in Americas to be able to get promoted into Ignite Stage 2, essentially. So we still have, what, like 6 teams left at the moment? Yeah, 16. No, more than that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 teams left at the moment, technically, where we stand in the bracket. If you get through to the next round, there will then only be 6 teams left. So that we've still got to go into tomorrow to be able to find these teams a spot in Ignite. So it is a long old journey, but if you can get to tomorrow, you get yourself one step closer, of course. And for Nightmare, can they join the next round and be in the same side? Well, they won't be in the same side of the bracket, but be in the same stage of the bracket as Equinox, our other Ignite team who is down in the lower bracket as well. We are guaranteed to have one new team in Ignite Stage 2 in Americas because of both of them falling to the lower bracket. But will we see Nightmare progress to the next round here as we go into map 4? We go into the lock-in bans. Are we going to see anything different now for Nightmare?
So far, the same old, same old. Get rid of the Loki, try to get one-sided Loki maybe, and kind of move along with your life. But this time it's going to be the Gambit. Again, sorry, that was map 1 when they did it. Trying to avoid that on specific maps, I guess, especially when we go to Convoy and Convergence. For the side of Redemption, you know, what's their counter ban? It's going to be the Rogue again. I mean, they've been doing that too. Or rather, sorry, for Nightmare, it's the Rogue. They've been doing that throughout. Maybe force JRP onto that Angela. I think he was playing better towards the very end as well, so I wonder if we're going to go for more Vanguard bans for the side of Nightmare. And for Redemption, kind of same thing, but it looks like they're already focusing on maybe some other heroes. But that Elsa Protect allows you maybe to get the one-sided Gambit. But no, they don't. They go for the group ban. Kind of makes sense, I guess, because of how Impunity's played the group so far throughout the series.
I do think that Elsa Protect is going to be big, though, for Nightmare. Like, they opted to protect their strategist previously, but I do think the Elsa was one of the key factors to their early success in some of these games. So I don't hate trying it, especially because you still have a 2-1 lead, right? Even if this goes wrong, you still have a map 5. So I'm kind of digging just trying something a little bit different. It, of course, does open you up to being targeted on your backline a little bit. But at the moment, Gambit's still potentially getting through here, so we'll have to see what this last ban is going to be on the side of Redemption. Do they opt to get rid of Le Gambit?
Could do it for sure. I mean, they've played good Gambit throughout too. Nightmare have, so I mean, it wouldn't be a bad ban. They obviously aren't going to get the one-sided Magneto because of the Protect coming through on the opposite side. You've already banned the Groot, so it's going to be the Venom. Okay, that's interesting, isn't it? I don't know if I think it's fully important, but I don't know. I guess these teams just don't really mind playing against each other's strategists, which is probably not exactly a glaring compliment towards either team's strategist line.
I don't know. I'm not sure I would have allowed Gambit to get through here.
Yeah.
I know that Venom can certainly be very difficult to deal with, especially depending on what you have available as well, especially because you've lost the Elsa. Maybe you just feel like you don't have enough of a damage output, perhaps, but I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like giving the Gambit away. I think Gambit is still the most difficult hero to go up against. The Raging Royal Flush is far too good. But I will happily eat my words if it works out for Redemption here and they take us to a map 5. Or will it be Nightmare winning 3-1 and sending themselves through to the next stage of this bracket? The next stage of the bracket will be the last stage we watch today, by the way. It will be essentially the lower bracket quarterfinals. Remember, Equinox are waiting there to play, I believe, Dreamland. And then it is going to be LARP for Fun, who are waiting in the lower bracket for the winner of this game. Now remember, LARP for Fun did beat Nightmare in the upper bracket previously 2-1, so there is a chance for a rematch here, but we're going to have to get there first. Can Nightmare get through Redemption?
They've shown the potential to do so. I mean, like, going back to the ban phase as well, doesn't look too shabby for them too, considering the Elsa and stuff, but we did see more of the Black Widow in the last one, interestingly enough, that we're not going towards that this time around. But instead it's the Wolverine. Oh, it's SJW in the flank. Takes down Zaraxis. Rez comes through, who does use that passive. So with the team up, comes back in the fight from Star-Lord.
It's a good early push as well here from Nightmare. They've taken a lot of space away from Redemption. And it's SJW on that Elsa, and there's a little bit of a kidnap there. Light is able to find the initial pull, and then the damage to follow as well. Groot's forced to just bubble up to try and stay alive, but I don't think the life is going to last very long. As for Redemption, they have lost 3, make it 4, and this is a big stagger, by the way. You're going to need an instant portal here from Adore, but even with the portal, with that stagger, you're potentially going to be sending 3 or 4 out against 6, and I guess you've got time to wait. Okay, they are going to wait, because the boss hadn't traveled too far. And here will be the portal, here will be the engagement. And if we don't see Redemption get an early pick here, we might see a very quick first point gathered, because the Seer is going to be there. The focus is right, and it is available. But maybe it's taking it down a little bit too late. It's now Invisible Boundary and Raging Royal Flush going to be used here by Redemption.
I think Glortrox removes JRP. I mean, it's been tough for JRP ever since going over to that group. Meteor M from Monster again. Giving this man, feels like a huge mistake at this rate, considering how much he's done throughout the whole series that we've seen them today. Light on the Wolverine. It's always going to be tough for recontest. You talked about it earlier. You could shove them off the payload, the objective. And then obviously full charge Wolverine Claws just kind of shreds through you. Upcoming phase, though. Nightmare do have that Strangling Prison, or sorry, Redemption have the Strangling Prison at least ready to go. But this team doesn't seem like they're that good at the group comp so far, especially against this Wolverine, the fact that we're playing it. I know you do have the Invisible Woman and stuff to help try to peel it off, but not like what I've seen in the Redemption with this group comp.
Watching Light play Wolverine makes me want to play Wolverine, but I'm not sure I can do the things that he does. Makes it look so easy in what can be quite a complex hero. When you get down to it and look at the strategy you have to employ to try and find success, as Wild Thing just bubbles himself up as well. But now the Meteor M, can you connect here with anyone? A lot of people are avoiding, dodging, dipping and diving, and they do successfully get out of the way of that Meteor M, as now clobbering time comes through from Nightmare here, and that's going to lift up and stun so many of these heroes on the side of Redemption that they will find themselves losing 1. It's a reply, though. It's a 2v2 trade. It does give advantage to Nightmare slightly because they have the BRB available to them as well.
Right, the crew's still on the cart, and as long as you have the thing here and at least one healer, you're always in a solid spot. Grabbing the Groot again, flying with the jump pack. Right into the sky, too, with that bubble. Is able to live, but regardless, Light still playing it very slow. Does have the ultimate up in a second as well. Adore, can you find the KO? But the Glortrox last time was big from SJW.
Brings him in, brings him out. 2 get taken down by the Glortrox. God, Elsa is so difficult to play against when we see it in the right hands as well. I really do think she is best in slot for Duelist at the moment. Potentially a must ban. It's so difficult. That's another reason why I kind of love this season, because there are so many heroes that feel like you have to get rid of. 1 or 2 of them is going to slip through, and it's whether you can capitalize on having them on your team, and that's exactly what we're seeing from Nightmare at the moment.
Ooh, they disengage too. I mean, Adore pops the ultimate. Tuxa commits Invisible Boundary, and the side of Nightmare, they're like, okay, we'll just wait it out. Nice play, I think. A good read by them to fully disengage it, and the fact they got out with their lives is a bit insane.
SJW again deleting. Add him up. Chop him down. And what's that coming over a hill? It is a monster as Adore gets removed from the lobby. Wild Thing's the next. Redemption have fallen, and they are not going to be able to stop this from ticking over to the second. Could we see a full 3 here from Nightmare? Now, this last point can sometimes be pretty tricky as the cart turns into a duck. I know your thoughts on that, dog. Don't worry. I know. But it can be difficult one. The trouble with this cart when it turns into a duck is you have to kind of sit on it for it to stay in overtime, for example. If you try and hover on the outside, sometimes it doesn't quite connect with it. It's a very big cart to try and work with.
Yeah, but it's like trying to sit on a rubber duck in the shower. No, not the shower, the bathtub. It just floats up.
How often are you sitting on a rubber duck in the shower?
Well, I mean, when I was a kid, you just sat on it to see if you could make it stay under. Don't laugh at me. That's everybody's done that.
Sorry, that was mean. Yeah, that was mean. No, but
Yeah.
you said the shower. I mean, in the bath. Yes.
I meant the bathtub, but it's late. Okay, you gotta give me a break here.
I give you a break. I give you a break.
Thank you.
At the moment, though, Nightmare not giving Redemption a break.
No.
They are very much getting in the face. And again, Adore. See, this is the thing. I feel like Black Widow is very good, but if you get caught out of position, you are very vulnerable as well with HP that you have. As Glatrox comes out, but SJW manages to just bounce away enough to be able to not only get the Glatrox out, but also be able to shoot and apply that damage at the same time. We're seeing a masterclass of Elsa Bloodstone.
This is looking like a very different team too, back from the Ignite series. I feel like it's kind of like seeing a player go back down to the minor leagues and just kind of dominate. SJW's just had a phenomenal series, just played super well today overall, and obviously Monster, same thing with him. Can they keep it up? Can Light find another one? This time it's Pain to get picked off by Adore. You were talking about him earlier. This time it's traded by Light. Takes down Wild Thing on the flank. Look at that. Deep in the back line is Adore. He was the one that found the pick earlier on the flank, but it's traded by SJW, who came back on the, as you put it, best in slot hero.
1 minute 45 still to get to this final third point, by the way. And we've not really seen Redemption be able to put any sort of fight going in their favor, and judge, jury, death, doesn't matter. SJW again just dealing so much damage at the moment, being able to pick off the hit scan is incredible. Monster has Meteor M as well, and alongside the clobbering time could be quite detrimental for the chances of Redemption to hold it.
How did he get that KO? He's on the gambit now on the backside towards spawn. Pain does get the 1v1. Light also finds another. So they're still kind of in this too, even though a lot of HP is critical. Light falls back with the passive. With a minute left to go, they actually opt to disengage for now. And Nightmare, no, they're actually kind of almost in a perfect spot regardless. That Glatrox from SJW has been big every time. You can get an off-map here. I mean, JRP on the group has to kind of find something big, do something in the neutral, because this has been kind of a tough watch for the side of Redemption. Last fight territory now.
Yeah, this has been quite a dominant map. And sadly, just with how these fights have gone, whether it be in the neutral or not, Nightmare have just looked like a different side now with the Elsa back available to them. And actually, Light being on the Wolverine has been incredible at the same time. Now here comes Rage and Royal Flush. Adore does get the first pick onto Light. That gives them the chance. Xeraxis follows up with one of their own. But with Rage and Royal Flush, you are still in it here. As Impunity is hunting down anyone he can find. Fist after fist after fist, as the next target is going to be Gambit here. Slams down, forces them away whilst this car is still moving. Invisible Boundary now has to come out here for Redemption just to keep them in it. With only 6 seconds left now, the portal has to be on the side of Nightmare just to try and get back into the engagement. Impunity finally falls. Meteor M is still available. Warvault is still going to be there as well. Can you find a strategist with this Meteor M is going to be the real question. Hunts him down and deletes him, does Wild Thing. And at the moment, Redemption is still holding on.
And they have to deal with Wild Thing. Both of the strategists pocketing each other. This buys a little bit of space, but he's getting target focused. Wild Thing needs to try to live, cannot. Pain takes him out too. Unfortunately, nobody's able to capitalize on the other side of the map. Adore trying to run away, at least buy space, but somebody's coming out from the spawn too, I believe, for the side. I'm here. Everybody's stunned. CC by Impunity. Earlier, he was the one with the haymakers finding so much damage. Now Light with the ult. Could go big 1v1 with the passive, uses it on just the Black Widow across the map. So he wins his 1v1 from the spawn, but will be able to find even more on this objective.
The hack and slash begins. I Am Agamotto is going to be big though. It is able to deny the KO essentially on the thing from the Wolverine, but now Impunity begins to pummel once more. And Nightmare, they do have the advantage. They've got the players, but Adore suddenly rejoins the fray on that Black Widow. And this is such an elongated fight that I feel it's going to come down to one of these ults being built up. It's Invisible Boundary again in favor of Redemption now. Strangling Prison also comes out. And this surely should be the beginning of the end going in favor of Redemption. But somehow, some way, Nightmare are still holding on, but they don't quite get there. They fall off the point. And again, the rubber ducky comes into play. It is like... It's like dog in the bathtub. Just couldn't stick on it. And they will hold them at 2.
Oh my god. See, I told you it was the perfect analogy. I told you.
It was, honestly, it just summed it up brilliantly.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. It's just you're trying to suffocate Nightmare, and then they just kept coming up over, and then you're like, "Ah! Ah!" And they finally put them out of their misery. I'm talking about rubber ducks, of course. Rubber ducks don't have souls, but just like gingers.
Whoa. Okay, now first you come at me for being English in my accent, and now we start to be hair colorist, all right?
Sorry,
Look,
my bad. I apologize.
we can look into your childhood later and you and your rubber ducks in the bathtub.
You know I was
But for
blonde when I was a
now-
kid?
What?
You know I was
You were
blonde
what?
when I was a kid?
Were you?
Yeah. That probably explains why I was so stupid.
There we go, a little bit of lore.
30 seconds
Dogman
before
lore.
you attack.
Used to be blonde,
Get ready.
now very much a brunette. All right.
Lock
Business
in.
time
Yeah.
for Redemption now. 2-0. Nightmare were able to get 2 on the board.
Spider's plating is made from
Can we see
fibers and ceramics.
them go one step further? I did say that last transition is very difficult from 2 to 3, and even with the amount of time that Nightmare had, they still couldn't quite get over the line. Real question is, how far can Redemption get? Can Redemption even get to that third transition point, you know? Because
Yeah.
now we are going to see the Penny Parker coming into the fray.
This is what they struggle with back on Midtown. You know, a lot of people's favorite map's your favorite map, and you know, I think it's for a very good reason. You know, a lot of these really practiced teams at the very end, which is crazy. I still can't get over that, but you know, you still have to close out if you're Nightmare right now, because you're one map away from progressing. The side of Redemption, I mean, you're close too, except the door on the flanks is getting found. Traded his life for it though, so maybe it's worth it for the attack.
Backs away after the Chaos Orb because he recognized there was a little bit of pressure being applied. I say a little bit, a lot of pressure being applied at the moment. But just being able to be that Magneto, be on the point and deny. The shield plus the bubble, it just gives you so much sustain. Very difficult for teams to break through, and a door does find the first KO onto Pain as well. So now, Nightmare are going to be without one. And it being a strategist may just mean that Redemption can force them back again. Making it look easy.
It is. I mean, Ador's been doing this every fight. Like, this is insane. Like, it's just, if we watch Ador POV, it'd just be, I don't know where he is, but he's somewhere good, maybe. Like, if these flanks are absurd, it makes sense because the character's so mobile, can escape very easily. As long as you play around the health packs, you kind of play like an assassin almost, right? And there he is, Ador on the high ground, flies away. Monster hits the shots, though. Excellent work from him. Whips out the Chaos Sword as well. Try to keep this up. 5 minutes left to go, second phase, and they actually got past the Penny Parker. It was this is the first for them.
Yeah, fantastic. We're really, and we're not even being sarcastic. It can be very difficult to get past that Penny initially. It is going to give them the chance. Raging Royal Flush comes in, plus the Punisher now. And this is where, if you're a Punisher main, you get to thrive as well. Just need to try and get more than one, but I think just the sheer presence alone has allowed them to take enough space as Redemption continue to move forward. Sorry, Nightmare are on the defense, by the way. Ignoring the sword and the shield for now. They're going to be the wrong way around. Well, Redemption have done very well to push this as far as they have into the second point.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is snowballing, but this is, you can kind of hold here in this second phase, rather, at this doorway, if you can, you know, play it well enough. We've seen so many teams hold with a lot of time. Both Meteor M's in this guy. Invisible Boundaries match, though. Nobody's found on the opposite side. However, Deadpool Ultimate comes out. Trying to pocket him is Fidel, but trying to get back to the main squad, by the way, as Impunity comes back onto the Rogue this time around. Got it through the ban phase, and he finds a door who is on Vanpool out of all things. No more Black Widow. Instead, they've been on that triple Vanguard composition. Doesn't pan out for them as Redemption around their Nightmare win that fight.
So now Nightmare have gained control of the bus. We'd have to see the retake here from Redemption. They don't have any ults at the moment either, so this is purely neutral for them. So really, it does point towards Nightmare with a chance to get another clean team fight. It's just about how many ults they want to use. In the end, it's just going to be Rogue that gets popped. Actually, I lied. The Glartrox is going to come out as well. As it will be a very easy fight now for Nightmare to win. And Redemption, they were okay with losing that one. They have been able to build up their Raging Royal Flush going into this next. They still have 3 minutes on the clock as well, so plenty of time. It wasn't going to be a worry for them. I would imagine that Redemption do have what it takes to get over this second point. I think the big question for me is whether they can actually get as far into that third.
I think for them, you know, I mean, I like what they've done so far with the Rogue, the Gambit comp, so we saw some of this aside, but here comes that Original flush from Yatsu. They go aggressive with it. But the Meteor M helps peel off the engage so far. There's laundry available from Zuxa, but they need to time it well because Light is here. Throws them out of it. They're out of the invisible boundary, and they're all smoked. Sent back to spawn. And Pewdie is there with the follow-up. Nice job to grab everybody on the inside of that boundary. Predictable location and placement from Light.
I mean, Rage and Royal Flush and Invisible Boundary both used, and Nightmare just laughed at it and said, yeah, well, we have a Light. They send him in, he drags 2 out, and now Redemption have to go back to the drawing board. They do have Punisher ult available. Question is, do you actually want to use it yet, or do you want to wait for a little bit later? If you use it now, maybe you can build it up quick enough to be able to use it again before these 2 minutes expire, so that's always going to be something that plays in the back of your mind as well, as Impunity deletes a door. Fidel is going to have Invisible Boundary on the side of Nightmare too, so Nightmare still looking like they have the advantage in this engagement, and maybe suddenly that clock is not helping out Redemption.
Yeah, Impunity on the Rogue so far has been a pleasant surprise. I mean, just deals with the door instantly. Maybe on the Captain America wouldn't have the same sort of damage output that he does. Upcoming fight, 1 minute 30. Now Zaraxis pops the ultimate you talked about into Fidel, the Invisible Boundary. So it's slowed down. He actually doesn't want to go in with it. They wait it out in the meanwhile. Wait for the Gru ultimate to go and land flush.
Yeah, now your job as Zaraxis is to try and build that up again in the next 1 minute and 12. Unless you can just get across the point without it, because you are going to have Rage and Royal Flush available soon. Triangle Prison and the Meteor M. Can you get the Wombo combo? Yes, you can. There are going to be 4 KOs going in their favor. Make it 3 instead. And Redemption now have lost so much. They're going to have to back off again here. And Nightmare are holding so successfully now. And we are getting down to probably the last chance to walk this one in before we're at Strange Portal territory.
It should have been a one-team fight. It really did feel that way. But Impunity, I think, on the Rogue as well collapses. Also, a door keeps getting picked, man. So he goes over to the Wolverine. Finally. I mean, he just had a rough go at it so far. Anytime he's taken an off angle, he's found. So this time, matched on these off flanks. He's had no success. 25 seconds left to go. Maybe the Wolverine's enough, but they have double Stratus ultimates. Can they deal with Monster, who has been a menace throughout the whole series?
Rage and Royal Flush is there. Meteor M also gets popped on the other side as well, and Rogue is also doing damage. Impunity and Monster working together to get that KO in their favor. Zaraxis has fallen. And Nightmare looking to try and hold and deny, which of course would not only win them the map, but the entire series. But overtime will tick through. So they are going to have the chance. But again, when we get to overtime, we know what that Wolverine can do. But this time it's a door trying to match up on the other side. 92% on that ult as well at the same time. So this is going to be the chance for Redemption to try and maybe force us to that third transition phase. As now, though, difficult for anyone to get through anything because Light is popping up with Let the Devil Out. And now Nightmare's starting to dominate in terms of the KOs that are coming through. And now there will be that portal as well to rejoin the fray.
You had maybe the Spider-Man come through with Zaraxis, but Portal's going to be late from Yatsu. Wait, it's going to be over. Portal's not going to be there in time, and it's done. Nightmare have won in 3-1 fashion on the map, and they have now progressed even more further in the tournament after an incredible hold in second phase. Man, that was almost close at the very end.
And that's always gutting as well. You're always asking, could anyone else have switched to Strange a little bit sooner? But perhaps it was the fastest they could have got there. All that matters is Nightmare will progress to round 5 here. In our mid-season qualifiers, they will join in the same round that Equinox find themselves in. So that means we have our next matchup set up for us. It will be a rematch of Nightmare versus LARP for Fun. LARP for Fun with a team that sent Nightmare down to the lower bracket. And we also have Equinox versus Dreamland on the other side of that lower bracket. The upper bracket matchup will be played tomorrow. It's Foxhounds versus Jolly Jesters up in the upper bracket final. One of those teams will be in Ignite. Potentially both of them, depending on what happens in the low bracket final as well. But looking at these stats, I mean, yeah, it was pretty evident that Nightmare were on top in this one. Even though it was a valiant fight back in the end from Redemption, it just wasn't quite enough.
Yeah, it wasn't, and I think that, this was a really good series out of, first of all, obviously, SJW. He's played really good the whole day, but same thing with Monster. I think Monster's had his big moments, I think, so far on the Magneto. Maybe we could talk about potentially banning out that hero even in the future, right? Like, that wouldn't be a bad shout, considering it was protected so much, and you were talking about before, it's just one of the best characters in the game right now. So, excellent work out of the squad out of Nightmare. but they still have a lot of turmoil potentially ahead of them, considering, like you said, the road is still very long in North America. There's only 2 slots every team is competing for, so it's going to be a difficult journey no matter who wins this next even series.
That's the thing. Even if Nightmare are able to overturn LARP for fun, and they get their revenge, they would then play the winner of Equinox versus Dreamland. They would then play the winner of Foxhounds versus Jolly Jesters, and they would have to win that matchup to find themselves back in Ignite. That is how long this journey is still going to be for them. Some very difficult matchups, but they can only take each game as it comes. And so far, they've been able to take down any competition they faced up against each other in lower bracket. But now, potentially, this could be the banana skin. With the team that did beat them previously, it was a best of 3 mind. It does change things going into a best of 5, of course.
Yeah, it does. I mean, we just saw a potential comeback sort of happen, but it's, again, 3-1s today. You know, I mean, we're not seeing the 3-0s, but at least these are very close games. And, you know, I think comparing it even to MRC, you know, because there is a little bit more on the line besides, you know, points and then obviously the money, you can see immediately the anxiety kind of coming through at the very end. It's a surprise. I feel like we didn't see more of the Wolverine stuff. The Black Widow plays were just not doing much versus Rogue, for example, on the very end. And for as good of as Adore was and Jaraxxus, just it's the flexibility you talked about. Even if maybe the other team's more mechanically skilled, if they're not as flexible, if they're not able to play the right heroes at the right time, and it's hard to pick, then obviously you're going to lose. Like we just saw that last series.
I do wonder whether we're going to see more Wolverine the further we get into this meta. With how good the Vanguards have been and how integral the Vanguards have been to some of these lineups, perhaps Wolverine does just start to fit in. And then when that does happen, you naturally get the meta developing again to try and find the counter to Wolverine. It's how the circle of life goes here in Marvel Rivals, Dog.
It really is. I mean, Wolverine is kind of the character that most teams should be playing in North America generally, and just weren't in the last stage as well. But we'll see how teams progress. Like you mentioned, we have another series for you guys in just a bit. We're going to do a short break. We'll see you guys after this.
Damn it, never fall! Too good at this. Nowhere to hide. Double-edged sword. I never miss. I am too good at this.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Marvel Rivals mid-season qualifiers for Ignite. And we are into the lower bracket quarterfinals. And when I say we're in, oh, we are in. We're going to be joining one of the matchups that's actually already been underway and is currently tied 1-1. We have Nightmare versus LARP for Fun. We were talking about it previously, Dog. It is a rematch from that upper bracket, and it looks like it's potentially going to go all the way here again. So we'll have to see as we jump into map 3 who is going to be able to take the advantage, but you know, this is going to be a difficult one for Nightmare. The fact they're going up against a team that has already been able to take them down once, but as we were alluding to, best of 5 changes everything.
Yeah, it does. I mean, it can mess everything up. You have to change what your game plans are. You know, luckily that's the best part of best of 5 though, is that you can kind of make these adjustments on the fly. Unfortunately, for the last series when we saw Redemption versus Nightmare, they kind of reverted back to their original strategy, which wasn't that good of a ban phase versus Nightmare specifically. It didn't really make them uncomfortable. We'll see if the opposite can happen in this series, in that rematch, like you said. Maybe they have learned something from the match that happened before.
Yeah, I'm excited for this one because potentially, well, this is going to sound bad. Potentially, we could be sending home one of our Ignite teams, right? With, you know, if we look at what happened previously, LARP for Fun technically become favorites now. They've already beaten them once. But we could get the revenge arc now for Nightmare, which you know full well they're going to want to seek said revenge onto LARP for Fun here and say, look, we are not the team that's going to be walked over by these non-Ignite teams, and we want to regain our spot back in the big leagues. And it has to start here now by taking down the squad that had beaten them previously. Remember, on the other side, we have Equinox that are playing against Dreamland as well. We will update you with the result from that one after the fact, once we find out those results that have been happening elsewhere. Potentially, there could be an Equinox versus Nightmare matchup in the lower bracket semi-final. But we'll have to see what happens in this one first as we get into the lock and ban phase then between Nightmare and LARP for Fun.
In this one, we're going into it, like you mentioned, is going to be starting off 1-1. So we're going to have to see if there's a, close game towards the very end here between both squads. Obviously, Nightmare just finished up a very, very tough series, and then for the side of LARP for Fun, last time they did win this series, like you mentioned before, and sent Nightmare down below. So we got to finally on the stream see how good these teams are together. I know a lot of people probably seen them in the in-game client, but for LARP for Fun, they're really, we've seen Crazy Mates around before. We've seen a few of these guys rather, kind of come together. But like you said, some teams trying to make a name for themselves, trying to be that MRC team that can upset the likes of TLC, 100 Thieves, a lot of the top squads in Ignite if they were to qualify.
And we're almost traveling back in time here in the seasons to see the Elsa ban and Elsa protect, as we are starting to notice some of these squads now recognizing just how important Elsa can be to the equation. And it is going to be LARP for Fun, removing that Elsa away from Nightmare, but keeping them for themselves. And I'm curious to see whether this one pays off, because we have seen Nightmare very good at Elsa, right? We've already seen SJW completely dominating on Elsa. You take that away, but it does open up the Loki. The Loki is now going to be on the side of Nightmare, and we've already seen what they can do with that as well. But it is funny how things go around and come around, where a hero will be very successful and get nerfed a little bit, suddenly gets through the ban phase, no one thinks about her too much, and then all it takes is one little change, and they're right back in the equation, baby.
Oh, yeah. And the fact that she can, the traps and in that team up specifically has just been really tough to deal with. The trap in general is just kind of a hard thing to kind of manage, due to the fact that it's invisible and you have to wait till the very beginning to break it, and not very interactive. But for the side of LARP for Fun, they were really good. Obviously, the group comp from what the side of Nightmare expected. Also, the Black Cat, and that's been something, or at least maybe on the side of LARP for Fun, that's what they're deciding to go against to make sure that Light can't play that. But we've seen in the last couple series, Light has actually opted away from playing some Black Cat. Mantis Protect comes through at the very end, and we forgot about that hero being totally an option.
Yeah, Nightmare opting to get rid of a Groot, for example, and allowing the Mantis to go through. I mean, this is a great lock and ban phase for LARP for Fun. I'm very intrigued to see. You're allowing Mantis and Elsa. What? All right, okay. If Nightmare win this game, fair enough. Fair play. I will tip the hat. I will bow down whatever I need to, and I want to see how they do it. But this is terrifying to give a damage boost Elsa free roam on this map.
I can't deny that. That's gonna be interesting. You know, I don't know. Maybe Nightmare just doesn't rate the Mantis stuff enough or something, due to the fact that they kind of maybe aren't very good at it or something. But you know, we did see them play the Penny Parker stuff last time. It didn't work on the first point attack due to a nice little flank angle taken by Redemption. They ended up winning the series still due to a nice hold in second phase. That's where they can kind of make their money in that second phase towards the very end, to sort of bring it back, yo-yo it back. For the attacking side, though, LARP for fun. Like I said, the first time we get to see these guys on stream, I know they've been playing throughout the whole tournaments and through MRC, building up those points you talked about earlier. So we get to finally see them live in action, playing the triple composition, starting off with the Ultron Mantis Luna, a bit of a throwback composition on attack of all things.
And then for Nightmare, they're going to be going for a triple of their own. We've seen it before. Triple Vanguard, triple Strat. Can you hold on with the Spider Nest to try and defend you as well? And on the side of LARP for fun, it's not like they're going to be playing too much dive. Yes, they have the Venom, but the Venom is one of the best things that can deal with the mines because of the extra armor boost you get from the E. But at the moment, it's about just trying to break through this initial choke. And a lot of pressure is going to be on some of these strategists to keep these Vanguards healthy and well.
Yeah, like you said, a lot of pressure on him, but the mines are a pressure aspect as well. Ozzy falls to him immediately. An absolute landmine of the Penny Parker mine set up here towards that main side of the bus. Ultron on the right, top right, trying to find something, but it's interesting to play the triple comp. I understand the damage boosts are, you know, bold strategist here, but is it going to be enough to find a pick-off here against Loki, against the Ultron, or sorry, against the Invisible Woman? You know how strong that character is alongside the Adam Warlock here, and it has been a priority for Nightmare to keep these characters in their favor.
Well, Thing and Thing line up in the boxing ring. But right now, it's these mines. They just can't figure out a way to be able to take down those spider nests. It's all well and good having a damage boost to Elsa, but they're not able to really capitalize because they haven't been able to find a position. Drift's trying to spot and see if they can find those nests. I think they have been able to find one, but Clobbering Time now comes out. Dance Floor will come out on the other side as well. And now LARP for fun should be able to pressurize off the back of it because Rage of Ultron is also going to fire through now. Can you actually find any sort of damage through this invisible boundary? The answer is going to be yes, damage is there, but still no KO to find anything through, but they have been able to take space.
I mean, they're sustaining through a lot of the damage we saw before, but here comes the mines on the backside. They have to go aggressive to watch these and dodge these. But, oh my god, they've dodged SJW's Meteor M. Now they're coming back in with that Mantis ult to change the pace on the backside. Lartrox throws out. Oh my god, I actually did a nice little angle there back towards the main side, but it's eventually dealt with for the side of Nightmare.
No connection with the Glartrox, which is always a bit of a disappointment, but they are still pushing up and forcing Nightmare back here. But that does allow for potential of more spider nests to get laid down. And again, you've got to focus and you've got to find them, especially the armored one as well can be a real difficult task to try and take down. And they've done very well to stay healthy at the moment, and now Meteor M is going to come out from Moose. Maybe you just look for nests, but the nest is going to get blocked. That is great defensive work, but in the end, they do still find the damage onto it, and they are still pressing up onto Nightmare here, who have just not been able to find the damage with the 3-3 right now. And we are seeing having the advantage of Mantis plus Elsa is just a little bit more damage being able to pressure.
Absolutely, Invisible Boundary committed to help slow the pace down, I should say. And it's enough to deal with Cinnamon as well. Not enough healing, unfortunately, for them at the current moment due to that Invisible Boundary just giving them the huge advantage. And the triple comp, sadly, is just run out of steam. You know, you can maybe find a Glartrox in the second fight. Light has to be big with this res as well. 50 seconds left to go. And Nightmare actually kind of doing a good job holding this so far.
Yeah, a lot of it's going to come down to that Karmic Revival for sure, as Rage of Ultron is going to be popped, plus the Glartrox and the Clobbering Time. They've thrown everything at them here, and they are able to find two, but where is Light? And is the Karmic Revival going to be popped here? Yes, it is. Born Again will come through, but now can you bully them in this choke? Because you will still have Dance Floor available on the side of Crazy Mage and Mantis ult as well. It's all there for LARP for fun, but the question is, can it outdo the Invisible Boundary that is going to be now used? You get Meteor M, you get also the Clobbering Time on the other side, and now more mines are going to come out on the side of Nightmare. If you can get some KOs with these mines, maybe we're not even going to see the first point taken here for LARP for fun.
I was so patient at SJW2, just waiting out the cooldowns, the bubble, the shield. It might be enough for them now after it. No ultimates available for the attack. Monster is here, and he is still the monster from earlier, just on a different character on the Thing. Takes down two. Ozzy, Moose, and Paradox all fall in an overtime They get the portal off. I mean, they're touching last second, but the body blocks start to engage toward that objective, and Nightmare have won the round.
Nightmare deny the first point. And for all I said, you know, the ban phase, concerning when you allow Mantis plus Elsa to go through, but LARP for Fun were not able to capitalize on it because they had so many things they had to try and focus on, in particular the spider nests. So now we'll have to see whether LARP for Fun can do the same thing defensively, but are they set up for the same kind of defensive strategy that we just saw from Nightmare? That was textbook 3-3 from the Nightmare squad, and the experience shining through from our previous Ignite roster, trying to regain their position back in Ignite Stage 2.
Yeah, the lower bracket run, we'll see if it can continue for Nightmare. As, you know, the Mantis stuff, it could have been good, but I don't know. It was just interesting. They want to play the old Sean and stuff, and I think the triple comp has actually works out very well versus those compositions due to the lack of maybe a little bit of damage. Regardless, I mean, they're able to live through those Penny Parker mines and stuff. We can kind of see the idea. But regardless, the macro gameplay was nice there. I think the stall was happening. It was clean out of impunity in the crew. So at the moment, LARP for Fun, now with the backs against the wall, I wonder how they do. I mean, they're going to play the Penny Parker stuff just like Nightmare did. This time it's with the Rocket Raccoon, though, instead of that Loki, because of the ban phase and how it went. The prioritization for Nightmare on the Loki seems to have been a huge bonus for them on this defensive side.
Battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Well, can Nightmare break then after what is such an impressive hold? The trip sometimes, the triple Vanguard, triple Strat can be just ran through, but they were so good at their prioritization and making sure they shut down their Elsa when they had the ability to do so as well. Now they need to make sure the same thing doesn't happen to them, although they won't be going up against the trip this time. And that is a nice pull away. Can you actually connect? No, it's great bubble work. Magneto going huge. And it just keeps LARP for Fun on their feet. That was a scary moment.
It absolutely was. I mean, they have to keep walking on forward, though. Maybe get to try to pull out of it. Nice job grabbing the Penny Parker. Drift does find Pain, though, who is resurrected by the BRB from Fidel in the attack.
Light as well. Moves over to the Punisher. And he starts to punish. Drifts has gone down, so now LARP for Fun are going to be one down in this fight. Of course, Drifts can use the cocoon to get himself back on his feet or back in the air, whichever way you want to see it. We've already seen today how good Light can be on this Punisher. And he's tearing through, and with the infinite ammo as well, just applies so much pressure. But Ozzy does get an opener onto Fidel. So he is just going to force Nightmare back again into spawn. So there we go. 1 minute and 20 down, 2 minutes and 40 to go.
And that also focus is panning out, and you know, triple comps could be a lot better on defense anyways. Maybe LARP for Fun could bring themselves back into it. Whole See You Later's up. Light does have the ultimate to follow it through, but same thing with both Magnetos. Moose has hit the counter. Here comes one. Crazy counters on the opposite side, but Who's gets deleted. No follow-up. In terms of ultimates outside of it, they're both just traded 1 for 1.
Both Seers go down. Actually, it was, in the end, LARP for Fun stayed up a little bit longer. Nightmare just backed away slightly. 4 ults available for LARP for Fun, just the 2 on the side of Nightmare, but the Loki being there, and now actually Meteor M is also going to be available. Get your bingo cards out, because it's about to be a Q-fest. And can you get a little bit of a drag with the chain is going to be a real question. Glartrox, does that connect with anything as well? And now Meteor M plus the Punisher roll. Will we see Nightmare just start to destroy them? But actually, the mines are doing the damage now. And for LARP for Fun, they are holding successfully here. Nightmare, they did such a good job on their defensive side, but they are being penned back.
As long as Drifts has his cocoon back up after this clobbering time comes out, he can bring everybody back in the fight. Or HAW, when you gotta watch those hooks on the defensive side with 1 minute and 30 seconds left to go, Ozzy with the damage boost, neutrals might still favor the side of LARP for Fun.
Eyes on Ozzy at the moment. The damage boost from the Mantis. You can potentially do a lot of work, but Impunity can as well alongside Light. You mentioned it as well. Comet Revival has to come out now. It's almost identical from what we saw before. But now with the Seer there and available and still up, when you push out of this spawn, you may just be deleted instantly. We're going to need to see something special here from LARP for Fun. Can they actually get the touch? Yes, okay, job 1 is done. They get onto the touch, but now can you force them away? Monster's going to get the opener. Ozzy is down. Drifts is going to go down as well. And now it looks like Nightmare should be able to break through here, but And it is a big but. The BRB is going to be there for Ozzy to regain and get back into this fight. But Light gets the shotgun out. And it is bang after bang as he takes down the third. And Nightmare will win this map.
Oh my god. That was so close, so back and forth. But it was the rocket play, I think, out of the attack that enabled them. Also, the unfortunate time flanks out of the side of LARP for fun, resulting in them kind of just taking L's there in the middle of the fight. So a big bounce back win again to go up 2-1 in the series for the side of Nightmare. And again, I think it's that rocket because he was able to build the ult, you know, trade it before even the other team was able to build ultimate due to the fact they went down because of Impunity's clobbering time. So really good work, I think, out of Nightmare. And again, Impunity on the thing has looked great today throughout, but that was still very close. 30 seconds left to go is not a lot of time.
Yeah, great effort from LARP for fun. But what did I say? I said I would tip my hat. I would bow down. Nightmare did allow the Mantis and the Elsa to get through, but perhaps they had this one very well read, and they recognized they were still going to be able to defeat it. I think that LARP for Fun will be a little bit disappointed that they weren't able to capitalize a little bit more on it, but going up against the Trip when they were attacking was just too difficult, and the Penny was constantly being pocketed, really, and those mines were just such a detriment to the chances of LARP for Fun. I mean, how many times did we see the Elsa try and go in, try and take down the spider nests, and the mines were just deleting time and time again?
Yeah, it just kept happening. You're right. You talked about Light as well being a big problem on the Punisher so far throughout. It was kind of the case. Like, you know, we would see, you know, maybe in other series Light get kind of first picked or the first one to go down. Not on the Punisher. Was just able to kind of deal with him, or not deal with him, rather. He was able to kind of be free to take out the Penny Parker, like you said, and slowly walk on forward with the damage reduction from the thing and stuff. So really good work out of playing around the thing and around him on the Punisher. I like it more than when they were playing the dive stuff. Like, I know that Penny Parker was the counter, and that's why he probably doesn't want to do it more so, but it does feel like they can play a little bit slower and more cohesive, I guess, compared to when they're on the dive stuff like we saw in other maps.
Well, if this was a best of 3, like it was in the upper bracket, they would have already found their revenge, but it's a best of 5. So we are going to map 4, maybe even map 5 at this rate, depending on how well Nightmare continue to play, because in that one, it looked excellent. Like, they had their plan and they executed it well, and I think even though LARP for Fun are going to be frustrated they couldn't really do more with the lock and ban phase that they had, we have to tip our hats to the way that Nightmare were able to play, as we will move in to map 4 then. Can Nightmare get through the team that knocked them down to the lower bracket here in map 4 and get the taste, the sweet, sweet taste of revenge? Or will we be going to a map 5? Let's jump into the lock and ban phase and find out if this is going to look a little bit different. It does look like we are going to see this time Nightmare actually be able to get the protect onto the Elsa.
All right, they get to focus on that hero that we've seen, you know, in the previous map for Ozzy for sure, but it did feel like he was definitely stuffed. It was a bit difficult for him throughout the series, and maybe that's what you were talking about earlier, where the prioritization away from the Elsa has been important for them. But this time, we actually get the counter protect coming through for Nightmare. So 1 for 1 so far in the ban phase. We'll see if the Gambit ban comes through or if they want to focus on something else. It is the Gambit. In a mirror on both sides, I still feel like might favor Nightmare a little bit due to the fact that's what we saw in the previous series. But I want to see maybe a change of pace somewhere else in this ban phase.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Nightmare were able to win it without the Elsa going up against the Elsa.
Yeah.
Now they have an Elsa of their own. I'm starting to be a little bit worried for LARP for Fun. Because Nightmare, I mean, SJW has been unbelievable on Elsa today. By far the best player we've seen playing on Elsa out of all the matches we've been lucky enough to watch. They're also going to get the Magneto Protect as well. Yeah, this is a good lock and ban phase for Nightmare for sure.
Yeah, and they're not... We saw that they don't really care about playing Mantis, so... You know, they focus more on the Vanguards, focus more on, like, in their opinion, the best in slot characters. So the ban comes through onto Mantis. But I feel like that was kind of part of Nightmare's plan anyway, due to the fact they don't like to play the Mantis. And I wonder now if we go for that Mantis Protect, even though it didn't work out, it's the Bucky Protect this time, instead of the Mantis one-sided.
I mean, Bucky has been an integral part to a lot of these games that we've seen so far today. I think another duelist that is very important in this meta. And in the end, Nightmare are going to ban away the Penny.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
All right. That's interesting, right? That's a new one in this, at least in the qualifiers.
I mean, I don't hate it with, like, it gave the chance for LARP for fun in that previous by having the penny, right? Like, they were able to play it well. They were able to play it successfully. They didn't struggle with it. The penny play actually, like, watching it fundamentally was good. They were making sure they got the webs down to get to retreat. They were making sure those spider nests were in the right place as well. And they were also hitting a lot of those right clicks to be able to web up their opponent. So, you know, I think this is a good looking ban phase for Nightmare. I think they'll be very happy for it. We were also going to get to see potential for SJW on that Elsa a little bit later. But in the previous, he did play on the Magneto. And it looks like he might be on the Magneto here for the defense once more. And we're going to see, again, the trip here. The trip trip Vanguard. I almost said strip, which is a very different thing in Marvel Rivals. For the side of LARP for fun. Can they break it this time is going to be the real question.
Yeah, this room is looking like a, you know, very, very chaotic sort of break point. Like, if you can even hold it in this angle towards this sort of pseudo library. But in the current moment, portal's going to come through. We'll see that location if they just want to play it slow, break the mines. There you go, like you said. Maybe the counter pull through in a moment. They just play it slow, build. Okay, Moose just goes down to Monster. Monster just through the portal. Sends a haymaker.
The fist through the portal. Yeah. You open the portal and suddenly absolutely clobbered. So the initial hold is successful for Nightmare. And that puts a lot of time in their favor. And now they can go back to this default choke. Denying that portal at the start is so huge for their chances, because this choke can be so difficult to try and play through, especially against triple Vanguard, triple Strat. We need a name. But is it the 3-3? We need something that
3-3.
like has a ring to it. You know, the 3-3 I guess works, but
we gotta work on it, right? We gotta workshop it still.
You're the workshop guy. I'll let you think on it.
I don't know. This game's hard to workshop in, man, because I feel like the comps are so dynamic that we have to be like, it's just straight up 3-3, you know? But okay, Fidel. Speaking of like dynamic, that's what I mean. Like, this is you have a strategist who can heal an insane amount and get KOs like that.
SJW on this Magneto is disgusting, by the way. Like, a player that was doing that on Elsa, giving the Chaos Swords. Oh, yeah. Juicy. Just being able to rip
that's how you know it's
apart
broken.
that back line. Yep. Yeah, exactly. When your main duelist is switching over to a Vanguard, that shows the damage output that we have on Magneto at the moment.
They're keeping it up, too. Like, this defense, he's built up the Meteor M first, like you said. Last time, he actually connected with the Meteor M. Shields, by the way, broken. Keep an eye on the cooldown of Crazy Mage's shields, because in the upcoming fight, which, by the way, they're on the Thor comp, which, you know, I don't know if it's been working out necessarily for them so far, but every time the shield gets broken, you have to wonder, does that mean SJW's Meteor M is going to connect? Flush? No, it's Drifts with the hook cross map.
Great hook indeed. You need those kind of hooks. It can really change things in your favor. And now, but the Spider Nest is going to go down, and so will the Invisible Boundary. But so does Penny.
No.
Falls and drifts again, showing how important that Bucky is, and maybe the reason why they went for the Protect. But now we see the switch over. Thor suddenly joins the fray, and the God of Thunder is starting to pummel and hammer home at the moment.
Oh, what a clobbering time, too. Slows him down, allows time for maybe that res to come through. Thor on the backside is alone. 1v4. He's just trying to buy space or something for the point, but without the team, that's interesting. I wonder if they're not going to come back into it as the portal came through from Putity. Lights now build up that Karmic Revival. But they're against Ozzy, who's brought in one.
Goes for more. Drifts actually is the one who gets the second, but the Karmic Revival is going to be there by the looks of it. And Light has that available to him, so they are going to be able to have the chance to try and defend here. Nightmare on this point, but it is going to be a sticky situation with how Wolverine is finding things at the moment as Light gets deleted by Moose. Advantage over to LARP for fun on this first point. And maybe we can go a little bit further into this one, but there is going to be the chance for Light to get back into the fray once more now. We go into the neutral, and actually it is going to be Nightmare who are going to be the first ones to get the ultimate here. Looks like the Eye of Agamotto is going to be there and available for them very shortly.
He absolutely will be. I mean, he's got it in just a moment, but Drifts finds the pick once more. There's the Eye, but they've lost multiple people on the main side. And Ozzy was not connected on by the Dialogamoto, so he's there to clean up. They capture the point. We're headed to second phase with 2 minutes and 40 seconds. You know, we've been talking about Wolverine. You've been asking to see more of him, or if we will see more of him. I guess you were asking the question if we will see more of him. And I would imagine after today, for sure. Right? This feels like a character that is, you know, right up there with the Elsa, with some of these type of heroes, considering how strong he can be. I mean, they're opting and playing it most of the time on these first points, and you know, you could probably play it instead of the Elsa if you want to, but if we enter a more open side, I guess I understand why you wouldn't want to. In the defensive hold, though, 2-minute Nightmare have bought a lot of time off the clock for himself.
Yeah, if the 3-3 continues to be popular, then Wolverine has to be a must-include. As the Amplifier comes out, and the damage boost is going to be there, but the Amplifier now gets deleted as everyone else starts to join in. The Kraken Impact is popped by Drifts. And actually, we'll get the reset onto it as well, but does he get taken down? Yes, he does, as SJW has now moved over to the Elsa, but also is going to fall. Great shot by Paradox on the Mantis, just to make sure that one counts. The headshots with the Mantis could be very detrimental, as Light now has the Kraken Impact, and he will get the reset as Light begins to start bullying. But then, in the KO feed, we are going to see Larp for Fun still finding KOs in their favor, but then a switch up once more in favor of Nightmare as SJW back on the field.
I kind of like the idea of Thor, you know, for sure, just able to stay alive, get the overhealth, kind of be like pseudo-Wolverine in that regard. But here comes the Meteor M, low HP, needs some healing, throws it off. Does connect onto Light, though, so excellent shot from Moose, edging themselves a little bit closer past the statue's side. From Magneto play yet again being the focal point. This time it's Monster who has his Meteor M ready to go, waiting for cooldowns, maybe try to buy some time, not look for Vanguards. On the backside, Lartrox does connect on the Monster, but he's got the Meteor M after this if he needs to. BRB also has a chance to bring back one, so even if Monster or Infinity were to go down here, he'll be brought back in the fight.
Yeah, good bubbles as well from the Magneto. Monster playing such a good Magneto game. The fact, by the way, that he is such a good Magneto, but he hands off the Magneto to SJW during the 3-3. Yeah, again, that says a lot about Magneto and also SJW, but now he has Glartrox available. Ozzy wasn't really able to capitalize on his. But SJW perhaps can show him how it's done here. He's also got potentially the Amplifier alongside it now, as Nightmare are looking pretty good on this hold. There is going to be the invisible boundary for Larp for Fun to try and do something here if they have to, which they have to pop in the end. Ozzy is able to find SJW. That could be big.
He's traded out by a strategist, and also the BRB was not used earlier. It was moved into a different location. Cooperating time from Cutie is also here. And then the Glartrox with the follow-up, able to remove Moose as the Mantis Soul comes out.
Removing Moose is huge as well, and now on the other side you've got invisible boundary as Nightmare will begin to force Larp for Fun back with the space they've been able to gather from that invisible boundary. But still, we are going to see Larp for Fun just hold on to this point, and again we're going to get another elongated fight because we are back into the neutral as we turn our attention to who's going to get the ultimate first. Ozzy's going to have Glartrox very soon, especially if you find that KO onto SJW. It is going to be the Elsa versus Elsa action, and in the end, it will result in Glartrox being available to try and keep Larp for Fun in this game.
Ozzy uses Telegraph, throws the Glartrox without using any cooldowns. Actually gets onto one, but he's bubbled. Saved by Impunity, but not long enough. He's going to go down, so that removes a huge member of this side until the BRB brings him back. Also, into the trap, Impunity went, so he got his ult canceled. Ozzy finds another.
Ozzy with two, showing a very competent, more than competent Elsa player. In fact, a detrimental one if you're on the Nightmare side, as the second point is going to be found now for Larp for Fun, and they start to march towards the third. It is a short amount of time to try and get to this point 3. 1 minute 17 now left on the clock, as we're starting to see a few switches across as well. Fidel moving over to the Luna. Light is going to be on that Wolverine, and we've seen Light on the Wolverine many a time today. I'm excited for this one. It's going to be a little bit of a spectacle, I'm sure.
Carrick's back on the Cloak and Dagger. That was interesting, too, because I think that fight went the way as Drift gets grabbed, pulled away. At least cooldowns used to keep him alive. But Impunity's ult got canceled by that trap, so Ozzy really did do a ton in that last team fight to give his team the edge. Drift goes for the hook. Not able to get it, though. Upcoming fight, Crazy Mage throws the invisible boundary. Does Monster connect? He does! Crazy Mage goes down!
Massive. With Crazy Mage falling means that now Larp for Fun are going to be very vulnerable here. They thought they had the protection of the ultimate, and Nightmare are now feasting off the back of it. And Nightmare don't even have to use their ultimates after just one big pick. And again, just shows the importance of a Magneto and a good Magneto player.
Absolutely. It's been the staple of this tournament so far. 16 seconds left to go, though. Gaskets last fight territory. So many ults available. SJW, can he have a statement Glartrox like Aussie's had earlier? It's Moose. Takes him out.
And Moose does get the first, but the BRB is going to be there for SJW as now Wolverine starts to get involved. The Amplifier gets popped here for Nightmare. And this could be the beginning of the end on this push here for Larp for Fun, because there is just so much available for Nightmare to use, but Meteor M does pop for Moose. Maybe you can find a big hit. Potentially you can get 2 or more, but maybe not. If the Glartrox is able to come out, there's that Meteor M that is going to be popped now. Do you actually connect with it? That's the real question. No is the answer. Light deletes, and Nightmare starting to dominate this last and final push, it would seem. Larp for Fun starting to just fall away, fade away. As I say that, though, I thought maybe there was going to be opportunity, but it is denied. It's Monster again. The Chaos Swords reigning supreme. There is a small touch, a small chance for a reset here. Can there any chance? No, there cannot. And we will see it stopped just before we get over to the halfway point of that third transition. So Nightmare, they know what they need to do here.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a little bit too late in terms of ultimates from Larp for Fun, sadly. And realistically, you know, if they could connect maybe earlier with that Meteor M without having to get into the Glartrox, then maybe they would have a chance, but it was still SJW who finally had that staple Glartrox at the very end, connected onto 3, basically. You know, found a KO with the Glartrox, forced a really bad Meteor M where he couldn't get healed, and, you know, after that, they were able to get the win. You know, it was kind of everybody else collapsing towards the very end. Now, we move over to attack, so it's still a large job to kind of overcome, similar to earlier when we go to, like, Hall of the Jalia and stuff. Like, that map can be incredibly long. Same thing with Lower Manhattan. It can feel like a daunting task on attack still.
Before Nightmare, if they want to stay healthy here, they want to get these points done pretty quickly to give themselves as much time as possible. Because even though, you know, you didn't get to the full 3 if you are Larp for Fun. Sorry, the observer feed just messes me up every single time I look at it. Again, thank you, production, for making sure you change it for our viewers. But yeah, the pace has been set. But how many times do we see teams held at this first point? What do Larp for Fun have now on their defensive side? Composition-wise, the Bucky is going to be very important indeed. And of course, that Elsa is going to be an instant portal from Nightmare now.
Back towards that top side. No Penny Parker because of the ban phase, and you can see they still want to do that strategy, so they're kind of playing in that same room. But now they actually set for the long flank as they do the same strat they would on Hall of the Jalia, actually, with setting up one on the flank, and then everybody else kind of goes through that portal. It's impunity onto that Venom.
It's just a better area to play from, isn't it, really? The choke at the front of this map is disgusting to try and go through. And sadly, you'd have to do it your own honor as a Venom. As Light gets deleted, Drifts is the first one to find a little bit of a KO here, but SJW replies one of his own.
Well, Moose going down, got pulled in, does get brought back by the BRB. No BRB for the attacking side, though, so one going down, and then Light has to come back, and Drift did a big pull here. Yes, but it's kind of countered by the force physics in that fight.
It's been a pleasure to watch Drift's play on the Bucky, has to be said. Is now Aussie looking to try and hunt down one player trying to rejoin the fray. Getting those traps down as well, just in case you do get behind. It is going to be Light on that Daredevil, just trying to find that pick, but Aussie well aware of it, and now with the scan coming in, suddenly you can't hide, and the character with wall hacks is at a disadvantage. As Aussie still can't necessarily find that KO, but he's doing a lot of damage, but someone who can is Monster, and it is onto Moose. So now with one Vanguard falling, it does pass the advantage back over to Nightmare here.
Yeah, Monster's been crazy throughout SJW. Big freeze, by the way, from Fidel in the neutral. Nice pick and trade from Drifts, but is it too little too late? Can you get a big hook here? The answer is no. Pain and Fidel combined for another 2. Point fully capped, though, as well for Nightmare. They continue and move this SWAT van through the second phase and have a solid time bank to work with as well. And the big thing is that they don't have to worry about Aussie, or didn't have to worry about Aussie in the previous fight with that Glartrox. Upcoming fight, though, Light does swap over to that Wolverine off of the Daredevil that he was on previously. Can SJW again find a really big Glartrox? They do still have a lot of time in the bank, though, if this fight doesn't go their way.
Yeah, a lot of time here, and I think that Larp for Fun are going to be a little bit nervous about this one with how much time they've allowed them to have, not being able to hold on that first point. Larp for Fun do have ults galore, though, and Sia is going to be popped first by the looks of things. Can you actually capitalize from it? Because there's a lot of responses that could be on the side of Nightmare, and Nightmare just back away. Nightmare say, well, we've got a nice little building we can hide in. We'll allow that amplifier to disappear, and that is a wasted ult used. And now, Nightmare are going to have 5 ults available. Meteor M is going to be the first one, alongside the Glartrox as well. What? And we might see Love for Fun just get absolutely obliterated here.
Drift just got taken on like a jetpack joyride there. That was crazy. He's brought back by the BRB. They have ultimates. Ozzy could be big too in this upcoming fight. Last time he was able to connect. Well, though in the neutral, Light gets a grab onto Moose, who goes down early once more.
Going down early, it just hurts so much for your chances because both the shield and the bubbles are so huge for your opportunities to try and stay alive, as now Light comes in on the Wolverine. Is able to find Paradox as well, so that's the Raccoon down too. With 1 Vanguard down, 1 Strategist down, Nightmare can start to really bully and take space, and they find 1 more. Drifts is going to be the next in the sightlines of Light. Does he have his target set on anyone else here? Doesn't matter, it would seem, because Ozzy's going to be taken out by Pain.
You have loved Light so far on this Wolverine. I think it's been his best hero so far for the turn the size of the Bucky. Meteor M comes through. Overhealth provided by the Luna Snow ult, and Moose again doesn't go down this time. Clobbering time sort of baited everybody else into it, but nobody goes down for this defense. Unfortunately, it's Moose yet again, body blocked and also shielded off.
Glartrox. Oh, and actually the steal away! And Nightmare will get 3. And they're surely going to be able to comfortably grab this second point. They will. They have 3 minutes and 52 seconds on the clock to get just over halfway of this last phase. This perhaps could be the beginning of the end.
They're panicking now. LARP for Fun's off of the Magneto. That's how you know it's bad. You know, they got Moose over to the Angel in the sky. Cinnamon's still on the thing. Maybe they can find something, but no Vanguard ultimates. And once more, Nightmare do have the Glartrox. Ozzy's Glartrox brought late into the team. Can Moose do something now on the Angela, at least to create some opening for the squad?
Just sees a wild Light skip past him. Meteor M is now going to be up into the sky as well, but perhaps the damage is already done here because they are dropping our lot for fun. They've lost 3, and Nightmare start to press forward. It looks like they are going to do it. Nightmare seek out their revenge, and boy, does it taste sweet as they will knock LARP for Fun out of the tournament and progress to the next round and to the lower bracket semifinals.
Wow, congratulations to Team Nightmare and pretty much every team for competing today in an incredibly lengthy tournament for qualifiers due to the fact that in North America, we only have those 2 slots, and Nightmare put themselves 1 step closer. We still have to wait till tomorrow because it's, you said, Gaskin, the 2 teams that make the grand finals will be qualifying for Ignite. Unlike every other region who has 4 slots minimum, this is going to be an absolute battle to the very end between top teams. I mean, MRC teams, these guys really are some of the best teams in the world. It's just tough that, you know, they're not looked at for maybe some of those organizations that are already in Ignite.
But again, worth stating that one of our Ignite teams will not be able to regain their position in Stage 2 because both of them are in the lower bracket. We'll update you shortly with what happened with Equinox and Dreamland. We are potentially setting ourselves up for a Nightmare versus Equinox matchup in the lower bracket semi-final, and even winning that doesn't guarantee you a spot in Ignite either. You're going to have to beat either one of Foxhounds or Jolly Jesters in that lower bracket final tomorrow, which, yeah, you're going to have some very spicy matchups tomorrow, dog. But we've had some great gameplay today. It's been really good to watch. I mean, MRC never disappoints when we see the MRC teams play, but when we get to see the Ignite teams against the MRC teams, I'm always wondering, like, how is the meta going to be? But for the most part, MRC teams have really pushed our Ignite teams to the limit here, but both of them are still alive at the moment once we get confirmation of Equinox.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the benefit of Mark Rivals Esports and the fact that MRC really does just churn out the best players. I mean, every time we get to see, you know, the most fun matches, I think some of the most fun matches in Ignite. So this is just not only important for, you know, the players, obviously, but for entertainment value. Just because it's awesome to watch Ignite teams play against MRC squads. There's a reason why in North America there were so many unsigned rosters that did well in the previous Ignite season. That's why there's only 2 slots left. It's because of, yeah, we lost doing very good. And every other MRC team that's competed Ignite so far. So this is going to be exciting matchups for sure tomorrow, like you said. But today was definitely, we had bangers towards the very end. Obviously some 3-0s to start the day. But maybe that's a good sign for future matches, right? That means that the upper bracket finals and the grand finals might be absolute bangers.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very excited for Foxhound versus Jolly Jesters. We didn't get to see Jolly Jesters on stream today. But just to tell you how they ran through things, they beat Tier 8 2-0. They beat Redemption 2-1, who we did see in the lower bracket. They beat LARP for Fun 3-0, and we've just seen LARP for Fun there. So now they will play Foxhound, who, remember, took down Equinox Gaming as well in the previous. So, yeah, there is a big matchup where winner of that will go through and play in Stage 2 of Ignite this season, which is going to be a huge achievement for whichever squad is able to get their dog. Now, you know, I was curious about how today was going to go. Like, would we learn any more about the meta? What would you say was your key takeaway of how the meta developed today in terms of, like, the heroes we saw selected, banned, or just gameplay-wise in general?
I mean, I think you touched it at the top of the show. Magneto's been, you know, S tier for sure. I mean, that character's been absolutely insane and has just had such a massive impact on the meta. And then maybe the Mantis stuff was, I'm not going to say overrated, but slightly, you know, potentially a little bit too highly rated. Because right now we're in a patch, and I think this game was already like that, where a lot of stuff was good. There was just even more broken stuff. It feels like we've just added even more crazy, you know, really good stuff to the game, kind of muddying the meta a little bit. Like, it just feels like there's a lot of really good compositions right now, and it's kind of hard to decipher, even for these pros, it seems right now, like to decipher what actually is the best, because we saw so many of the strategist lines kind of just work, even if they aren't like the one we were expecting.
I mean, give me a Team Liquid Citadel or a Na'Vi on Mantis, and I want to see whether our opinion changes. Because I agree. Like, the one time we really got to see it today, a little bit underwhelming, but that being said, maybe Redemption just weren't able to capitalize on it as much as they would have liked. I think they'll probably look at it and say, could we have done more? But they still took Nightmare to 4 games, right? That is still nothing too shabby. You should be impressed as an MRC team to be taking these Ignite teams to the distance as well.
So do you think the meta's still, like, shifting right now, and things are still kind of, like, moving around? Like, we might see another character that we haven't seen much throughout so far today, maybe in the upcoming weeks. Like, obviously tomorrow it's going to be, it's going to take a lot to, like, shift the meta that much, but, I mean, do you think that we're still going to have a little bit more variance? Like, we didn't see any Hulk stuff today. You know, we saw the Namor Hela, but, you know, we didn't see any of that come out.
I do think there is a few enhanced team-ups that have not been capitalized on today. And I think there is stuff that's being cooked up by some of the best teams in the world. They are keeping very quiet and private. It is so frustrating not being able to watch scrims, by the way. I completely understand why. Don't get me wrong. For players, I'm not having a go at you here. I absolutely understand why you want to keep things private. But I just want to know. I just want to prep. I want to see what is good and what isn't good. But it also makes it even more exciting when we get to the big tournaments as seeing what people have landed on. I do think we've not seen enough Venom. I think we've seen a few Venom bans, but with Venom being allowed, we haven't seen Venom really put to full effect. I think Venom plus a diving duelist can be so disgusting to watch as well. We saw a little bit of Black Cat, a little bit of Daredevil being put to use, but still no one who was really able to completely flourish. Light at one point was having a good game on the Daredevil as well. I think of other duelists that we might be able to see really change the game.
Like, maybe some Star-Lord, I guess, but Star-Lord's nerfs maybe, like, kind of hurt him a little bit despite the res.
Well, I do think that the Star-Lord plus Mantis enhanced team up can be a huge difference maker for Mantis in particular. So perhaps Star-Lord just being good enough as a duelist alongside the Mantis to enhance the team up to make Mantis even better as well, then perhaps that could be something. That's what I mean by some of these enhanced team ups that perhaps haven't been used yet. Sure, one of the heroes might not be completely meta, but it could turn one of the other heroes into something that surpasses what they would be without the enhanced. And again, that's why I love the new team-ups that we've been able to kind of dive deep in, because we're still in the early stages of Season 9. There's still a lot to be learned here.
Oh, there absolutely is. I mean, if you do the math, I mean, I'm not a mathematician myself, but, like, if you took, you know, all 100-plus team-ups and then take every, you know, 6 heroes for each side, how many individual combinations are there? You know, it's a lot you have to think about, and a lot you have to learn in a game that was already like that before. But that's what makes it so exciting and kind of fun to watch these guys figure it out on the fly. So, and I'm sure we'll see a lot more Wolverine and stuff, but, yeah.
I do remember seeing a spreadsheet which showed basically how you could make the most of getting the most enhanced team-ups within those 6. I'll send that across to you, actually, because it was quite interesting to see. And I do think we're going to see more of it. Like, okay, we are going to add this hero. Sure, it's not necessarily meta, but if it can creep through the bans, suddenly it turns the whole squad into a disgusting factor. We didn't see any of the other Magneto team-up with with Emma. I do think that
Yeah.
Emma Frost is one of those heroes that if you're able to pair them up, giving the Magneto the essential clone can be very good defensively. But that being said, with how the Chaos Swords were today, I don't even know if we're going to see it that much.
Well, that's the thing. That's what you were saying. Like it's good. Like Emma's team up is also good, but the problem is other ones like top 3 in the game right now. Right.
Yeah, I think there'll be certain situations. I think like we will see, because you can change it in spawn. For those of you who don't know, if you are newer to watching Marvel Rivals, you can change that team up when you're in spawn. You are not stuck on it. I know that most of you will know, but that is a very important factor here because you can switch it. I think even with Deadpool's team ups, you can take advantage of the Hela one to get the upgrade on the guns and then switch over to the second team up after taking the advantage of one. So there's all these little things that you can actually do with the team ups and take advantage of being able to switch them back and forth. We are waiting for the bracket to be updated so we can give you guys the information of where we stand before tomorrow, by the way. So apologies that you have to listen to our podcast, but at the same time, you're welcome, because me and Dog, we would probably do a pretty sweet podcast if I had to say so myself, Dog.
Hey, you want to start talking about ducks again? You want to go back to the rubber duck?
I don't know about, well, yeah, let's dig into your childhood a little bit.
What? That's a normal thing. It was a normal thing to lay on a duck in a bathtub while it tries to float. Or like put it under the water, like any flotatious device.
How big was this duck? Like, just are we talking about just a normal standard, like
normal
rubber
duck? Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, if you're a child, you're also pretty small as well. A little surface coverage. Yeah.
Well,
I mean, now I want to get into the bath and try myself because I don't even remember.
All right, we got a quarter for me though.
And then I'll feel like I'm in the third. I'll feel like I am in the third. I'm in the third final point where it turns into a duck. Right, there we go. Everyone, we have today's results. Equinox were taken down by Foxhound. We had that one, of course. They lost 3-1. These are the ones we saw previously. Other than that, it was 3-0. It was 3-0. It was 3-0 and 3-0 as well, with DK Fan Club also exiting. So we were seeing teams exiting from the tournament, but also we were seeing teams progress through that lower bracket as well. What was your favorite game out of those 5, Dog?
I mean, like for me, it's got to be the crappy DK thing at the very end for Redemption. That was a really fun series for me. I laughed at my own joke as a dad would. What about you? Like, I'm not that I'm a dad, but like, what was your favorite game of the day so far? I mean, we had some really fun ones towards the very end, so it's tough to choose. I think between those last two, but like, where do you lie on the games today?
I think Nightmare Redemption. Yeah, I enjoyed Nightmare Redemption as well because it was the what could have happened in that match 8 that we saw. I thought Redemption were going to push us all the way, but then Nightmare were able to clutch up. The last one as well, catching the last 2 maps of Nightmare versus LARP for Fun. I am curious. Maybe I'll go back and watch the first 2 and seeing how LARP for Fun got their first victory on the board. I'm sure that they probably thought they were going to be able to take Nightmare all the way as well. But then, of course, it puts us here, Dog. It is the bracket and how we stand going into tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, right now...
Oh, my God! I've just seen something.
What'd you see?
Dreamland 3, Equinox 0.
Oh gosh.
Oh, my gosh. Well, Equinox out of the tournament. I mean, that is our first Ignite team dropping out, and that is unexpected. I was thinking they would be progressing a little bit further to potentially give us the matchup Nightmare versus Equinox, but we say goodbye to our first Ignite team.
Yeah, I mean, that team has been good throughout. Like, I've been wanting to watch them, but they have an interesting roster, too. A lot of former Ignite players. They got Minerva, they got Stace, Wizard Dread, Z-Cube, Cleo, and Fright Type. So we're going to see those guys later. Like you said, tomorrow they'll be in the lower bracket final, so it's going to be exciting to see that. Very sad, obviously, for Equinox. Or Equinox. I don't know. I guess they are Equinox now that they're eliminated. You know, we might as well go with the British way of pronouncing it, even if they don't like it. For Foxhound, rather, they are against Jolly Jesters in that upper bracket finals. That's going to be a fun matchup. Foxhound has been exciting, and then we get to finally see Jolly Jesters play alongside the matchup that you talked about, Dreamland versus Nightmare, and then whoever makes those grand finals, whoever wins in that first match, for example, Foxhound and Jolly Jesters, will be qualified.
Yeah, what an exciting time that is for Foxhound and Jolly Jesters. One of them will be in Stage 2 of Ignite of 2026. Who knows? Maybe if they're able to get far enough, we might see them at Grand Finals towards the end of the year as well. But still, plenty of time for these teams to kind of get some rest, look at some of those games, and prep for tomorrow. Dog, I know you're going to be back tomorrow as well, so definitely enjoy those games. I can't wait to watch them.
Yeah, I can't either, and I couldn't wait either for the skins that just released as well in the shop. great transition for me right there.
Fantastic.
Honestly, like I straight up already have most of these skins that have just come out with the Devil Dinosaur, Hawkeye, and Gambit skins. You said that one kind of flips the switch. In this case, it's Dead Man's Hand, but not Dead Man's Switch. That's something completely different.
Very different indeed. And also, the fact that you've got Gambit that turns into a badass, right, with the Dead Man's Hand, and then you look at Devil Dinosaur being able to cosplay as Jeff and turn into a little cutie pie as the cutest dinosaur I think I've seen in quite some time. And then Hawkeye going a little bit steampunk on us as well, a little bit cyberpunk, should I say, being able to come for something a little bit different with the Bed-Stuy's best. And then, of course, we've got the mid-season finals coming up, everyone, in LA. Live July 29th through August 1st. Tickets are still on sale, but from what I've heard, they are running out. They are being taken off the shelves as quick as they can put them back on. So if you do want to see the best teams in the world compete and get yourselves a chance to have these limited edition exclusive event gifts that come with every single ticket, those badges look amazing. I hope I can get them as well. We'll be live in LA. Dog will be there. I will be there. You should be there too to see some of the best players in the world play. I can't wait, Dog.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you've not been to a LAN event, highly recommend it. Gask has been to many of them. I've been to many of them, and I'm sure a lot of you guys have been to them. So you guys are what makes these events, right? It's the fans, it's the people that support us that really make these events so much fun. So if you're going to go, make sure you say hi to us. We don't bite. I mean, maybe I'll bite you, but I think Gaskin won't bite you at least.
I'm nice. I am a very friendly man. Dog,
I'll
I'll
bite you
keep on a
softly.
leash, I'm sure. But that is going to wrap us up here for the mid-season qualifiers. Day 1. We still have more action tomorrow. As I said, Dog is going to be there. A big thank you to everyone behind the scenes for production. And of course, all the players that played today as well, whether you are the MRC teams or the Ignite teams. We said goodbye to Equinox, but can Nightmare regain their position? We will find out tomorrow. Same time, be there or be square. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow.
누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸